Sugawa was working at his computer when a colleague praised his work and asked him to check the project documents. She handed the documents to him, revealing herself as his senior Takamori Mizuki. Another female colleague approached and asked Mizuki to handle a revision because the distributor had just arrived, which Mizuki confidently agreed to take care of. As they both worked at their respective desks, another request came in asking them to print a copy as well. The colleague hugged Mizuki from behind, praising her speed and calling her a lifesaver. Sugawa was told not to just stare but to watch and learn, and he quickly agreed. An older male colleague thanked Mizuki, noting that the clients loved the presentation, further establishing her reputation as a beautiful, smart, and hardworking woman. While her coworkers admired how radiant she was, Sugawa wondered who would ever suspect the truth about her life outside the office. Returning home to an apartment that night, Sugawa opened the door to find Mizuki completely collapsed on the floor right in the entryway. She looked up at him weakly and welcomed him back. Sugawa stared back at her in stunned silence. Sugawa emerged from the bathroom to announce that the bath was ready and he had left her a change of clothes, but she only let out a tired groan from where she laid on the floor. Sugawa reflected on how he had lost his home and was currently staying with his colleague Mizuki as her live-in helper. He quickly realized that while Mizuki was absolutely perfect at her job, she was completely useless at everything else in her personal life. While cooking a meal for them, he noted that he was the only person who knew about this hidden, messy side of her. Mizuki approached from behind and gently tugged on his shirt to get his attention. Sleepily rubbing her eye with her shirt partially open, she asked him for a favor, leaving him visibly flustered as he stuttered her name. She casually asked him if he could undo her buttons for her. As he helped unbutton the shirt of the dozing woman, he complained about her relying on him for these things and resolved to only provide her with buttonless clothes from the next day onward. As Sugawa unbuttoned her shirt, he let out a surprised sound upon catching a glimpse of her underwear. He nervously realized that dealing with Takamori in this state was a highly dangerous situation. He noted that she clearly did not have any ulterior motives, but he began to worry as his own thoughts started drifting into inappropriate territory. Pulling her shirt open to free her arms, he firmly decided that he needed to stop before things went too far. Suddenly, Mizuki leaned in close and planted a kiss directly on his cheek. Sugawa froze completely in pure shock. Holding her unbuttoned shirt together, Mizuki warmly thanked him for his help. She turned and sleepily stumbled away into the bathroom, closing the door behind her while he stood there stammering in confusion. Left alone, Sugawa frantically wondered why she had just kissed him and questioned if she actually thought of him romantically. An hour passed, and Sugawa stood waiting outside the bathroom, noting that she was taking a long time. He tried to rationalize the situation, reminding himself that he was just a simple helper and scolding himself for being overly presumptuous. He tentatively opened the door to check on her, only to scream in shock when he found her passed out on the floor, wrapped only in a bath towel. She weakly explained that she had planned to get in the bath, but felt too sleepy. Flustered, Sugawa scolded her to at least wear some clothes and offered to help her up. After getting her settled into bed, he checked her temperature by placing a hand on her forehead and asked if she was feeling all right, to which she sleepily agreed. Laying facing away from him, she apologized for being so useless at home and asked if he was disappointed in her. He gently placed his hand on hers and assured her that he was not disappointed at all. Smiling warmly, he told her that she always worked incredibly hard and simply needed proper time to rest. Her eye widened slightly as he stood up from the bed, telling her to have a good sleep as he prepared to leave the room. Before he could leave, she turned back toward him and asked if there was anyone that he liked. Caught completely off guard by the sudden question, he nervously asked why she wanted to know. She smiled drowsily, casually dismissing the question, and bid him good night. Left outside her door with a racing heart, Sugawa reflected on how her complete lack of defenses constantly surprised him. A couple of days before the current events, Sugawa's alarm went off at 7:30 in the morning. His morning began as he climbed out of his small bed inside a capsule hotel. 3 days prior to that, his landlady had regretfully informed him that his apartment building was scheduled to be demolished in just 2 days. Walking down the street with his belongings placed in storage, Sugawa checked his phone and read a message from someone named Akaru, who thanked him for paying her college entrance fee. He replied that she could ask him for help whenever she needed it, while lamenting to himself that finding a new place was too expensive right now due to the high initial renting costs. Despite his difficult housing situation, he reassured himself that he would find a way to make things work out somehow. He then received an email notification inviting him to a company welcome party. Realizing the drinking party was that day, he decided to attend, figuring it would be a good way to distract himself from his housing troubles. While Sugawa was taking a drink at the gathering, a colleague called out his name. Tokimari approached him with a menu and suggested they order something else since he had finished his drink. Sugawa nervously agreed and asked for a lemon sour as Tokimari confidently called out to the staff to place their order. Another female colleague then noticed Tokimari and happily greeted her arrival at the party. The other co-workers quickly gathered around, eagerly praising Tokimari for all the help she had given them on various projects and tasks around the office. Watching her interact seamlessly with everyone, Sugawa silently admired how reliable she always was at work. Later that night, the party ended and Sugawa bid his colleagues goodnight as they all went their separate ways. Walking alone down the quiet street, Sugawa decided it was time to head back to his capsule hotel. Startled, he suddenly jumped back when he noticed someone slumped on the ground right in his path. He realized it was Tokimari resting against the wall and immediately asked her what had happened, to which she sleepily acknowledged his presence. She stood up and casually brushed off her skirt, laughing as she explained that she was just taking a break because her home was so far away. Sugawa asked if she was really okay. Tokimari waved and replied that she was almost there, thanking him anyway. Suddenly, another man approached and grabbed Tokimari's arm, calling out to her. Sugawa watched in surprise. The man smiled and told her it was dangerous to be by herself, offering to accompany her. Tokimari looked uncomfortable and began to apologize. Pointing to a nearby building, the man noted that she did not seem well and suggested they go rest at that hotel. As the man tried to pull her along, Sugawa stepped forward and yelled out to get his attention. Sugawa firmly stated that she was his coworker and that he would escort her back himself. The man clicked his tongue in annoyance and walked away. Afterwards, Sugawa noted to himself that he ended up accompanying her after all. They arrived at her apartment building entrance, where Sugawa asked for her passcode. Leaning heavily, she drowsily recited the numbers for him. Standing outside her door in the hallway, Sugawa hesitated, realizing it was inappropriate for him to enter a woman's room. He began to tell her that he would be taking his leave now. However, as he looked past the doorway, he was completely stunned by the chaotic, cluttered mess scattered all across her floor. Sweating nervously, Sugawa asked Tokimari if she even had a bed. Tokimari simply flopped backward onto the hard floor right in the middle of the mess, casually explaining that she slept there because shopping for furniture was too tiring. Sugawa watched in disbelief as she apologized for being a sloppy woman and admitted that this was just how she was. Sugawa gently tried to get her attention. He kneeled down beside her on the floor. Smiling encouragingly, he reassured her that it was perfectly okay for her to be like this at home because she always gave her absolute best everywhere else. Tokimari looked up at him with wide eyes, softly mumbling to herself. She smiled warmly and admitted that he made her feel relieved. She started to push herself up, declaring that he had helped her recover her strength and that she would start cleaning. Before she could finish her sentence, she suddenly slipped and fell backward onto the floor, leaving Sugawa watching in shock. She landed face down with her skirt flipped up, fully exposing her underwear and pantyhose to Sugawa, who began to sweat and blush. He stood completely frozen, his attention caught by the direct sight of her lace underwear. Sugawa nervously turned away with clenched fists, telling himself that trying to look away was useless, while Tokimari let out a small gasp from the floor. He quickly rushed over to pull her skirt back down, declaring that the situation was too dangerous and offering to clean the room for her. Tokimari asked about his own home and if it was nearby, prompting Sugawa to admit that his apartment had been demolished and he was currently living in a capsule hotel. Resting on the floor with his jacket draped over her, Tokimari started to ask him a hypothetical question. She asked if he wanted to stay at her house, leaving him wide-eyed in surprise. Sugawa shouted in shock, protesting that he could not stay because he was a man, but Tokimari calmly offered to give him his own room. Tokimari looked slightly disappointed and asked if she was not of any help to him, which caused Sugawa to cave in and agree to stay in her care for a while. She happily confirmed his answer and bid him good night before immediately falling asleep right there on the floor. Left awake and unsure of what to do for the rest of the evening, Sugawa noted that this was how his new lifestyle as a freeloader officially began. Sugawa, now wearing an apron and holding a ketchup bottle, anxiously watched as Takamori tasted the food he had prepared. As she ate, Sugawa recalled a saying that the way a person eats reflects who they are. Back at the office, Sugawa watched her eat her lunch with perfect manners and thought about how elegant she was. He listened to his coworkers fantasize about her having homemade dinner ready or feeding them by hand, and he awkwardly dismissed their ideas as outdated customs while reflecting on how people thought of her. He noted that their coworkers could not be more wrong, as he nervously had to step in and offer to take over when she clumsily tried to cook while holding a large knife. He reflected on how things had been since they started living together. Concluding that they had only eaten instant cup ramen up to this point, Sugawa stood by as Takamori slumped at the dining table and apologized for not being able to give him anything in return for making her lunch bento that afternoon, to which he cheerfully assured her it was all right. Watching her tie an apron around her waist, he excitedly thought about how anyone at work would be extremely jealous to see her wearing it. He then focused on stirring a portion of rice in the frying pan to make their meal. Sugawa told himself that he did not mind cooking because at least she had tried to do it herself earlier. Takamori rested her head on her folded hands and stared intently at him. As their eyes met, Takamori asked if he was making omuris. Sugawa confirmed, and she eagerly offered to handle the ketchup, which he agreed to. Sugawa reminded her to remove the lid since it was a new bottle, while nervously wondering what she was going to write on the food. The ketchup suddenly burst out and squirted all over her chest, causing Sugawa to panic and ask if she was okay while telling her they needed to wash her shirt. Takamori immediately began pulling her shirt up over her chest, prompting Sugawa to yell that she did not need to undress right there in the kitchen. Takamori hid behind the wall and apologized while Sugawa clutched his collar and nervously wondered to himself if she had stripped without thinking, or if she was actually into him. Peeking from the hallway, Takamori apologized for constantly troubling him, and Sugawa softly called her name in response. She looked at him with flushed cheeks as he loudly assured her that it was all right. Sugawa walked into the living room, proudly announcing that the shirt was clean and apologizing for the wait, only to find Takamori sound asleep on the couch with her top partially open. His gaze was drawn directly to her exposed lace underwear and cleavage. Sugawa swallowed hard, freezing in place as she shifted slightly. With a racing heart, he leaned over and gently draped a blanket over her, telling himself she would catch a cold otherwise. He paused with his face hovering extremely close to hers. Suddenly, she mumbled in her sleep and grabbed the front of his shirt, pulling his face down against hers. Sugawa jumped back in shock with a yell as Takamori woke up and groggily rubbed her eye. She smiled and happily explained that she had been eating omuris in her dream before suggesting they eat, while Sugawa internally panicked over having accidentally touched her lips. As they sat at the table eating the now cold omuris, Takamori hummed in delight, while Sugawa nervously felt that the entire situation was somehow inappropriate. At the office, Takamori spoke confidently on the phone, confirming she would see someone at a meeting the next day, while Sugawa watched her from his desk. Sugawa noticed that the other male coworkers were staring at her, noting how self-disciplined she appeared not just with her work but in general. The coworkers gossiped about her model-like proportions, assuming she worked out after returning home, and Sugawa quietly agreed that she truly did have a beautiful figure. He contrasted their assumptions with the reality of seeing her completely passed out on the couch at home. Realizing he had never actually seen her exercise, Sugawa picked up a laundry basket and asked if he could wash the clothes, which she sleepily agreed to. As he sorted through the basket, he picked up a piece of lace underwear and stared at it. Blushing heavily, he realized exactly what he was holding. He panicked over holding her underwear and wondered how she even had enough to keep accumulating such a large laundry pile. Sitting on the floor, he wondered what to do, knowing that not washing them would cause her a problem, so he questioned how he was supposed to properly wash a bra. He quickly looked up instructions on his phone and discovered the basics of hand washing them. He sat next to the basket and clutched his head in deep distress over the situation. Resolved to help, he rolled up his sleeves at the sink, filled a basin with water, and declared that he would begin. Following the instructions to avoid ruining its shape, he carefully scrubbed and rinsed the garment under the water. He gently pressed the bra in the sudsy water. Blushing fiercely, he covered his face as he realized her size was much bigger than he originally thought. He noted nervously that the cups were actually bigger than his own hand. While he was holding the wet bra up in his hands, Takamori suddenly appeared right beside him. When she called his name, he shrieked in panic and begged for her forgiveness. Completely unfazed, she apologized for letting all her laundry pile up and casually warned him that his sleeves were going to get wet. Takamori suddenly hugged Sugawa from behind, gently telling him to stay still. She pressed herself firmly against his back. After a moment, she stepped back and told him he should be good now, leaving the deeply flushed Sugawa to realize that he had just felt her bare chest against his back. He stared down at the wet lingerie floating in the soapy water. Takamori looked at him with a soft, flushed expression. She casually announced that she would wash the rest later, and walked away, confirming his suspicion that she was indeed completely braless under her sweater, causing Sugawa to panic over his lingering worldly desires. At the office, a female coworker enthusiastically invited Takamori to grab a meal at a stylish new pasta shop near the station, and Takamori happily agreed to go. While eating lunch at his desk, a male coworker noted that Takamori seemed to know everything and wondered what kind of hobbies someone with her good taste might have. Later at home, Sugawa realized he also did not know what her hobbies were until she suddenly held up a Blu-ray case and asked if he had seen it. She excitedly presented the new movie by director Isayama, offering to lend him the Blu-ray since she assumed he would love it. Sugawa eagerly accepted her offer. Sugawa prepared to watch the movie on his laptop, noting that even though he had already seen it in theaters on opening day, it was a masterpiece worth rewatching. Takamori leaned over the back of the couch and asked if he liked movies, mentioning she was looking forward to it. Sugawa confirmed he did, noting this was an anime film, and asked if she watched movies too. Blushing slightly, she admitted that she wanted to but rarely had the time lately, before timidly suggesting they could watch it together if he wanted. Sugawa looked at her in pleasant surprise. As Sugawa prepared the disc, Takamori happily walked off to grab them some drinks, leaving him to marvel at how rare it was to see her so energetic at home. Sitting shoulder to shoulder in front of the laptop screen, the nervous Sugawa could not help but feel like this casual setup was actually a movie date. Sugawa nervously drank from his bottle while his heart pounded, sitting next to an intently focused Takamori. Sugawa noted how incredibly close she felt to him. Looking at her legs next to his, he wondered if the dark room was making him overly conscious of her presence. Takamori suddenly rested her head on his shoulder, leaving him completely surprised. Sugawa completely froze in confusion. He nervously asked if she was sleepy. Takamori apologized, explaining that while the movie was interesting, she was struggling to stay awake. She explained that maintaining her posture at the cinema always exhausted her before the movie ended, adding that she felt like a bother to him. Sugawa smiled and reassured her not to worry about him, telling her it was fine as long as she enjoyed the movie with him. Smiling warmly, Takamori pulled her knees up and happily agreed to keep watching. She shifted her position on the couch next to him. As Takamori hugged her knees and offered to rewind the movie, because of the loud volume, Sugawa realized he could not focus on the film at all, though he decided it was fine as long as she was having fun. Takamori gently placed her hand on his leg. Sugawa let out a shocked sound as Takamori suddenly leaned over and rested her entire upper body across his lap. Looking up at him from his lap, she noted that he was staying pretty calm, just as she had expected. When he nervously asked what she meant, she closed her eyes and dismissed it as nothing. Sugawa internally panicked over her defenseless behavior, realizing he would not be able to remember anything about the movie they watched. Back at the office, Takamori continued her work at her desk. A junior employee named Nishi Yukako eagerly invited Takamori to grab dinner together that Friday, but Takamori apologetically declined, stating she was unavailable that day. Nishi loudly asked if she had a boyfriend, prompting a flustered Takamori to scold her to get off the partition desk since they were at work. Nearby male coworkers overheard and began to wonder if Takamori actually did have a boyfriend. A male coworker noted that Takamori's skin looked glossier than usual and wondered if it was the power of love, while Takamori cheerfully decided to herself that she would just go straight home that day. Sugawa noticed that she had finally started sleeping properly in a bed instead of on the floor, as she peacefully called out his name in her sleep. Later at work, Sugawa received a message from Takamori explaining that she had forgotten her keys and asking what she should do, leaving him completely surprised. He quickly typed out a reply on his computer asking if she could wait for him at the station. Takamori cheerfully replied by sending him a photo of herself making a unique OK sign with her fingers. Sugawa realized her hand gesture meant OK and thought it was quite unique, as he frantically rushed to finish the rest of his work as quickly as possible. He hurried over to Ganma Station with his phone in hand. Standing in front of the station's restaurant, he nervously thought to himself that the situation felt exactly like meeting up for a date. Upon entering the establishment, he spotted Tokimari sitting alone at a booth and called out her name. As he approached the table, he found her completely passed out with her head resting on her arms. He nervously asked if she was okay, and she groggily explained that the store felt so cool that she ended up dozing off. Sugawa internally noted that she even went into her defenseless off mode while out in public, as she apologized for keeping him waiting and suggested they go home. As they walked up a steep flight of stairs together, Sugawa warned her to be careful but suddenly gasped in shock. Tokimari lost her footing and fell backward, prompting Sugawa to yell out and quickly wrap his arms around her waist to catch her. Holding her securely, he immediately asked if she was okay and if she was hurt. Tokimari looked up at him silently with flushed cheeks from where she rested in his arms. Sugawa broke into a heavy sweat as his heart began to pound. He became hyper-aware of the fact that her chest was pressing directly against him. He swallowed hard in deep nervousness. While he distracted himself by noting how thin her body was, Tokimari called his name and confessed that she thought she had hurt her ankle, completely shocking him. Mizuki sat on the stairs and apologized, expressing regret for constantly causing trouble for Sugawa. Sugawa replied that she did not have to do everything on her own, explaining that people can perform at their best when they have someone reliable to lean on. He gently took her hand to comfort her. Sugawa gave Mizuki a piggyback ride, quickly reassuring her when she asked if she was heavy. Though he became extremely conscious of her chest pressing against his back, he told himself there was no avoiding it in this situation. As they made their way, someone called out to Sugawa from behind to tell him he had dropped his commuter pass. Sugawa turned around only to find his workplace junior Nishi standing there holding his pass. Both of them cried out in mutual shock upon recognizing each other. Nishi asked Sugawa why he was together with Mizuki and carrying her on his back. Mizuki groggily woke up and called out to Nishi, while Sugawa nervously recognized Nishi as Yukako from their office. Nishi gasped as she began to suspect that Sugawa was Mizuki's partner, prompting Sugawa to panic and quickly apologize. Desperate to avoid a misunderstanding, Sugawa grabbed his pass and ran away as fast as he could, leaving Nishi shouting after them in surprise. Once they arrived home, Sugawa collapsed face down on the floor in exhaustion, prompting Mizuki to apologize for her weight, though he insisted he carried her because he wanted to. As he caught his breath on the floor, Sugawa nervously worried that Nishi was highly suspicious about why they were together. He feared that Nishi might tell everyone at the office, creating rumors that could cause trouble for Mizuki, especially since they were living together despite not dating. His thoughts were suddenly cut short when he felt a sudden cold touch on his neck. Mizuki leaned closely over him and asked if he was all right as she went to help him. Finding himself incredibly close to her bare thighs, a deeply embarrassed Sugawa scrambled backward and apologized, holding up a wet towel. He quickly stammered that they needed to focus on cooling down her injured ankle instead. Mizuki looked at him and asked if he was worried about what had occurred earlier that day. Sugawa sat kneeling on the floor and admitted that he might simply be overthinking the situation. He added that people at their workplace might end up getting the wrong idea about their actual relationship. She sat holding her knees, expressing concern about the possibility of strange rumors spreading about him. Sugawa reassured her that he would make sure to clarify everything to their colleagues, pointing out that she was just a kind person who had generously given him a place to stay. Mizuki stared at him in silence as he spoke. Suddenly, she looked up at him and asked why they did not just start dating for real. Sugawa gasped in absolute shock, his face turning bright red. He immediately panicked and waved his hands, arguing that they could not do that, because they had not reached that point yet, and worried that the situation could quickly escalate out of control. Before he could finish, he realized she had already fallen fast asleep on his shoulder, and the next day, Friday, arrived. At the office, a coworker expressed relief that Mizuki's injury was not serious, and she politely thanked them. Standing nearby, Sugawa greeted her with a good morning while noting to himself that she seemed completely normal despite her proposal the previous night. Sugawa suddenly spotted Nishi standing in the hallway with a confident grin, whispering that she was highly surprised, because she never suspected what he really was to Mizuki. Nishi pointed her finger at him and loudly declared that he was simply Mizuki's personal errand boy who was being used to carry her home for free. Both Sugawa and Mizuki reacted in confusion to her choice of words. Nishi laughed as she explained that she understood why he would carry her home, joking that even though they joined the company in the same year, Mizuki's beauty was simply too overwhelming to resist. As Nishi happily hugged Mizuki, Sugawa let out a sigh of relief, glad that their actual living arrangement remained a secret for the time being since Nishi had completely misread the situation. A male employee complained to Chief Sakuda that it was impossible to finish cleaning the entire area before work started, but the chief insisted that they were supposed to maintain order on a daily basis. As the coworkers grumbled about being too busy to clean, Sugawa and Nishi began carrying boxes and documents to assist with the company's scheduled office cleanup. Nishi cried out in exhaustion that she could not carry her heavy box anymore, prompting Sugawa to step in and easily lift it for her. Mizuki encouraged Nishi to keep going, holding several rolls of paper herself. Nishi eagerly thanked her and happily noted that she was only carrying small items. Watching from the side, Sugawa and their male co-workers admired how Mizuki could effortlessly handle any task. On their rest day the following morning, Mizuki remained fast asleep in bed past 11 o'clock. Sugawa quietly peeked into her bedroom, noting to himself that it was already midday and she was still sound asleep. Suddenly, Mizuki bolted upright in bed, startling Sugawa as he checked on her. Clutching her phone with a panicked look, Mizuki apologized and frantically asked if today was indeed the day they had planned to clean. She scrambled to get up, declaring she would help too, but her loose shirt slipped down to expose her bra, prompting a flustered Sugawa to wave his hands and tell her there was no need to rush. After adjusting her shirt, Mizuki confidently offered to clean the bathroom since Sugawa usually handled everything else, and she looked over their apartment's floor plan. She pinned her hair up, stating that since the bathroom was something they both did, she wanted to do her part in keeping it clean. As she walked away to start her task, Sugawa stood there blushing, deeply affected by her repeating the phrase about things they both did. While happily vacuuming the living room, Sugawa began to wonder if she was starting to become more conscious of him. Suddenly, a loud splash and a shriek echoed from the bathroom, causing a panicked Sugawa to run over and call out to her. He opened the door to find Mizuki squatted inside the bathtub with water spraying everywhere from the loose shower head. The water had completely soaked her shirt, making it cling tightly to her chest. She smiled sheepishly and apologized, explaining that she had clumsily forgotten to turn off the shower before starting. As she bent over to continue scrubbing, her wet clothes clung heavily to her body, leaving Sugawa standing frozen in shock at the sight. Reassuring her that it was fine as long as she was unhurt, Sugawa quickly backed out of the room and told her to call him if she needed any more help. He returned to the living room and began vigorously scrubbing the floor, desperately trying to clear his mind. Despite telling himself that they were only cleaning, he blushed fiercely as the highly stimulating image of her soaked shirt lingered in his thoughts. Sugawa motivated himself to focus entirely on wiping the floor at hyperspeed to clear his mind of distracting thoughts. 30 minutes later, Mizuki announced from the door that she had finished cleaning the bathroom. Sugawa placed a dry towel around her shoulders and thanked her for working hard despite her exhaustion. As he drew close, he was comforted by her gentle presence. Holding the towel, Mizuki smiled warmly and added that Sugawa had worked incredibly hard as well. Her words made his heart race with a sudden spark of affection. When she offered to handle the rest of the housework, Sugawa quickly raised his hand and insisted that she should rest first. He cheerfully decided that they could finish up the remaining tasks later. Walking down the hallway, Sugawa was suddenly stopped by a trail of wet footprints leading away from the bathroom. He found Mizuki already asleep in her room, noting that her home looked much brighter after their thorough cleaning. On another rest day, the doorbell rang with a delivery, and Sugawa accepted a package addressed to Mizuki. Mizuki lay relaxed on the couch, stretching lazily as she lounged around. Sugawa noted to himself that it was his first time seeing her look so completely relaxed, as she sleepily asked him to leave the parcel on the desk. She leaned forward to examine the box, but her posture made her skirt ride up, causing a panicked Sugawa to frantically wave his hands and offer to open it for her instead. Mizuki happily realized that her order had arrived, while Sugawa looked at the contents in surprise, noticing it was a puzzle. Mizuki explained that she wanted to challenge herself with a completely white puzzle, despite its difficulty, leaving Sugawa to sweat as he stared at the box of solid white pieces. Holding up a single white piece, Mizuki warmly suggested that they could work on the puzzle together if he wanted. As Mizuki went to get ready, Sugawa sat on the floor with a pounding heart, feeling that they resembled a real couple far more than mere co-workers, and anxiously wondered if another unexpected moment lay ahead. Mizuki put on glasses and declared that solving the puzzle was a battle against time, suggesting they aim to complete the 180 pieces in 5 hours by having her connect the corners and edges while Sugawa handled the shorter sections. Sugawa nervously agreed, completely distracted by seeing her wear glasses for the first time. As she focused intently, Sugawa sat on the floor and sweatily noted that this intense setup felt exactly like being at work, which was far different from the relaxed atmosphere he had originally imagined. He stared at her in surprise, amazed that she was actually staying awake and highly focused despite being at home. Determined to do his part, Sugawa worked quietly and happily announced an hour later that he had successfully completed his assigned section. When he looked over to her side, he gasped in astonishment to see that she had already assembled nearly the entire rest of the puzzle herself. Mizuki suddenly looked up, blushing as she apologized for getting so absorbed in the puzzle that she completely ignored his help, worrying that she had made him feel bad. Sugawa immediately shook his head and offered a warm, reassuring smile. He encouragingly replied that he found it wonderful how serious she became about the things she liked, declaring that he would also try his best to help. Mizuki stared at him behind her glasses, visibly touched by his kind words. A few hours passed as the two of them worked closely together, carefully fitting the final pieces of the puzzle into place. Together, they happily celebrated their success as they completed the final section of the puzzle. Overjoyed, Mizuki threw her arms around Sugawa and hugged him tightly, cheering that they had actually made it. Sugawa froze in pure shock and blushed heavily, becoming hyper-aware of her chest pressing directly against him during the sudden embrace. Mizuki suddenly yawned and mumbled that she was feeling sleepy, offering to grab them some coffee as she reached over across the table. Her clumsy movement knocked over a glass of coffee, sending the dark liquid splashing directly across their newly completed white puzzle. Sugawa shrieked in panic as the puzzle got completely drenched, while a highly apologetic Mizuki looked on in distress. Mizuki gently placed a hand on his forehead, warmly telling him not to worry and explaining that his help was far more important to her than the puzzle itself. Sugawa blushed, deeply touched by her sudden gentleness. Ultimately, they decided to frame the stained puzzle anyway, with Sugawa noting it looked like a cat, while Mizuki happily suggested they try a 1,000-piece puzzle next time. At the office, a coworker suddenly cried out on the phone in surprise upon realizing that a specific deadline was scheduled for that day, catching Sugawa and another colleague completely off guard. The coworker explained that company wanted their goods delivered as soon as possible, but the colleague with the bun protested that it was impossible since they had not even finished the revision yet. Hearing their distress, Tokimari stepped forward, raised her hand, and calmly offered to help them, much to her colleague's relief as they called out to her. Her co-workers enthusiastically thanked her as she walked over to help, while Sugawa watched and blushed when she turned to give him a warm, gentle smile. Night fell over the quiet residential area where they lived. Inside the apartment, Sugawa sat alone and worried that Tokimari might be pushing herself too hard at work. Hearing the front door pull open, he quickly headed over and warmly welcomed her home. To his surprise, he found her completely collapsed and face down on the floor right inside the entrance. Sugawa frantically asked if she was all right, and Tokimari weakly responded that she had reached her absolute limit. He told her to rest in her room and began helping her up as she groaned in exhaustion. As he supported her, Tokimari held onto him tightly and apologized for making him tired, causing a deeply flustered Sugawa to quickly insist that he did not mind at all. Sugawa earnestly told Tokimari that she worked harder than anyone else and asked her to let him help her in any way he could. Sugawa ran to fetch something and quickly returned to her room, calling out for her to wait a second as he brought over her belongings. Inside the room, Tokimari lay on her bed in a highly disheveled state, completely drained of energy. Sugawa panicked at the sight and loudly announced that he had brought her change of clothes, speaking at the top of his lungs from the doorway. Tokimari looked up at him and weakly whispered that she could not manage on her own, asking him for help. Sugawa blushes intensely in a panic, wondering if she actually wants him to change her clothes for her. He nervously reaches down and begins to slide her dark tights down from her waist. With a heavily flushed face, Sugawa sits beside her on the bed and carefully pulls the garment off her legs while she remains completely still. Sugawa carefully slides the tight fabric all the way off her foot, leaving her leg completely bare. Takamori continues to sleep soundly on the bed while Sugawa looks down at her and prepares for the difficult task of changing her top. Nervously reassuring himself that he is only taking care of her, Sugawa reaches out and begins to undo the buttons of her shirt. He gently parts her unbuttoned shirt, revealing the undergarments she is wearing beneath it. Holding her fresh clothes, Sugawa reluctantly agrees to help her change, but asks if she can at least raise her arms to make it easier. Takamori raises her arms above her head, causing Sugawa to blush intensely as he hurriedly pulls the fresh sweater over her head, while telling himself to calm down. Once the sweater is successfully on, Takamori sleepily rubs her eye and thanks him, allowing a relieved Sugawa to bid her goodnight before heading out. Suddenly, a hand firmly grabs Sugawa's arm, stopping him as he tries to leave. Before he can react, Sugawa lets out a startled cry as he is pulled backward. He loses his balance and ends up falling directly on top of Takamori on her bed. Sugawa is completely frozen, with his face just inches from hers, blushing furiously as they lock eyes. Takamori stares back up at him with wide, quiet eyes. Sugawa remains hovering directly over Takamori on the bed, staring down at her in disbelief. Sugawa softly calls out her name as the silence between them continues. Looking down at her parted lips, Sugawa nervously wonders what is about to happen. Takamori slowly closes her eyes, leaning slightly closer to him. Sugawa swallows hard, his heart pounding heavily in his chest. She softly whispers his name as their lips draw incredibly close. Suddenly, Takamori sleepily turns her head away and apologizes for pulling him down so abruptly, explaining that she always causes him trouble, which sends a panicked Sugawa scrambling backward with a loud shout. As Sugawa watches her, Takamori sleepily wonders aloud why he is always so incredibly kind to her. Sugawa gently pulls the blanket over her and replies that he does not have a particular reason, while quietly reflecting on how his own father had died of an illness. He remembers his youth, recalling how his overworked mother would frequently collapse from exhaustion at home. Looking down at his hand, Sugawa solemnly recalls the thoughts he had during those difficult days. Sugawa gently reassures Takamori that nobody is capable of handling everything on their own, explaining that if they do things together, everything will turn out fine. He looks at her warmly, adding that whenever she is tired, he will gladly be there to help her. Sugawa sheepishly apologizes for talking for so long, but Takamori softly smiles and tells him not to worry about it. Lying on her side with a soft blush, she thanks him for talking to her and admits that his words made her feel quite happy. Sugawa's heart races and he nervously stammers that he is glad to hear that, while trying to maintain his composure. He quickly hands her a pillow and wishes her a good night, telling her to make sure she rests well. As he prepares to close her bedroom door, Sugawa notes that Takamori seems different from her usual self, wondering if she is simply exhausted from working so much overtime. Before he can step out, Takamori suddenly reaches out and grabs hold of his wrist to stop him. Looking up at him with a flushed face, she softly confesses that those are the exact things she likes about him. Sugawa stands frozen in absolute shock, his mind racing as her confession echoes in his head and his face turns bright red. The next morning, Sugawa happily daydreams at the kitchen counter about her confession until his ringing phone suddenly startles him. Answering the call, he is surprised to hear from his younger brother Akaru, and asks how his college life is going, to which Akaru happily replies that everything is going great thanks to his support. Akaru points out that his older brother sounds particularly happy today and asks if something good has recently happened to him. A flustered Sugawa quickly denies it and asks why he is calling, which Akaru readily prepares to explain. Sugawa looks at his phone in complete disbelief when Akaru sends a message stating that he plans to stay at his apartment starting tomorrow. Sugawa protests that the visit is far too sudden, but Akaru quickly apologizes, explains that he is already taking an overnight bus, and hangs up before Sugawa can stop him. Sugawa stands clutching his head in sheer panic, desperately wondering how he is supposed to explain Takamori's presence in his apartment to his younger brother. The next day, Akaru arrives in Tokyo full of excitement and immediately helps a passing stranger who dropped an item on the street. Walking down the street, Akaru is suddenly captivated by a beautiful woman walking past, completely unaware that she is Tokimari, and casually wonders if his older brother has a girlfriend. Suddenly, a persistent man grabs Tokimori's arm from behind, demanding that she stay and finish talking to him, while a cold Takamori firmly tells him that she has nothing more to say. Watching the tense argument unfold, Akaru notes that it feels like a scene from a drama and quickly sends a text to his older brother asking him to come over as soon as possible. Preparing to head out for the day, Sugawa calls out to Takamori only to realize that she is already gone, which surprises him since she rarely leaves early in the morning. He sends her a text telling her to call him if anything happens before making his way to the front of the station cafe to wait. While standing outside the cafe, Sugawa suddenly hears his name and turns to see Akaru running up to greet him. Holding a cup of coffee, Akaru happily waves and greets his brother, saying that it has been a long time since they last saw each other. Sugawa is completely shocked to see that Akaru has dyed his hair, immediately asking him what happened, while a cheerful Akaru simply asks if the new look suits him. Akaru explains that since he was allowed to go to university, he wanted to try new things so he would not have any regrets, leaving Sugawa to sweatily reflect on how his brother always acts immediately on his ideas. When Akaru casually asks him how his new apartment is, a startled Sugawa stammers in response. Akaru loudly exclaims in public that his brother is living with a woman, drawing surprised looks from the nearby pedestrians. In a panic, Sugawa quickly holds his brother close and explains that some things happened, desperately whispering that he has already booked a hotel room for him to stay in instead. Akaru ignores the suggestion and eagerly asks if he can meet the woman. Clinging tightly to Sugawa's arm, Akaru pleads that a hotel feels too lonely and crowded, begging to stay with his brother instead. Akaru declares that he needs to make sure this woman is not a bad person, while a sweating Sugawa internally dismisses the idea of Takamori being a bad influence. Remembering how much Takamori has helped him, Sugawa reluctantly agrees to let Akaru briefly say hello before leaving. Arriving at the apartment door, Sugawa tells his brother to wait outside while he checks to see if Takamori is home. Sugawa is completely stunned to find Takamori wearing an apron and welcoming him home, and when she apologizes for leaving without telling him, he quickly reassures her that it is fine. Noticing a delicious aroma, Sugawa looks over to see a table full of food as Takamori happily explains that she prepared lunch, but got a little carried away. Sugawa asks in amazement if she made all of it by herself, and as Takamori replies that she hopes he likes it, he stands completely shocked because he knows she previously had no cooking skills at all. Suddenly, Sugawa's stomach lets out a loud growl, and a deeply embarrassed Sugawa apologizes, explaining that it is only because the food looks so delicious. Takamori blushes slightly and holds up a piece of food, asking him to say ah. Sugawa stands frozen in complete shock, wondering if she is actually trying to feed him by hand. He accepts the bite and happily chews on the food while Takamori watches him expectantly. Takamori eagerly asks him how it tasted. Sugawa happily declares that it is absolutely perfect, which makes Takamori cheer with joy. When Sugawa insists on doing the cleaning by himself, Takamori pleads to let her help, quietly telling herself that she must at least be capable of helping out. Sugawa is caught off guard by her uncharacteristic seriousness, but before he can say anything, the front door suddenly opens and Akaru calls out to him. Akaru suddenly bursts into the room, cheerfully introducing himself to Takamori and thanking her for taking care of his brother, while a panicked Sugawa demands to know why he did not wait outside. Takamori looks at Akaru in quiet surprise. Akaru asks Sugawa if he knows this woman, explaining that he recognized her from earlier that day. Akaru reveals that he saw her having an argument with a man at a cafe. Akaru directly asks Takamori what happened and why she was arguing with that man. Takamori gasps softly, looking completely taken aback by his direct question. Worried by the sudden tension, Sugawa quickly steps in to apologize for his brother's prying, while a complaining Akaru claims he is only looking out for him. Sighing deeply, Akaru explains that his first girlfriend cheated on him and warns that women are great actresses, before casually asking Takamori where the plates are kept. Looking into the cupboard, Akaru casually announces that he will be staying at the apartment today and asks Takamori to take good care of him. Sugawa angrily scolds his brother for making himself at home, but Takamori warmly reassures him that it is perfectly fine since she already prepared plenty of food. An awkward silence settles over the dining table as they eat, leaving Sugawa to nervously wonder what on earth his younger brother is thinking. Akaru quietly watches Takamori as she eats, wondering to himself if something actually happened with her earlier. Sugawa looks over at Takamori and quietly admits to himself that he really does not know anything about her. Later that night, the apartment grows quiet as everyone prepares to sleep. Setting up bedding on the floor, Sugawa reassures Takamori that it is perfectly fine for her to use the bed, though she sleepily responds that she can sleep anywhere anyway. While sharing a mattress with his brother in the dark room, Sugawa is startled when he suddenly hears a soft voice calling out to him. He opens his eyes to find Takamori leaning right over him in the dark, softly whispering his name. Panicking, Sugawa quickly whispers her name in shock, but Takamori puts a finger to her lips to signal him to keep quiet so they do not wake Akaru. Takamori apologizes and explains that she wanted to tell him something before going to sleep, prompting a nervous Sugawa to ask her what happened. When she mentions that she wanted to address what Akaru said earlier, Sugawa quickly apologizes on behalf of his brother, assuming it was a private matter. Takamori suddenly grabs hold of the blanket with a tight grip, her expression turning serious. Looking down anxiously, she confesses that she was worried he would be disappointed in her and wanted to clear up any misunderstanding. A flustered Sugawa quickly waves his hands and assures her that there is absolutely no need to explain herself, reasoning that she must have her own personal reasons. Sugawa looks her in the eyes and earnestly explains that since they are living together, he can see how hard she always works, declaring that he will always be her ally. Takamori stares up at him with deeply touched, emotional eyes. She slowly leans her body in extremely close to him. Leaning right against his cheek, she softly whispers her thanks, leaving a stunned Sugawa completely frozen. Suddenly, a loud yell echoes through the room as someone notices what is happening. Akaru bolts upright in bed, pointing a finger at them and dramatically yelling that Takamori is sneaking into his brother's bed. Sugawa stands completely mortified while Takamori looks on in utter surprise at the sudden intrusion. Gritting his teeth, Akaru declares that he simply cannot trust Takamori after what he just saw. Desperate to protect his brother, Akaru grabs Sugawa and drags him out of the apartment, insisting that they flee to the hotel before she drains his wallet. Sugawa can only look back in sheer bewilderment as his younger brother pulls him away into the night. Takamori is left standing alone in the hallway, looking completely downcast and hurt. Ultimately, they end up spending the night at a hotel after running away from the apartment. The next morning, Akaru asks if his brother is heading to work, but Sugawa explains that he needs to return home first to change since he has off-site business for the next 2 days. Akaru waves goodbye and tells him to take care of himself as they part ways. Back at the office, someone types busily on a computer keyboard. Takamori suddenly pauses her work and gazes up at the clock, seemingly lost in thought. Takamori silently notes that Sugawa is working off-site today, before handing her completed paperwork to Nishi, earning praise from her colleagues for her usual flawless work. While her co-workers find a rare typo in her documents and dismiss it as no big deal, a deeply exhausted Takamori sits, slumped on the floor in the empty hallway. She stares blankly, unable to stop thinking about Sugawa and his brother leaving her the previous night. Her thoughts are suddenly interrupted when her phone vibrates, and she looks down to find a message from Sugawa. Looking at the screen, her eyes widen with a mix of surprise and worry. Outside, rain begins to pour over the city, and a surprised Sugawa walks along under his umbrella. Suddenly, Sugawa spots Takamori walking ahead in the rain and quickly calls out her name to get her attention. Sugawa watches her with growing concern, realizing that she is walking in the completely opposite direction from their way home. As she approaches the entrance of an apartment building, a man suddenly calls out her first name, leaving her completely frozen in shock. Haruto questions if she is finally being honest with herself and suggests she might still be angry because he left her, but adds that he does not care. Haruto reaches out his hand and tells her to come back to him. Instead of taking his hand, Takamori bows deeply to him. She apologizes and firmly states that things would never work out between them again. She explains that although they were only together for a few weeks, she realized she could never be his ideal woman and can never forget what he said to her. She remembers an evening when she came home tired, and Haruto demanded to know where the food was even though she offered to whip up something quick. Haruto coldly accused her of simply slacking off. He sneered that she is a woman and should at least be able to cook, questioning why she could not. He declared that housework is a woman's job and accused her of depending on others, finally calling her a failure as a woman. Back then, Takamori could only stand at the kitchen sink crying silently to herself. Back in the present, Haruto suggests that if she cooperates with him, they can start things over, asking if she wants to. Takamori looks at him firmly and declares that she does not want to go back to him. She apologizes once more as she starts deleting his phone number right in front of him. Haruto's expression twists in pure rage at her rejection. He aggressively grabs her wrist to stop her, causing her to cry out in pain. Suddenly, another hand tightly grips Haruto's wrist, forcing him to let go. Sugawa stands right there glaring at Haruto with intense determination. Sugawa pulls a crying Takamori safely behind his back, confronting Haruto directly. Haruto demands to know what Sugawa is doing as Takamori clings tightly to Sugawa's side. While Takamori gasps out Sugawa's name in surprise, Haruto demands to know who on earth he is. Sugawa calmly states that he is her co-worker and stepped in because he saw she was in trouble. Haruto dismisses his answer, pointing out that Sugawa is just an outsider who has nothing to do with her. Sugawa firmly replies that they are actually living together for personal reasons, and that he cannot overlook this situation as her housemate. Haruto laughs mockingly at the revelation, commenting that it explains why they are so close before smugly revealing that he is actually her ex-boyfriend, which leaves Sugawa completely stunned. While Takamori looks down in silence, Sugawa realizes with a pang that this man is the ex-boyfriend she has been meeting. Haruto leans in uncomfortably close, mockingly asking Sugawa how long he has been living with her. Haruto sneers as he begins to talk about her. Haruto laughs loudly and insults Takamori, calling her cute but incredibly sloppy, adding that a single week was his limit because she cannot cook or do laundry. Takamori forces a pained, tearful smile as Haruto declares that she always skips housework and is just a failure as a woman. Sugawa looks at Haruto and firmly defends her, stating that she is doing the best she can. Takamori looks up at him with wide, tearful eyes. Sugawa argues that it is wrong to burden one person with everything, questioning why she should be the only one expected to do all of that. Infuriated, Haruto shoves Sugawa back, angrily demanding if Sugawa is accusing him of being in the wrong. Sugawa slips on the wet ground and falls backward, prompting a worried Takamori to cry out his name and rush to his side. While Haruto walks away in the background, Takamori asks if he is okay, and a wet Sugawa replies that they need to quickly seek shelter from the rain. Suddenly, Takamori bursts into heavy tears right in front of him, leaving Sugawa completely panicked. Sugawa frantically apologizes for speaking on her behalf without asking first, but Takamori interrupts him to tell him how much his presence means to her. Smiling warmly through her tears, she admits that his coming to her rescue has made her incredibly happy. Sugawa looks at her with a warm, gentle smile as she cries. Sugawa gently comforts her, telling her not to worry about any of the cruel things her ex-boyfriend said. As the rain continues, her soaked shirt clings transparently to her body, exposing her underwear underneath. Blushing furiously, Sugawa quickly removes his jacket and drapes it over her shoulders to cover her up, for which she softly thanks him. Holding hands, Takamori suggests they hurry up before they get completely soaked, and they begin to walk back together. Feeling her warm hand in his, Sugawa's heart pounds heavily in his chest. The next day, Sugawa sniffles and coughs while walking outside, realizing he might have caught a cold from getting soaked in the rain the previous night. Suddenly, Haruto calls out to him, revealing that he has been waiting for him. Sugawa stands completely taken aback, wondering what the man wants with him. Haruto sits next to him and begins showing him photos of different women on his phone, commenting on how cute one model is and praising a nurse's attractive figure. As they sit together on a park bench, Haruto casually asks Sugawa what type of girl he prefers, leaving Sugawa to nervously wonder how they ended up in this bizarre situation. Sugawa lets out a small cough and asks him what is wrong and why he is showing him all of this. Haruto offers to introduce him to any type of girl he likes, pointing out another woman on his screen who is family-oriented and would love to be a housewife. Haruto urges Sugawa to end his relationship with Takamori, claiming that seeing other lovely women will help him snap out of his attachment to her. Sugawa stands silently as he listens to Haruto's true intention of wanting him to detach from Takamori by meeting someone else. Assuming that a plain-looking guy like Sugawa would easily take the bait of meeting beautiful women, Haruto confidently smiles and waits for his response. Sugawa speaks up in a quiet but firm tone, stating that Takamori is a truly lovely person. He calmly explains that human beings have many different sides to them and declares that he already knows many of those wonderful, lovely sides of Takamori. Haruto's eye widens in surprise at Sugawa's response. Haruto recalls a flashback from a past dinner gathering where someone commented on his socializing skills, prompting him to irritably hand Takamori a plate to do the serving. He remembers how Takamori had warmly smiled and thanked him, calling him a nice person just for that small gesture. Lost in thought, Haruto looks down in silence. Sugawa smiles and tells him that he actually thinks Haruto is a really kind person deep down. Sugawa trails off as he looks over at the silent man. Haruto turns to him with a serious expression and asks what Sugawa could possibly know about him before telling him to drop it. Declaring that he does not want to waste his time any further, Haruto turns and walks away, leaving Sugawa watching him in silence. Suddenly, Sugawa's phone begins to ring, and when he answers, a highly excited Akaru calls him with some major news. Akaru ecstatically explains that his girlfriend did not actually cheat on him, but was simply shopping for a birthday present with her cousin, leaving Sugawa to sweat at his brother's dramatic misunderstanding. Crying tears of pure relief, Akaru declares that love is truly amazing while his girlfriend playfully accuses him of exaggerating. Noting to himself how incredibly loud his brother is, Sugawa listens as Akaru promises to apologize next time and demands an update on his relationship with Takamori before hanging up. Sugawa stands holding his phone, reflecting on his brother's words about his relationship. Blushing furiously at the thought of being in a relationship with her, Sugawa walks back home in a panic, realizing Akaru still has completely the wrong idea about them. As he reaches for the front door handle, he solemnly reminds himself that from her perspective, he is likely nothing more than a helpful coworker. Opening the door, Sugawa is startled to find Takamori lying flat on her stomach directly on the entryway floor while holding her phone. Takamori looks up in delight and welcomes him back, leaving a deeply blushing Sugawa to wonder if she had actually been waiting on the floor for his return. As they stand close together in the entrance, Sugawa suddenly drops his grocery bag in surprise. Takamori wraps her arms around him in a tight, affectionate hug, softly thanking him for rescuing her the previous day. Caught completely off guard, Sugawa blushes furiously and struggles to breathe, as his heart pounds wildly in his chest, feeling his vision begin to blur from the overwhelming closeness. Sugawa grows completely limp and begins to slide down out of her embrace as he loses consciousness. His eyes close completely as a high fever overcomes him. A thermometer beeps loudly inside the apartment, registering a high body temperature of 38.1 degrees. Lying sick in bed with a cooling sheet on his forehead, Sugawa sniffles and confirms to himself that he has officially caught a cold. He figures his illness is from getting drenched in the rain, but feels glad that he got sick instead of Takamori just before a gentle knock sounds on his bedroom door. Takamori slides the door open, carrying a tray with a hot bowl of food, and asks how he is doing, leaving a panicked Sugawa to ask why she is not at work. She explains that she got worried about him and requested to work from home today, which causes an embarrassed Sugawa to pull the blanket tightly over his face. As she stares at him with a gentle smile, Sugawa's heart begins to pound rapidly. She sweet-temperedly tells him that she wants to take care of him today. Sugawa nervously thanks her as she explains that she made some porridge before starting her work and asks if he is hungry before carefully blowing on a spoonful to cool it down. Takamori holds out the spoon and feeds him, leaving Sugawa completely flustered as his heart continues to race. Suddenly, her alarm goes off, indicating it is 10 minutes before she has to log on for work, so she politely says goodbye and reminds him to call her if he needs anything. Once the door closes, Sugawa lies back in bed with a flushed smile, thinking about her words and realizing that despite being sick, he feels incredibly happy. Determined to at least take care of his own dishes, Sugawa quietly steps out of his room and heads to the kitchen sink. A soft, typing sound echoes from the living room. Sugawa peeks around the corner and spots Takamori intently focused on her laptop while working from the couch. He quietly observes her serious, focused expression as she concentrates on her duties. Looking at her, Sugawa clutches his collar as a warm, affectionate blush spreads across his face. He settles comfortably back into his bed, feeling secure and cared for. Seeing her encouraging smile in his thoughts, Sugawa tells himself that he must recover soon before drifting into a deep sleep. Sometime later, Sugawa wakes up in the dark, noting that he fell asleep and has broken into a heavy sweat, though he now feels a bit chilly. Suddenly, a gentle hand begins using a damp towel to carefully wipe the sweat from his neck. He looks up to find Takamori leaning closely over him to wipe his body. Startled, Sugawa quickly sits up and yells her name, but she calmly insists that she needs to dry off his body since he is sweating, prompting a highly embarrassed Sugawa to stammer that he can handle the front himself. As his heart pounds rapidly, Sugawa sits shirtless on the bed while Takamori carefully wipes his back from behind. Highly conscious of her touch, Sugawa closes his eyes, nervously telling himself that this intense situation is growing far too dangerous. Suddenly, Takamori leans forward and wraps her arms around him, resting her head against his bare shoulder. She clings tightly to his arm, pressing her chest directly against his back and leaving him completely speechless. She softly whispers that she hopes he recovers from his cold very soon. Sugawa's heart pounds furiously as his face turns bright red from her sudden embrace. To his absolute surprise, she immediately falls fast asleep on his shoulder, leaving him completely frozen. Ironically, while Sugawa busies himself taking care of Takamori and making sure she does not catch a cold by sleeping on the bare bed, his own fever completely breaks. Fully recovered, Sugawa arrives at the office the next morning and cheerfully greets his colleagues. He walks in to find a frantic female coworker hugging Takamori tightly and begging for her help, which catches him completely off guard. The coworker explains that she has been assigned to train the new employee, but cannot handle the responsibility. Just as the sound of sharp high heels echoing down the hall signals the new recruit's arrival. The stylish new rookie Igarashi Azusa confidently sweeps into the room, while coworkers warn that she is a dangerous and aggressive woman from the advertising department. Azusa immediately walks past the others to target Sugawa, casually calling him part-timer. Azusa asks Sugawa to handle her paperwork, claiming she has an urgent meeting and does not have the time. She casually walks away, telling him to return the papers, when finished leaving a sweating Sugawa with a stack of work as the female coworker notes that he just got taken advantage of. The coworker grumbles that Azusa always finds excuses to dodge tedious tasks like data entry, only to swoop in and take all the credit at the end by offering to submit the finished work. Takamori suddenly steps in and tells Sugawa that he does not have to do the work before calling out Azusa's name to stop her. Takamori firmly declares that she will be in charge of Azusa's training for today. During training, Azusa demands to make a document flashier and complains that she does not understand Takamori's instructions, but Takamori calmly explains that her method makes editing easier and saves time. Azusa leans back in frustration, groaning that she wants to remember how she did the task, but is struggling to follow Takamori's instructions. Takamori gently explains that work is not about doing everything alone, but about collaborating and developing better methods to achieve their goals together. She adds that if any issues arise, Azusa can always ask anyone around for help, while the department chief watches them approvingly. Azusa suddenly stomps her heel hard against the floor in frustration, causing a nearby Sugawa to flinch in shock. Glaring silently, Azusa seethes with intense frustration toward Takamori. Later that night at the apartment, Sugawa sits at the table with a glass of water and warmly welcomes Takamori home. Sugawa asks if she is okay as she collapses face down onto the couch in exhaustion. Takamori groans that she cannot even move, leaving a blushing Sugawa to note that she is even more defenseless than usual. Sugawa looks at her with a gentle, appreciative smile. Sugawa happily tells her that she seemed incredibly cool at the office today. He admits that he never properly thanked her for taking care of him when he had a cold and offers to do whatever he can to help her in return. Looking at him with a soft, blushing smile, she extends her hand out toward him. Sugawa blushes intensely when she asks if he can massage her hand. He gently takes her hand and begins to massage it. Sugawa blushes deeply as he gently holds her hand, noting to himself how incredibly soft it feels and wondering if it is really okay for him to do this. He gives her hand a firm, warm squeeze. Fidgeting slightly with a shy smile, Takamori quietly tells him that she feels much better now. Sugawa lets out a flustered yell, his face flushing crimson in embarrassment. Desperate to hide his intense embarrassment, Sugawa quickly bids her a good night and flees the room, anxiously telling himself that he definitely will not be able to sleep tonight. Somewhere else, a finger clicks a mouse to send a detailed document. Azusa smiles smugly at her laptop as she hits send on the message. At the office, a frantic atmosphere takes over as the staff scrambles to meet an urgent looming deadline. While Sugawa runs around carrying heavy boxes during their busy season, Chief Sekuta calls out to Takamori while she is on the phone. Chief Sekuta instructs Takamori to join him in the conference room because they need to talk privately. Inside the conference room, Chief Sekuta presents a printed complaint report claiming that Takamori taught a junior nothing and only scolded her for her mistakes. Chief Sekuta asks Takamori if she has any knowledge of this formal report filed against her. Takamori stands frozen, her eyes wide with shock and confusion at the false accusation. As Takamori softly replies that she knows nothing about it, Chief Sekuta explains that he will have to interview the rest of the staff to verify the claims. Takamori quietly agrees to the investigation and exits the room looking incredibly dejected, barely reacting when a coworker cheerfully greets her. Azusa watches her walk away, resting her chin on her hands with a highly satisfied, smug smile. While a worried Sugawa watches in the background, Azusa cheerfully bids Takamori a good evening, to which Takamori quietly responds with a tired thank you. Azusa gleefully glares at her dejected senior mockingly, thinking about how depressed and pathetic Takamori looks. While Azusa silently glares and thinks that this is what they deserve for messing with her, Chief Sekuta suddenly approaches Sugawa and asks if he has a moment. Chief Sekuta shows Sugawa the complaint report to get his opinion on the matter, prompting Sugawa to review it intently before calling out to stop the chief and Takamori as they prepare to leave. Sugawa firmly declares that there is something wrong with the report, asserting that Takamori would never behave in such a manner. Takamori looks at him with wide, emotional eyes while Azusa watches them in annoyance. Azusa crosses her arms and defensively tells him to look at what the report says, but Sugawa sweatily asks if she was indeed the one who wrote it. Pointing directly to the document, Sugawa points out to the chief that the text is riddled with several glaring typos. As the rest of the staff watches, a flustered Azusa puffs her cheeks, while Chief Sekuta clears his throat and sternly tells everyone to focus on their own work, instructing Azusa to check over her own files. While Sugawa stands wondering if the issue has been resolved, someone suddenly pokes him from behind. Takamori stands back to back with him, gently holding his hand behind their backs. Smiling softly with tears in her eyes, she quietly whispers her thanks to him. Sugawa's heart pounds furiously as his face flushes red just as another coworker loudly calls out to Takamori for help. Fully re-energized, Takamori cheerfully heads off to help her coworkers, leaving a heavily blushing Sugawa behind. Back at her desk, an extremely irritated Azusa groans that checking data is tedious and boring. The department chief suddenly approaches her cubicle and asks if she is free to take on a new project. Instantly switching to a bright, enthusiastic smile, Azusa eagerly replies that she is all ears. As she walks away with the chief, her unattended computer screen displays a system pop-up warning that it will reboot in 30 minutes. Sometime later, a coworker asks Azusa if she saved her data while Azusa casually sips from her coffee cup. Azusa dismisses the concern and waves her hand, declaring that it is fine and does not matter, while her computer screen displays a message indicating that her unsaved data has been completely cleared. The next morning, a sudden wave of panic sweeps through the office. Azusa walks into the office to find her panicked coworkers in complete disarray, frantically explaining that the crucial data for their nationwide event has been completely lost. Azusa panics as her coworker frantically asks if she knows anything about the crucial event data that disappeared from the cloud. The coworker shakes Azusa by her shoulders, repeating that they will run out of time if they do not print the files today, and desperately asking if she altered the data. Azusa grows defensive, silently wondering why she is being asked about it, and telling herself that there is no reason she would know. Her eyes widen in horror as she suddenly recalls her computer rebooting and her unsaved data being cleared. Azusa gasps as her coworker notices her expression and demands to know if she has a clue, leaving Azusa stammering. Swallowing her panic, Azusa defensively tells herself that nobody told her the data was actually that important. She quickly lies to her coworker, claiming that someone told her to leave the data as it was and pinning the blame on Takamori. As Azusa continues her excuse, her manager steps in to scold her for her irresponsible behavior in leaving the file unsaved. The manager sternly declares that she can no longer trust Azusa to get any tasks done. Suddenly, the door flies open and Takamori bursts into the room out of breath and apologizing for being late. The manager immediately scolds Takamori, demanding to know why she is late in the middle of such a critical emergency, while Azusa watches in surprise. Still catching her breath, Takamori smiles warmly and holds up a USB drive announcing that she has brought a backup of the data. While her coworkers cheer in relief, Takamori explains that she kept a backup copy at her house, which is why she had to rush back to grab it. The manager stops everyone and turns to Takamori, pointing out that she was supposed to be responsible for training Asura and asking what she plans to do about the situation. Takamori looks at a silent, sweating Asura and steps forward. Takamori calmly takes full responsibility, stating that the entire mistake was her own fault as Asura's superior. She bows deeply to her manager, apologizing sincerely for any inconvenience caused. Rising from her bow, Takamori gently asks Asura if she can handle the follow-up process for the delivery from now on. Asura can only stare back in absolute silence, completely stunned by her senior's sudden kindness and selflessness. The office erupts into frantic activity as the coworkers work at breakneck speed to print the backup files. They watch the clock anxiously, knowing they are down to the final minutes before the deadline. Fortunately, they manage to complete the printing just in time, prompting the crying manager to hug Takamori tightly and apologize for being so hard on her while the rest of the staff celebrates. Sometime later, a coworker dials a number on the desk phone to transfer an incoming call. Asura answers the transferred call and introduces herself while Takamori watches. Asura looks slightly puzzled, noting that the caller wants her to transfer them to the planning department. Takamori steps in with a warm smile and guides her through the correct transfer process as the busy day finally transitions into night. Returning home from his business trip, Sugawa quietly sneaks into the apartment, worried about Takamori since he heard about the massive mess that occurred at the office that day. He quietly peeks into her bedroom to find her already fast asleep and completely wrapped in her blankets. Gently smiling, Sugawa quietly whispers to her that she did a great job today and decides to drape an extra blanket over her to ensure she sleeps comfortably. However, as he pulls back the sheet to cover her, Sugawa stands completely frozen in absolute shock upon discovering that she is sleeping completely naked. Sugawa blushes furiously, his eyes bulging as his gaze is drawn directly to her fully exposed chest. Letting out a panicked scream, Sugawa frantically throws the blanket over her body and wraps her up as tightly as possible. Takamori merely smiles peacefully in her sleep, completely oblivious, leaving a mortified Sugawa to reflect on how incredibly defenseless she always is. At the office, the manager sternly informs Asura that she is fired for her irresponsible mistakes, while a sympathetic Takamori looks on. Asura stands completely frozen, her eyes wide with shock and disbelief at being dismissed. Later that evening, Sugawa notes that Takamori seems to be having a lot of fun, prompting her to explain that she is watching a live stream from an aquarium where she can see dolphins and fish moving in real time. Blushing slightly, Sugawa asks Takamori if she wants to go to the aquarium with him, and she happily agrees. However, Takamori quickly slumps back on the couch, groaning that she gets too tired from walking and wouldn't be able to enjoy herself. While Takamori sits looking dejected, Sugawa notices a pamphlet in his hands advertising a home planetarium and theater set. Rushing up from his seat, Sugawa tells her to wait a minute before running out of the room. He quickly returns and dumps a bag of newly purchased craft items on the floor, explaining that he bought them in a hurry. Excitedly, Sugawa explains that they can use these items to build their very own aquarium right in this room. He explains that they can use the planetarium set to project light while drawing fish to paste on the walls to simulate the sea, and immediately begins sketching on a sheet of paper. He holds up his hand-drawn picture of a rather uniquely styled penguin. Takamori looks at the drawing and politely asks what it is, prompting a proud Sugawa to declare that it is a penguin. Takamori trembles and blushes as she struggles with all her might to hold back a massive explosion of laughter. Ultimately, she collapses onto the floor in a fit of laughter, leaving a highly panicked Sugawa to ask if she is okay. Wiping away a tear, Takamori apologizes, admitting that she simply laughed way too hard. Blushing sheepishly, Sugawa admits that he was never much of an artist, but a smiling Takamori reassures him that he has a very unique and endearing art style. Watching her, Sugawa feels relieved to see that she is at least having a lot of fun. After a short while, Sugawa happily announces that he has finished setting up the projector. Takamori cheers and suggests they turn on the lamp, and they switch the projector on as the room goes dark. Takamori gasps in awe as the room is beautifully transformed into a glowing undersea world filled with their hand-drawn fish. While Takamori gazes at the glowing lights in wonder, noting how beautiful it is, Sugawa quietly stares at her lovely face. She turns to him with a warm, gentle smile, leaving Sugawa to feel as though they are on an actual date. His heart beats rapidly in his chest as he blushes deeply at her side. Takamori happily suggests that they explore their indoor aquarium. She takes his hand and leads him along, explaining that the kitchen is the jellyfish zone, the corridor represents sea currents, and they can even spot dolphins along the way. Sugawa is pleasantly surprised to see his uniquely drawn penguin pasted alongside other penguins as a happy family on the wall. Takamori looks at him with a gentle smile and holds his hands, remarking on how cute the drawings are, causing Sugawa's heart to skip a beat. Sugawa blushes intensely, completely overwhelmed by how fast his heart races whenever he is close to her. Watching her serene expression in the soft light, Sugawa silently wonders how she truly feels about him. Takamori turns to him and asks if she can keep his hand-drawn penguin. Sugawa is startled but agrees when she eagerly asks if she can keep it to make it even cuter. Reflecting on how incredibly happy he is, Sugawa thinks that they should definitely do this again just before the next day arrives at the office. Takamori happily shows off her phone, which now has Sugawa's goofy penguin drawing pasted onto the back of its case. While her co-workers crowd around to admire the cute penguin on her phone, Azusa grumbles that it looks messed up, leaving Sugawa blushing and sweating as he eats his lunch nearby. Later at the office, a co-worker shows her phone to Takamori and demands to know who the handsome man is catching Sugawa's attention. Azusa smugly explains that the man is her fitness trainer and friend who has won multiple bodybuilding contests, and when the co-workers ask Takamori for her opinion, she warmly replies that people who train are indeed very cool. Hearing her compliment muscular men, Sugawa and his male co-workers react with absolute shock. The motivated co-workers immediately vow to sign up for a gym and eat only chicken to bulk up, leaving a sweating Sugawa to watch them in disbelief as night falls over the city. After getting out of the shower at home, Sugawa looks at his reflection in the mirror and self-consciously clutches his average untrained stomach. He lets out a heavy sigh, unable to forget Takamori's comment about how cool muscular men are. Looking out at the cloudy sky, Sugawa tells himself that if he changes his body, maybe she will finally notice him as a man. While Sugawa is counting out loud and doing some leg stretches, Takamori walks in and curiously asks him what he is doing, catching him completely off guard. Blushing sheepishly, Sugawa explains that he has not worked out in a while, so he decided to do some stretching before attempting any strength exercises. Takamori happily decides to join him, and while a surprised Sugawa stammers in response, she begins to tie her hair back to get ready. Rushing back in athletic shorts and a t-shirt, she apologizes for keeping him waiting and suggests they use her phone to look up some exercises they can do together. Sugawa eagerly agrees, internally celebrating and thinking about how much fun this is going to be. They begin their stretches with the sound of tense muscles echoing in the room. Holding hands with Takamori for a partner hamstring stretch, Sugawa groans in agony as his stiff back struggles to bend, prompting a concerned Takamori to ask if he is all right. Panting heavily on the floor, Sugawa admits that the stretch is much tougher than he anticipated, and as Takamori offers to switch, he can only marvel at how incredibly flexible her body is. They continue with a variety of partner stretches, leaving Sugawa groaning in pain, while Takamori effortlessly flows through every movement. 30 minutes later, a heavily panting Sugawa sits on the floor and proudly announces that his body feels a bit more flexible, suggesting they finally move on to some actual strength exercises. Suddenly, Takamori collapses flat on her stomach onto the floor in complete exhaustion, prompting a panicked Sugawa to ask if she is okay. Groaning on the floor, Takamori apologizes and confesses that she spent all of her energy just on the stretching, leaving Sugawa to silently reflect on his failed hopes. Sugawa gently drapes a dry towel over her head and speaks to her encouragingly. He reassures her with a warm smile, praising her for trying her best anyway. Takamori looks up at him with wide-touched eyes as Sugawa happily suggests that since it is his first time working out too, they should just take it one step at a time. She softly smiles and agrees, and a motivated Sugawa decides to start by doing some simple sit-ups. Takamori cheerfully crawls over and offers to hold his feet down for him. Laying back on the floor, Sugawa resolutely tells himself that he wants to show her his cool side, even if it is only a little bit. He rises up to find Takamori kneeling directly in front of him, looking down at his face with a warm, encouraging smile as she cheers him on. As he lifts himself up, Sugawa is suddenly caught off guard by her extreme physical closeness. Sugawa's eyes widen in sheer panic as he stares blankly ahead. Standing up abruptly, a heavily blushing Sugawa blurts out that it would be better for him to go running. Kneeling on the floor, a confused Takamori bids him a safe trip. Sugawa runs vigorously through the park, chanting to himself to empty his mind and vowing not to return home until he has fully calmed down. The next day, he suffers from intense muscle pain. Two female co-workers closely inspect a small cosmetic item together. A male colleague asks Sugawa why the women in the office are taking such meticulous care of their appearances today. Sugawa explains that they are likely preparing for the upcoming photo shoot for the company pamphlet renewal, just as someone loudly calls out to Takamori. A female co-worker panics while Takamori calmly mentions that she has not done her hair yet, even though the photo shoot is about to begin. Takamori gently pins back her co-worker's hair, complimenting her exposed forehead just as a man steps into the room and excuses himself. The man cheerfully introduces himself as Demichi, the cameraman. Sugawa hands him a document and asks if his camera is the newest model on the market, prompting a laughing Demichi to confirm that he recently bought it. Sugawa directs Demichi into the office, instructing him to take the photos according to their prepared list. Sugawa and Takamori exchange a quiet glance. Takamori gently strokes Sugawa's head, telling him that his hair is incredibly fluffy and cute, which causes him to blush deeply. Demichi focuses his camera directly on Takamori's rear while nervously expressing his thanks, leaving a flustered Sugawa standing beside him. Demichi stares intensely through the viewfinder of his camera. Demichi signals with his arms that they have finished all the required shots, thanking the staff for their hard work as they happily applaud. Demichi approaches Takamori and requests to take a few more photos, asking her to strike a serious, mature pose. Demichi continuously snaps photos of Takamori while instructing her to smile and pretend to type on the keyboard while standing. Demichi crouches down to take photos from an uncomfortably low angle behind her knees, leaving Takamori looking slightly uneasy. Demichi smiles creepily as he reaches his hand out toward Takamori. Sugawa suddenly steps in and sternly asks Demichi what he is doing. Sugawa firmly informs Demichi that he cannot take photos that are not included on the approved list, while Takamori watches him in surprise. Annoyed, Demichi clicks his tongue and tells Sugawa not to try acting cool, glaring at him while Sugawa clenches his fist protectively in front of Takamori. A sign indicates the location of the office kitchen. Inside the kitchen area, Sugawa asks Takamori if she is all right, and she forces a smile as she apologizes and insists that she is fine. Takamori awkwardly admits that it was her fault for not saying no to the photographer clearly enough. As Takamori looks down with a strained smile, Sugawa stares at her with a serious expression. Sugawa firmly tells her that she is wrong. He softly explains that he knows she actually wanted to say no but was simply too afraid to speak up. Sugawa looks at her with a gentle expression and reassures her that she did absolutely nothing wrong. Takamori's eyes widen as heavy tears begin to well up, deeply moved by his comforting words. Sugawa accidentally leans in and places his hand on the wall beside her, but immediately panics and steps back, frantically waving his hands and apologizing for his unintended action. Suddenly, a camera shutter clicks, capturing a photo of them standing awkwardly close together, as if in an intimate embrace. Demichi stands holding his camera, mockingly asking Sugawa if he is having an office romance. Demichi smirks mischievously from behind his camera lens. Sugawa and Takamori stare back at the photographer in complete shock and horror. Demichi smiles smugly as a panicked Sugawa immediately steps in front of Takamori, raising his hand to shield her from the camera. Demichi mockingly asks if the company is aware of their particular kind of relationship. Sugawa angrily accuses Demichi of pushing him on purpose, while Demichi casually feigns ignorance and asks what he means. Showing them the incriminating photo of their accidental embrace on his camera screen, Demichi smugly points out that their boss has to check all of today's photos. Sugawa and Takamori stare at the screen in absolute horror. As he walks away, Demichi teasingly remarks that he should be very careful not to let this specific photo get mixed up with the rest of the official batch. Trying to reassure a panicked Sugawa, Takamori clenches her fist and firmly promises to explain exactly what happened to their boss. Sugawa reflects on Dimichi's words, quietly acknowledging to himself that their relationship has indeed changed recently. He gently places a hand on her shoulder, noting that if the picture spreads across the company, everyone will assume they are having an office affair, which would be terrible for Takamori's reputation. Later that night at the apartment, Sugawa admits that he was so exhausted from the day's events that he got a bit carried away and ordered a large pizza. Takamori warmly smiles and reassures him that it is perfectly fine to have delivery every once in a while. Sugawa happily takes a bite, noting that he has not had pizza at home in a very long time. Takamori suddenly falls silent, staring intently at him across the table. Later that night, Sugawa lies fast asleep in his bed. Sugawa suddenly wakes up in the middle of the night, panting slightly as he feels a strange warmth. He looks down to find Takamori slowly sliding under his blankets. Takamori casually snuggles into his bed beside him, leaving Sugawa completely bewildered. Blushing furiously, panicking, Sugawa asks himself what she is doing. Sugawa points out that they are far too close to each other in the single bed, to which Takamori gently apologizes for waking him up. Lying extremely close, Takamori gazes into his eyes and softly explains that his mood seemed different during dinner. As she shyly admits, she thought staying by his side would be okay to comfort him, Sugawa realizes with a pounding heart that she was genuinely worried about him. Takamori tightly hugs Sugawa from behind as they lie together in his bed. Her chest presses firmly against his back in the close embrace. A heavily blushing Sugawa listens as Takamori softly suggests that hugging each other might help them feel more relieved. While Takamori sleeps soundly clinging to him, Sugawa nervously notes that he feels highly distracted and realizes he definitely will not be able to sleep tonight. Back at the office, the department chief calls Sugawa over to his desk, asking him to help sort through the recent pamphlet photos since he was in charge of the shoot. Sugawa and Takamori look at the monitor as the chief points out a great group photo of their co-workers. The chief suddenly points at the screen to bring up another specific photo, causing Sugawa to flinch in sheer panic. The photo displayed on the screen shows Sugawa and Takamori standing together by a bright window filled with beautiful flowers, smiling warmly at one another. The chief praises the picture for highlighting great workplace vibes between men and women, leaving a highly relieved Sugawa to silently wonder what happened to the other compromising photo before the chief asks for one more favor. The chief explains that his niece is the representative of the photo studio and that she had a special request after checking their photos. The chief cheerfully reveals that his niece asked if Takamori could be a model for her studio. Takamori, Sugawa, and their co-workers stare back in complete surprise at the unexpected modeling offer. Takamori loudly expresses her shock at the request, while a sweating Sugawa immediately pictures her modeling in a revealing bikini. Takamori loudly questions the modeling request in complete shock, while Sugawa nervously imagines her posing in a skimpy two-piece swimsuit. A few days later, the scene transitions. Sugawa swallows nervously as he and Takamori arrive together outside a large church. Standing in front of the massive double doors, Sugawa admits that it is his first time visiting a church, while Takamori wonders if it is okay for them to just walk straight inside. A woman with a distinctive side shave haircut approaches Sugawa and Takamori holding a drink and politely excuses herself. Realizing that she is their department chief's niece, Sugawa immediately throws himself into a deep, desperate bow and loudly apologizes, startling Takamori. The woman formally introduces herself as Ibuki Sakuda, the studio representative, and kindly invites Sugawa and Takamori to have a drink as they sit down at a fancy table. Clenching her fist in sheer frustration, Ibuki explains that they demoted Dimichi after discovering he took far too many inappropriate photos that completely ignored their company's actual request. Sugawa frantically waves his hands to stop Ibuki from bowing on the floor in shame, silently noting to himself that despite her intense apology, she seems to be a genuinely good person. Ibuki suddenly glances at the clock and panics that it is getting too late, prompting a smiling Takamori to gently bring up the modeling request she had mentioned earlier. An assistant peeks through the door to announce that it is time, and a highly energized Ibuki firmly asks her staff to guide their new model to the dressing room. As Takamori follows Ibuki out of the room, Sugawa awkwardly excuses himself and sits alone on the couch, nervously wondering what he is supposed to do in the meantime. Ibuki suddenly pulls out the lovely photo of Sugawa and Takamori smiling together by the window, cheerfully pointing out that he is the man in the picture. Handing him the printed photo, Ibuki warmly admits that she fell in love with the picture the moment she saw it, and specifically asked her uncle to let her keep it before leaving and telling Sugawa to go look at Tokomori in her dress. Sugawa freezes in place as his face flushes bright red, his mind racing in absolute panic at the mention of a dress. Standing near a vending machine, Sugawa finally realizes that they are inside a church because this is a wedding photo shoot, and deciding that he genuinely wants to see her, he nervously peeks through the studio doors. Sugawa pushes the door open and immediately stops in his tracks, staring blankly ahead in absolute awe. Tokomori stands beautifully illuminated in a stunning, sparkling white wedding dress while holding a delicate bouquet of flowers. Sugawa stares at her, completely mesmerized, his face flushing crimson as he struggles to find his words. Tokomori turns to him with a soft, affectionate smile and gently calls out his name. Sugawa enthusiastically pumps his fists and loudly praises her incredible appearance, declaring that she looks like a real model, before nervously adding that he feels slightly out of place in his regular suit. Smiling brightly with pure admiration, Sugawa honestly tells her that he has never seen someone look as beautiful as she does right now. Tokomori's eyes widen and she blushes furiously at his deeply sincere compliment, while Ibuki watches them with a satisfied smile. Realizing the immense weight of the highly romantic compliment he just blurted out in front of the teasing studio staff, Sugawa stands completely frozen and sweats profusely in deep embarrassment. Tokomori smiles brightly and bids him a friendly "see you later." Highly embarrassed, Sugawa turns away and apologizes for disturbing them, but stops when Tokomori suddenly calls out his name. With his heart pounding rapidly in his chest, Sugawa stares back at her with a deeply flushed face, reaffirming to himself just how incredibly beautiful she truly is. Ibuki continuously snaps photos with her camera, the bright flashes illuminating the studio. Praising the shots, Ibuki asks to take one more photo and instructs Tokomori to look directly at the lens, as if she were gazing at the person she is in love with. Tokomori offers a remarkably soft and loving smile for the camera, successfully concluding the photo shoot without any further problems. The next day at the office, Sugawa is completely overwhelmed as his coworkers dramatically cry and yell at him for failing to bring back any pictures of Tokomori in her dress, while a smiling Tokomori cheerfully heads back to work. Arriving back at their apartment building later that night, Sugawa rushes inside and announces his return, apologizing to Tokomori for being a bit late because he had to stop and buy a few things. He finds Tokomori sitting on the floor looking deeply depressed right next to a closed pet carrier, leaving him staring at her in absolute confusion. Sugawa nervously asks her what is wrong, and a gloomy Tokomori replies that they need to talk, recalling a phone call she received on her way home, where she learned that her coworker Nishi had fallen down some stairs at the station and had to be taken to the hospital. Sugawa looks at the carrier and clarifies that she is temporarily keeping her coworker's pet for a single day, as Tokomori explains that she had offered to help her injured colleague with absolutely anything she needed. Tokomori apologizes for making the decision to bring an animal home without consulting him first, but Sugawa quickly waves his hands and reassures her that it is perfectly fine since her coworker was in a major bind. Sweating slightly, Sugawa forces a smile and asks if the pet inside the carrier is a cat or a rabbit, causing Tokomori's expression to instantly brighten with relief. Suddenly, a loud bark erupts from inside the carrier, startling Sugawa into a harsh flinch while Tokomori gasps in excitement. A small, fluffy white dog pops its head out of the open carrier. Tokomori happily pets the panting little dog, warmly welcoming Momo-chan into their home and admiring how incredibly cute it is. Still crouching on the floor, Tokomori turns her head and gently calls out to Sugawa. Tokomori asks him if he is truly okay as he hides nervously behind the door frame, and Sugawa forces a laugh to agree, secretly recalling a traumatic childhood memory where he was bitten while playing with a dog. Holding the small dog in her arms, Tokomori gently suggests that since his fear is just a thing of the past, he could use this opportunity to finally overcome it, urging a sweating Sugawa to step forward and try. Tokomori holds up a toy ball and tells Sugawa that she thinks Momo-chan will get tired if they play too much, promising to call him over once that happens. Sugawa blushes deeply and quietly calls out her name, feeling incredibly touched by her thoughtful gesture. 10 minutes later, Tokomori lies completely flat on the floor in absolute exhaustion, while a highly energetic Momo-chan happily sits on top of her head. Sugawa panics and screams her name as he watches Momo-chan run circles around her while a depleted Takamori groans that she cannot go on anymore, and Sugawa realizes the dog has way too much energy. Suddenly, Momo-chan bites onto Takamori's shirt collar and pulls it back, forcefully exposing her bra and leaving her completely flustered on the floor. Sugawa blushes furiously and stares in absolute shock as he accidentally catches a glimpse of her exposed chest. Forcing himself to overcome his fear, Sugawa nervously crouches down and extends his hand, coaxing the dog to stop and come over to him instead. The energetic dog instantly turns and charges directly at Sugawa, causing him to fall back in terror. The dog happily leaps onto Sugawa and affectionately nuzzles his chin. Sugawa realizes the dog is just hungry and offers it a snack, easily lifting the now calm dog up into the air. With the dog finally fed and satisfied, Sugawa turns his attention back to Takamori and anxiously asks if she is all right. Still lying completely exhausted on the floor, Takamori sincerely apologizes to Sugawa for forcing him to deal with such a stressful ordeal. Sugawa looks at his hand in surprise, realizing that because he was so focused on helping her, he managed to catch the dog effortlessly on the spur of the moment without feeling any fear. He reflects on how much fun she was having playing with the dog earlier, wondering if she was actually trying to gently encourage him to overcome his phobia. Blushing slightly, Sugawa smiles warmly and thanks her. Takamori gazes up at him with a deep blush while a slightly confused Sugawa admits he does not fully understand what he just did, but figures he can play with the dog like this too. Takamori simply looks up at him with a deeply affectionate and gentle smile. Sugawa suddenly flinches in surprise. The little dog playfully chomps down on Sugawa's finger, causing Takamori to gasp in shock, while Sugawa merely watches the puppy calmly. The following day, it is revealed that the coworker was not seriously injured, and the dog was returned home safely, though Sugawa still ends up screaming in terror from the playful bite. Back at the office, a coworker announces that her medical observation period has ended. Takamori warmly embraces her crying coworker Nishi, who apologizes for causing so much trouble, while Takamori expresses her relief that the injury was not serious as Sugawa watches them. Sugawa mentions that the puppy must be incredibly happy to have her owner back, feeling genuinely relieved that the entire situation was resolved without any major issues, while Nishi and Takamori continue to chat. Nishi notices the bandages on Sugawa's fingers and asks how he got hurt, questioning if Takamori was involved. Takamori quickly interrupts and claims that Sugawa got his hand caught in a door, prompting Sugawa to instantly agree with her excuse. Nishi cheerfully hands Takamori a bag of chocolates as a thank you gift for looking after her dog, while Sugawa reminds himself to stay quiet so he does not accidentally reveal the truth. Later that night at their apartment, Takamori calls out to Sugawa and suggests they eat the chocolates Nishi gave her. They open the box to reveal an assortment of fancy chocolates, letting out a sound of awe at the treats. Takamori holds up a bottle of wine and cheerfully suggests that they have some since her coworker also gifted it to her, leaving Sugawa looking highly excited. Sugawa looks at the chocolates and notes that they seem expensive while wondering aloud how they taste. Sugawa suddenly apologizes and declines to take any of the chocolates, quietly realizing to himself that the gift was not actually meant for him. Holding a piece of chocolate near her face, Takamori warmly smiles and softly tells him to just wait for next year's Valentine's Day. Sugawa stares back in complete shock, his face flushing deep red as he stammers in sheer disbelief at her highly romantic implication. Takamori excitedly declares that the chocolate is really good, while a heavily blushing Sugawa frantically wonders to himself what she meant by her previous remark. An hour later, they toast their drinks while Sugawa silently convinces himself that she probably just felt obligated to give him a Valentine's gift. Shortly after, Sugawa notes that it is easy to get drunk after being so exhausted yesterday and suggests to Takamori that it is time to sleep. Sugawa suddenly trails off in shock, blushing deeply as he notices that Takamori's clothes are pulled wide open, exposing her chest. Sugawa's eyes widen as he panics and curses to himself. Swallowing hard, Sugawa silently notes that her highly revealing state is incredibly dangerous while she stares back at him with half-lidded eyes. With his heart pounding rapidly, Sugawa slowly leans in close to Takamori and gently calls out her name. Takamori suddenly grabs both of his cheeks and playfully squishes his face, laughing as she says his name. Smiling brightly and giggling, Takamori cheerfully tells him that he looked incredibly funny just now. Rubbing his cheek with a heavy blush, Sugawa listens to her giggle and realizes something about her current state. Sugawa physically recoils in absolute shock, frantically realizing that Takamori is completely dead drunk. Sugawa hurriedly tells her to wait a second while he brings her some water, leaving a fully passed out Takamori slumped on the couch. While pouring a glass of water at the sink, Sugawa sighs and reflects on how exhausting yesterday was, with the dog silently noting how incredibly defenseless she is when drunk. Sugawa tells himself that he needs to be careful as he returns to the couch, gently offering her the water and asking if she can stand up. As he helps her up, his heart skips a beat when she heavily leans her body against his chest. Struggling under her weight, Sugawa tells her to be careful just as Takamori collapses entirely, forcefully knocking him backward onto the living room floor. Lying flat on his back, Sugawa groans from the impact and apologizes to Takamori for failing to catch her properly. Sugawa nervously calls out her name as he looks up to find Takamori straddling his waist on the floor, staring intently down at him. Takamori gazes down at him with a deeply flushed, heavy-lidded expression. Sugawa stares back in sheer panic, letting out a confused sound as he freezes beneath her. Without a word, Takamori suddenly leans her body forward and heavily presses her chest directly into his flushed face. Pulling back slightly, Takamori leans her face incredibly close to his, leaving a highly flustered Sugawa to nervously call out her name. Sugawa nervously stammers out her name in sheer panic as Takamori leans her face incredibly close to his. With their faces mere inches apart, Sugawa's heart pounds rapidly in his chest as he stares up at her deeply flushed face. Overwhelmed by the intense proximity, Sugawa tightly squeezes his eyes shut in nervous anticipation. Instead of kissing his lips, Takamori gently leans forward and presses a soft kiss directly onto Sugawa's forehead. Opening his eyes, Sugawa looks up to see Takamori gazing down at him with an incredibly warm and affectionate smile. Sugawa freezes, completely staring back at her in absolute shock and confusion. Rolling off of his chest, Takamori sits beside him and giggles, cheerfully declaring that it was just a good-night kiss, while a completely stiff Sugawa lies flat on his back. Clutching his rapidly beating heart, a heavily panting Sugawa admits that he was incredibly scared. Covering his deeply flushed face, Sugawa confesses that he thought she was actually going to kiss his lips, and nearly had a heart attack, prompting Takamori to cheerfully ask if he wants to dream about something in particular. Sugawa quietly mutters to himself that he would maybe like a kiss, or something similar, causing a giggling Takamori to lean in close again and playfully repeat her question about what he wants to dream about. Sugawa awkwardly suggests that he would like a dream where all of her wishes come true, and after she happily agrees that it sounds nice, he deflects his distraction by asking what kind of dream she would want. Clasping her hands together with a bright smile, Takamori cheerfully declares that she would want a dream where all of Sugawa's wishes come true, leaving him completely stunned. As Sugawa repeats her words in confusion, Takamori enthusiastically explains that she wants a dream where he is a client at her company and gets to do absolutely whatever he wants. Sugawa points out that her dream is not very different from their actual work, to which Takamori happily admits that she simply admires what they do and genuinely loves their fun company. Her expression turning slightly serious, Takamori softly adds that when someone wants something, they need to try their absolute best, even if it requires a massive amount of effort. Lying heavily on her side upon the floor, Takamori quietly confesses that she had become so exhausted from work that she could no longer do anything on her own, making her feel completely useless. She gently explains that she was incredibly happy when he accepted her, exactly as she is noting that they have already made a lot of wonderful memories living together in the apartment. Gazing up at him with a deeply affectionate and emotional smile, Takamori sincerely tells Sugawa that he made her love herself all over again. Takamori softly thanks him, leaving Sugawa blushing deeply as his heart pounds. Sugawa looks up in surprise and humbly admits that he did not think he was actually that helpful to her. Lying peacefully on the floor beside her, with his eyes closed, Sugawa warmly replies that his days spent with her feel incredibly great. The next morning arrives at their apartment building. Takamori suddenly wakes up with wide eyes, instantly breaking into a nervous sweat as she realizes her situation. She finds herself lying flat on the living room floor with a fast-asleep Sugawa tightly wrapping his arms around her. Sweating nervously in his embrace, a deeply flushed Takamori realizes that she does not remember anything from the previous night. Feeling his heavy arm across her chest, Takamori panics and silently urges herself to escape before he wakes up. Carefully lifting his hand, Takamori slowly and stealthily slides her body out from under his heavy grasp. Successfully freeing herself, a heavily panting Takamori sits on the floor and notes that his arm was incredibly heavy. Suddenly, a still sleeping Sugawa reaches his hand out and accidentally grabs directly onto her chest, causing Takamori to freeze in absolute shock. Sugawa instantly jolts awake with a loud scream, violently flinching backward as he frantically asks a silent Takamori what happened, and if she is okay. Kneeling awkwardly on the floor with a heavy blush, Takamori stammers out a good morning and apologizes, guessing that she must have accidentally woken him up. Sugawa stares back in blank confusion, quickly realizing that something feels terribly wrong with his body. Sugawa groans that his back hurts, having become so incredibly stiff from sleeping on the hard floor that he ends up completely bedridden for the rest of the day. Sometime later, Sugawa uses a vacuum cleaner to clean the apartment floors. Sugawa peeks into the bedroom to find Takamori still sleeping completely soundly, marveling at the fact that she does not even wake up while he vacuums right next to her. Sugawa nervously reaches his finger out and gently pokes Takamori's soft cheek, while she continues to sleep peacefully with a warm smile. Just as he touches her cheek, a loud intercom buzzer suddenly echoes through the apartment, causing Sugawa to flinch backward with a startled scream. Panting on the floor by the intercom, Sugawa answers the call and nervously asks who is there, silently noting how badly the sudden noise scared him. A familiar voice calls out his name and asks if he is okay, revealing the visitor on the intercom to be his little brother, much to Sugawa's surprise. His brother explains that he was wondering how things were going with Takamori and asks if something happened between them, prompting Sugawa to quickly deny it and defensively remind him that they are obviously just roommates, despite his brother pointing out that it has already been a year. Through the phone, his brother notes that it is not exactly nothing, teasingly suggesting that Sugawa is simply choosing to do nothing about the situation, before sincerely adding that he knows Sugawa is a great guy. His brother asks if he wants to change things up and enthusiastically offers to teach Sugawa how to style his hair. Sugawa mutters Takamori's name as he pictures her warmly smiling in her professional work attire. Taking his brother's advice, Sugawa stands in the bathroom, staring blankly at his reflection, sporting newly styled, messy, spiked hair. Recalling his brother's reminder that Takamori always does her best too, a completely unconfident Sugawa instantly turns on the faucet and decides to wash his newly styled hair right away. Holding a coffee mug, Sugawa silently recalls how meticulously Takamori usually prepares herself for the day. He pictures her sitting at her vanity mirror, carefully pulling her hair up into a neat ponytail. He remembers her delicately fixing the stray hairs on the back of her neck. He envisions her diligently applying her makeup and fully dressing in her office uniform before heading out. He recalls the final touch of her lightly parted glossy lips. Suddenly back in reality, Takamori walks out of her bedroom in her star pajamas, rubbing her eye and groggily announcing that she overslept, while Sugawa stares at her with a flushed face. Takamori cheerfully wishes him a good morning while Sugawa stands quietly with his hair completely washed and flattened back to its normal state. Sugawa turns to her with a warm smile and replies with a good morning of his own. Takamori suddenly stares directly into his eyes with a highly intense expression. Stepping closer, Takamori closely scrutinizes Sugawa's face in absolute silence, leaving him standing awkwardly under her intense gaze. Sugawa nervously guesses out loud that his hair must look really weird. Takamori continues to stare silently at him. Takamori suddenly steps closer and gently fixes Sugawa's hair, telling him it is all right. Pulling her hand back, a smiling Takamori tells him that he looks great. Sugawa blushes deeply, completely taken aback by her compliment. Later, Sugawa asks Takamori if she is going out somewhere, and she cheerfully confirms. Sugawa silently notes that he wasn't expecting her previous reaction, recalling her compliment about him looking great, and awkwardly mutters in agreement. Sugawa decides that since she praised him, it is fine, but wonders how he will kill time while she is out. While walking through a public area and reflecting on a good film he just watched, Sugawa hears a man politely excusing himself nearby. Sugawa turns to see an older man with glasses looking down at a small notebook. He watches as the older man trembles slightly, clearly looking lost and uncertain. Sugawa approaches him with a friendly smile and asks if he can lend a hand. The older man politely explains that he is not used to crowds of people and admits that he is a bit lost. Sugawa starts giving him directions but is suddenly interrupted by a voice calling out to the man as Dad. Takamori's father cheerfully greets her as Mizuki, while a shocked Sugawa realizes who he is just as Takamori approaches and asks why Sugawa is with him. Takamori introduces Sugawa to her father as her coworker, explaining to Sugawa that she was meeting her father today. Her father enthusiastically shakes Sugawa's hands, thanking him for his help and admitting he is a timid person, while Takamori lightly scolds her father for troubling him. Her father repeatedly thanks Sugawa and tells him how glad he is to have met him, while Takamori watches them warmly. Takamori warmly asks her father if he is okay, while Sugawa stands silently in the background, staring blankly as he processes the situation. Her father assures her that he is fine and asks if everything is going well at work, to which Takamori enthusiastically replies that she is doing what she can as they walk together with Sugawa following close behind. Sugawa cheerfully adds that Takamori is incredibly reliable, prompting her father to proudly agree just as Takamori warmly invites them inside the apartment to rest. Takamori steps into the apartment entryway and takes off her shoes while her father and Sugawa wait patiently behind her. Her father turns and looks silently at Sugawa, who stares back with a blank expression. Smiling brightly, Takamori claps her hands together and casually mentions that she forgot to tell her father that she is actually living together with Sugawa, causing her father to point at him in utter confusion, while Sugawa begins to sweat. The sudden revelation completely blindsides her father and Sugawa, leaving them both violently shaking in absolute shock and panic. Completely oblivious to their inner turmoil, Takamori happily waves and announces that she will prepare some food, leaving the two men standing completely frozen in place like statues. Sitting directly across from her father at the kitchen table in dead silence, Sugawa mentally notes that while he came in just like he always does, the situation is now incredibly awkward. Unable to bear the tension, Sugawa nervously excuses himself to go wash his hands, and her father quickly urges him to go ahead. As Sugawa quickly walks away to the bathroom, Takamori suddenly calls out to her father from the other room, prompting him to turn his head. Poking her head out from the kitchen, Takamori warmly apologizes to her father and promises that she will finish preparing the food very soon. However, as she leans out, her father's eyes widen in absolute horror as he spots a large dark bruise on her arm. Before he can say anything, a timer rings in the kitchen, and Takamori quickly turns around, cutting off her father as he calls out her name in deep concern. Sweating profusely and turning pale, her father instantly jumps to the worst conclusion, horrified by the thought that Sugawa might be physically abusing his daughter. Briefly recalling a fond memory of Takamori smiling brightly as a young child, her father stares down at his phone with a deeply serious and protective expression. Meanwhile, in the bathroom, Sugawa looks at himself in the mirror and mentally resolves to make a good impression on her father, just as the older man suddenly calls out his name from behind. Sugawa turns around in surprise to find her father standing in the doorway with an intensely serious glare, admitting that he knows he is a timid and unreliable person. Trembling slightly as he tightly clenches his fists at his sides, her father forcefully declares that he must say something important as her parent. Leaning forward with a dark, deeply intimidating glare, her father sternly demands that Sugawa stay away from his daughter, leaving Sugawa staring back in complete shock and fear. Takamori smiles warmly as she takes a sip from her cup. Her father demands that Sugawa stop living with his daughter, leaving Sugawa completely dumbfounded. Sugawa stands wide-eyed in complete shock as her father calls out his name. A heavy silence falls over the room as the two men stand facing one another. Her father tells Sugawa that he hopes he reflects on his behavior, leaving Sugawa sweating in confusion. Her father begins to speak again. Sugawa scratches the back of his head with a forced smile and nervously announces that he needs to step out for a moment. Takamori happily sets down a hot bowl of stew and calls out that she finished making dinner, just as Sugawa repeats that he is leaving for a bit. Sugawa walks out of the apartment with his head hung low while Takamori watches him leave in silence. Takamori calls out to Sugawa in confusion while Sugawa walks away with a deeply troubled expression. Takamori asks her father if something happened with Sugawa, causing her panicking father to nervously call out her name. With a serious expression, her father urges her to ask him for help whenever she is in any trouble, leaving Tokimari surprised. Her crying father points to her left wrist and frantically asks what happened to cause the dark bruise on her arm. Tokimari smiles and explains that it is actually printing ink from her work that she could not wash off, recalling a busy day at her printing company. Her father falls to his knees in utter relief upon realizing that Sugawa did not abuse her, as Tokimari explains that Sugawa is always there for her at her worst. Tokimari smiles warmly and lovingly declares that Sugawa is always close by whenever she needs him. Her father stares with wide, sweating eyes as he realizes the massive mistake he just made regarding Sugawa's character. Sugawa sits alone inside a quiet park pavilion, looking down with a deeply depressed expression. Sugawa sits in the park pavilion sweating as he reflects that any father obviously wouldn't like a stranger living with his daughter. Sugawa counts on his fingers to calculate his current savings. He sighs and notes that while he can afford the initial costs of living on his own, he still feels highly conflicted about leaving. Staring out into the falling rain, Sugawa sighs and mutters to himself that he really does not want to leave things like this. Suddenly, someone reaches out and holds an umbrella directly over Sugawa's head to shield him from the pouring rain. Sugawa looks up in absolute shock and surprise. Tokimari smiles warmly and holds the umbrella over him, playfully reminding him that their food will get cold. Gazing at him with a soft smile, Tokimari gently invites Sugawa to come back home together. Back inside, Tokimari's father tearfully hugs Sugawa and repeatedly apologizes, declaring that Sugawa was the one who actually saved his daughter, while Tokimari giggles and notes that her father has always been dramatic. Tokimari cheerfully explains that her father used to make a massive fuss whenever she came home covered in dirt as a child after sneaking through her secret hole in the wall, leaving both men sweating awkwardly. Sugawa notes that her father genuinely cares a lot about her, while Tokimari waves her hand with a bright smile and adds that although her father makes a big deal out of things, he is truly a good person. Tokimari walks up behind Sugawa and quietly calls out his name, causing him to turn around in surprise. With a heavy blush, Tokimari directly asks Sugawa what he thinks about their relationship. Standing under the starry night sky, Tokimari looks directly at him with a blush and repeats her question about what he thinks of their relationship. Sugawa's face flushes deep red as her sudden question echoes in his mind, leaving him completely stunned. Sugawa's heart beats rapidly in his chest as he stares into her wide, intense eyes. Sugawa stammers in sheer panic, silently admitting to himself that they are definitely not just roommates and that he genuinely wants to stay by her side forever. Tokimari holds both of her cheeks with a gentle blush, shyly admitting that she is told she resembles her father a lot, leaving Sugawa to wonder if she is implying she is also making a big deal out of things. Sugawa sweats and blushes as he realizes that Tokimari was not completely sure what she meant when she asked her question about their relationship. Later that night, Sugawa convinces himself that Tokimari was only referring to her father, and he heads to bed, admitting he is tired as Tokimari sits waiting on the mattress. Tokimari turns to him and warmly wishes him a good night, prompting a blushing Sugawa to softly reply with his own good night as she peacefully falls asleep. Lying quietly in bed next to her, Sugawa contentedly notes to himself that sleeping together like this feels more special than ever before. The next morning, birds chirp outside the apartment building as Sugawa slowly begins to wake up. Sugawa sits up in surprise, wondering why the curtain is open, since he remembers closing it, and calls out to Tokimari as she stands bathed in the morning light. Tokimari turns around with a radiant smile and loudly wishes Sugawa a good morning, enthusiastically declaring that she feels absolutely great when he points out that she woke up early. Tokimari happily bounces around, cheering that her body feels incredibly light, and she is happy to have such a rare good day, while a heavily blushing Sugawa panics as he realizes her movements are exposing her chest. When Tokimari mentions that they rarely get days like this and admits she wants to do something special, deeply embarrassed, Sugawa nervously repeats her words in surprise. Tokimari leans in slightly and looks at him with a serious, blushing expression as she firmly confirms her request. Tokimari suggests doing some exercise together, causing a heavily sweating Sugawa to freeze in sheer panic as he realizes how wildly he had just misunderstood her. The scene transitions to the bright morning sky outside. Sugawa and Takamori head out to the park in their tracksuits with Takamori happily commenting on how chill the morning feels. Takamori apologizes for forcing him to join her, to which Sugawa agrees before she suddenly asks if he remembers the time they were stretching together. Takamori reveals that she saw him go running after that and wanted to do the same, expressing how truly glad she is that they are finally running together today. Sugawa's heart flutters and his face turns bright red at her sweet confession. Takamori cheerfully cheers them on to do their best as they start jogging, leaving a sweating Sugawa to scold himself for getting overly excited so early in the run. As they jog side by side, Sugawa looks at her and silently reflects that sharing a morning run like this is indeed something special. While they run, Sugawa accidentally glances down and blushes furiously as his eyes are drawn to her chest, bouncing. Out of breath and highly distracted, Sugawa waves his hand and tells Takamori to go ahead, while he catches his breath, secretly admitting that his heart is beating wildly for a completely different reason. Sugawa violently flinches in shock as a loud bark erupts behind him while an off-screen voice quickly apologizes. Turning around, Sugawa gasps in utter surprise to find his coworker Nishi standing there walking her little dog Momo-chan. Sugawa is stunned to see Nishi immediately panicking as he remembers that Takamori is currently running laps nearby. Nishi looks worriedly at Sugawa as he stands sweating in front of her. Sugawa nervously asks Nishi if she lives nearby, wondering to himself why she is here, and Nishi confirms that she walks in this park quite a lot. As Nishi bids him farewell and walks away, Sugawa panics upon realizing she is heading directly toward the path where Takamori is jogging. To distract her, Sugawa quickly kneels down and enthusiastically pets Momo-chan, prompting a surprised Nishi to comment on how much he must love dogs. Sugawa continues to praise the dog loudly to keep Nishi stalled while she watches his overly energetic behavior with a slightly puzzled expression. Fortunately, Nishi pulls the leash and instructs Momo-chan to follow her, walking away in the opposite direction. Sugawa waves a relieved farewell and tells her to stay warm so she doesn't catch a cold as a confused Nishi glances back at him. Sugawa rushes back to find Takamori, soon spotting her sitting huddled on the grass under a tree. Running up to her, Sugawa anxiously asks if she is all right, while an exhausted Takamori buries her blushing face in her arms and mutters that she is tired. Sugawa looks around in embarrassment as he notices other people in the park staring curiously at them. Sugawa quickly unzips his tracksuit jacket. He gently drapes his warm jacket over Takamori's shoulders and softly tells her to put it on. Sugawa tells her he will go grab some drinks as he runs off, leaving a deeply blushing Takamori to cover her face with his jacket. Shortly after, they sit together on a park bench holding canned coffees, and Takamori quietly apologizes for forcing him to join her. Takamori looks down with a sad expression, admitting that she really cannot do this, and sighing that it would have been better if she had not tried to run at all. Sugawa softly tells her that taking this step to run is very important for her to start doing things on her own. He adds that she should be proud of her effort. Takamori stares back at him with wide, emotional eyes, deeply touched by his encouraging words. Sugawa hands her a warm canned drink, suggesting she take it to warm up. Holding the warm drink, Takamori softly points out that Sugawa's hands are actually very cold. Sugawa's heart skips a beat and he blushes as he holds his warm can. Takamori gently presses the warm can against her cheek and offers him a sweet, affectionate smile. Sugawa's face flushes completely red in extreme embarrassment. Suddenly, they are both startled by a loud bark nearby. Turning around, they see Nishi standing there with her dog, leaving Sugawa utterly petrified as Nishi-chan recognizes Takamori. Nishi says they completely surprised her and points out that it looks like they came to the park together, asking why they are there. Takamori and Sugawa look at each other and freeze, completely speechless and sweating profusely from the sudden encounter. Nishi quietly stares at them with a calm but highly suspicious expression. An awkward silence falls over them as Nishi continues to stand in front of the bench. Nishi bluntly asks if the two of them are dating, causing Sugawa to sweat in absolute panic. Nishi-chan gasps in shock as she waits for their answer. Nishi-chan excitedly presses her question while a frantically blushing Takamori waves her hands and loudly denies that they have that kind of relationship. Getting right in Takamori's face, Nishi-chan demands to know what their relationship is, then leaving Takamori sweating and struggling to find her words. Takamori blushes furiously and loudly blurts out that they somehow ended up living together. Sugawa and Nishi both gasp in absolute shock at her sudden confession. A giant exclamation of surprise fills the air. As they sit on the bench, Nishi asks in disbelief if it has already been a year since they started living together. Nishi leans in closer and asks if the two of them are truly nothing more than roommates. Takamori calmly confirms that they are not dating and asks why Nishi is asking. Nishi laughs cheerfully and says she knew it, declaring that Sugawa is completely out of the question anyway. Sugawa chugs his drink in embarrassment, silently thinking that he is well aware of that fact himself. Back at their apartment, Takamori collapses exhausted onto the couch while Sugawa stands nearby looking at her. Sugawa carries laundry to the washing machine while sweating, reflecting on what he previously told Nishi. Takamori gazes at him from the couch and softly tells him that his aura is quite relaxing. Sugawa's heart flutters as his face flushes red from her compliment. Sugawa admits to himself that he is truly glad Nishi promised to keep their living situation a secret. He recalls Nishi previously telling him that he is an honest guy and that she is cheering for him. He remembers Nishi giving him a thumbs up and confidently offering to help him with any love advice. Back in reality, Sugawa blushes deeply while Takamori looks confused as Nishi hugs her tightly. Standing shirtless in the changing room, Sugawa tells himself that things are fine for the time being. Takamori walks in half-dressed to hand him his clothes, causing a shirtless Sugawa to scream in absolute shock. Sugawa frantically points at the dryer, and a drowsy Takamori apologizes, explaining that her clothes were still drying. Sugawa quickly hands her a fresh set of dry clothes to cover up, and she reaches out to accept them. Suddenly, Takamori's hand slips as she leans on the counter. She loses her balance and falls forward, pressing her body directly against a startled and shirtless Sugawa. Sugawa's eyes widen and his face flushes deep red at the sudden close contact. He braces himself against the counter, frozen in place, as Takamori leans her entire weight against him. Sugawa's heart races as he realizes just how incredibly close she is and that their bare bodies are in direct contact. Takamori softly looks up and calls out his name. Looking up at him with a gentle blush, she asks him if he wants to take a shower. Leaning in incredibly close, Takamori blushes and asks Sugawa if he would like to take a shower first. Sugawa's gaze is completely locked onto her chest. Sugawa's heart beats wildly as he frantically recalls Nishi's earlier question about how long they have lived together. Sugawa sweatily stammers out a response, silently reflecting that absolutely nothing has really changed between them despite a year passing. Takamori looks at him and tells him that he can go ahead and use the shower first. She smiles warmly and agrees to let him go first. Sugawa stands outside the bathroom door with a pounding heart, desperately telling himself that he cannot endure this, while inside the room, Takamori begins to undress. As Takamori stands under the warm, running water in the shower, a deeply flustered Sugawa sits outside listening to the sound and frantically asks himself what he should do. Standing outside, Sugawa nervously debates with himself whether he should go in now, offer to wash her back, or if he needs to wear a towel. Sweating profusely, Sugawa clutches his head in absolute panic, desperately wondering what the correct choice is. Sugawa turns around and blushes furiously as his eyes land directly on her lace underwear sitting on top of the laundry basket. Sugawa stands silently outside, staring at her faint silhouette through the frosted glass door as the water continues to run. Suddenly, the bathroom door slides open. Takamori sits crouched on a stool inside the shower, looking up and softly calling out to Sugawa. Sugawa freezes in place with his heart pounding wildly as he catches sight of her. Blushing deeply, a towel-wrapped Sugawa asks Takamori if he can finally come in now. Covering her blushing face, Takamori apologizes for making him wait so long. Sugawa gently replies that it is fine, admitting that he knows he gave her his turn but feels bad for taking so long, while Takamori mentions she is about to finish. An awkward silence hangs between them. Sugawa panics as he hears the door slide open, wondering if it is actually his turn now. Takamori happily smiles and comments on how refreshing the shower was as steam rises from her warm body. She suddenly collapses forward, pressing her bare body tightly against Sugawa's chest as he holds her in shock. They freeze, completely staring directly into each other's eyes at an incredibly close distance. Both of them are completely speechless, their wide eyes locked in a tense, silent gaze. Sugawa suddenly pulls back and bows deeply, frantically screaming his apologies to a completely startled Takamori. Sometime later, Sugawa rests his head on his arms at the office, looking completely drained. At the office balcony, Nishi apologizes to Sugawa for yesterday, while Sugawa worries that she thinks he was peeking, and Takamori quickly chimes in that they were both at fault. Takamori blushes and softly admits that she would prefer if everyone just forgot about the entire incident. Sugawa stands there blushing intensely under Nishi's curious gaze. Nishi casually asks if something happened between them, prompting a panicking Sugawa and Takamori to loudly declare that absolutely nothing happened. Takamori expresses her amazement at Nishi's hand-crafted lace coasters, to which Nishi giggles and replies that it is easy to make them if one has a good memory. Nishi cheerfully declares that repetitive crafting work is great exercise for the brain, while Sugawa watches the group of chatting coworkers from a distance. Takamori smiles and admits that she would like to try crafting as well, while her coworkers look on in surprise. The male coworkers excitedly fantasize about Takamori knitting them a sweater or gloves, praising her incredible skills, while Sugawa looks on with a sweat drop. Sugawa blushes and silently agrees that Takamori is indeed very skillful, fondly recalling her delicious cooking and the cute keychains they have. Back at the apartment, Takamori lies completely flat on the floor, face down, surrounded by piles of unsorted laundry. A groggy Takamori rubs her eyes and apologizes for being useless, but Sugawa frantically waves his hands and reassures her that her effort is what truly matters, noting that she got exhausted just from sorting laundry. Sugawa looks over at a calendar in the apartment and realizes that Valentine's Day is only 1 week away. Sugawa's face flushes bright red as he sweatily recalls her previous promise to give him a Valentine's gift for next year. Back in reality, Sugawa frantically folds the laundry on the floor, panicking to himself about how incredibly anxious he feels. Sugawa peeks from behind a wall at the office, watching Takamori chat happily with a coworker, and tells himself that he is simply overthinking the situation too much. On February 10th, Sugawa walks nervously down the office hallway carrying a box, while Takamori passes by in the opposite direction. By February 13th, Sugawa is still nervously watching a sleeping Takamori, and the next day, Valentine's Day, finally arrives. At the office, Nishi loudly calls out to everyone to form a line so she can hand out chocolate boxes. Sugawa blushes as he steps up and is handed a box of chocolates. Nishi warmly thanks him for his hard work as she hands over the gift, while a flustered Sugawa stammers out his gratitude. Later that evening, Nishi and her female coworkers wave goodbye to their male colleagues as they head out for a girls' night party. Sugawa walks away alone and downcast as his male coworkers wave goodbye and head home. Suddenly, Sugawa stops in his tracks as a heavily blushing Takamori runs up behind him and calls out his name. Sugawa blushes heavily and calls out her name as Takamori stands closely in front of him. A bewildered Sugawa asks her why she isn't with Nishi and the others, to which Takamori casually replies that she escaped from the party. Takamori nervously clasps her hands and admits that she wanted to give him something, leaving a highly startled Sugawa with a rapidly beating heart. Sugawa panics and silently reminds himself that they are still standing very close to their workplace, while Takamori leans her face incredibly close to his. Takamori pulls out a hand-knitted scarf, nervously admitting that it is her first time knitting something, so it might not be very good. Takamori gently wraps the hand-knitted scarf around his neck, leaving a completely stunned Sugawa to look down at the warm gift. Gazing up at him affectionately, Takamori softly tells him that she made it with all of her heart. Sugawa blushes deeply and warmly thanks her, declaring it is both stylish and warm, prompting a happy Takamori to suggest they go home together to eat the chocolates she brought. Sugawa's heart pounds rapidly in his chest as they stand together. Carrying her shopping bag, Takamori walks side by side with Sugawa, who silently vows to treasure this winter more than any other. At the office, a coworker approaches Sugawa while he is looking at his phone and asks if he likes Japanese movies. The coworker explains that a movie directed by Isayama's brother was recently added to their subscription service, causing an excited Sugawa to loudly shout in surprise. The coworker advises Sugawa to avoid spoilers, and Sugawa eagerly thanks him and promises to watch it, but suddenly flinches as Takamori walks up behind him and asks what they are discussing. Sugawa turns around in surprise to find Takamori standing directly behind his desk. Sugawa nervously explains that his coworker was simply recommending a movie to him and shows her the title on his screen. Takamori leans incredibly close to his face to examine his phone, commenting that the movie seems interesting, while a highly flustered Sugawa silently panics at her proximity. Covering her mouth, Takamori softly whispers to him, asking if he wants to watch the movie together at home later tonight. With his heart pounding rapidly, a heavily blushing Sugawa happily agrees, leaving them both smiling warmly at their new promise to watch the movie together. At home in the dark, they start watching the Japanese mystery film where a text card warns that suspicious deaths keep happening. Sitting on the couch with a pillow tightly clutched to her chest, Takamori happily comments that it is indeed a mystery film. Sugawa agrees with her but suddenly panics and blushes as Takamori leans over and peacefully falls asleep against his leg, making him realize it is going to end up the same way as before. 1 hour later, a terrifying eye appears on the screen as the movie explains that the consequences of the curse have spread. Shaking in terror, Sugawa realizes with a start that this is actually a horror film, and he nervously asks Takamori if she is scared. Takamori remains fast asleep, with a little bubble coming from her nose, prompting Sugawa to decide to go grab a blanket for her. As Sugawa walks down the quiet hallway, he notes to himself that the apartment has become strangely silent. He freezes in absolute terror as a loud, eerie creaking sound suddenly echoes right behind him. Footsteps slowly approach from the darkness behind him. Shaking with fear, Sugawa slowly turns his head around to face whatever is behind him. A terrifying figure with long, dark hair covering her face stands right in front of him in the dark hallway. Sugawa lets out a loud, panicked scream of pure terror. The figure is revealed to be Takamori, who groggily pushes her messy hair back and apologizes for falling asleep, while a heavily sweating Sugawa collapses to the floor and pants that she completely terrified him. Still highly spooked, Sugawa frantically urges her to sleep in the bedroom and hustles her along while a confused Takamori simply follows him. By nearly 1 in the morning, Sugawa lies wide awake next to a sleeping Takamori, gloomily noting to himself that he is not sleepy at all. Suddenly, he feels a hand gently slide into his, quickly realizing that Takamori has clasped his hand in her sleep. Sugawa's face flushes bright red as his heart skips a beat. Takamori softly opens her eyes and asks Sugawa if he is unable to sleep. Sugawa softly admits that holding her hand makes him feel incredibly safe, prompting a smiling Takamori to gently suggest that they sleep exactly like this. With his face completely flushed, Sugawa lies there with a rapidly beating heart, deeply comforted by her presence. Sugawa holds her hand, silently thinking to himself that Takamori's hand is incredibly soft and warm. Snuggling close to her hand, Sugawa quietly whispers that it feels warm. The next day at work, Sugawa furiously shakes his coworker Makishita for recommending such a scary movie on purpose, while Nishi and Takamori watch in amusement. Sugawa stands surprised as Takamori warmly wishes him a good morning. Takamori explains that she left the meeting papers on his desk and will check them over once more. Sugawa and his coworkers watch in amazement as she easily finishes her paperwork, with Sugawa noting that she is always incredibly fast at her tasks. Sugawa approaches a handsome new colleague sitting at a desk. The new man bows deeply and apologizes for being late, leaving Sugawa wondering who he is. The man introduces himself as Arasawa, politely asking for Sugawa's guidance for the day. Arasawa introduces himself to the office as the new director Kentaro Arasawa, while the chief adds that he has extensive management experience. Sugawa blushes as he is told that the new director is someone just as capable as Takamori. As Arasawa states that he wants to learn from everyone, Takamori turns to look at Sugawa and asks what is wrong. Sugawa frantically shakes his head and sweatingly replies that nothing is wrong. The chief leaves Arasawa in Takamori's care, and she politely welcomes him as they shake hands. The female co-workers gossip excitedly about how tall, intelligent, and rich the new director is, while Sugawa looks on with a blank expression. Sugawa watches anxiously as Arasawa leans in close to Takamori's desk to look at her computer screen together. Sugawa looks highly uneasy, admitting to himself that he has a bad feeling about this situation. Seeing Takamori and Arasawa laughing together, a deeply jealous Sugawa slumps onto his desk, wishing he knew what they were talking about. At the office, Nishi asks Takamori to double-check a document by 2 in the afternoon, and Takamori agrees before handing a manual to Arasawa and instructing him to read it. Sugawa watches her anxiously, wondering to himself if she is taking on too much work since she has a meeting scheduled for later. Making up his mind, Sugawa steps forward and calls out her name, causing her to turn around. With a determined blush, Sugawa tells her that she can completely rely on him if she needs absolutely any help with her workload. Takamori stares at him in wide-eyed surprise as he eagerly offers to check the documents on her behalf. Takamori smiles and gently places a hand on his shoulder, leaving a heavily blushing Sugawa with a pounding heart. Smiling warmly at him, she happily accepts his helpful offer. Sugawa's heart flutters and his face turns completely red in extreme excitement. Determined to do a great job, Sugawa gets to work at his computer and quickly finds a double-space error on the document. Someone praises him, commenting that he has an excellent eye for detail. Sugawa turns around to find Arasawa leaning incredibly close to him to inspect the screen, causing a startled Sugawa to recoil as Arasawa politely apologizes for disturbing him. Arasawa walks over to the department chief's desk and calls out to him. Holding up his tablet, Arasawa explains to the chief that he has compiled a task list for everyone because the workload currently tends to fall too heavily on a single person. Chief Sekuta looks at the spreadsheet on the tablet and agrees with his assessment. The chief thanks Arasawa for his research and decides to figure out how to reassign Takamori's tasks, while Arasawa pumps his fist in satisfaction as Sugawa quickly runs over to report his finished work. Suddenly, a highly cheerful Arasawa throws his arm around Sugawa's shoulder and asks the chief what they should do about Sugawa. Sugawa stands frozen in complete bewilderment at the sudden gesture. Arasawa enthusiastically suggests to the chief that they should have Sugawa step up to directly support Takamori with her workload. Sugawa and Takamori both react in complete surprise to Arasawa's unexpected suggestion. Arasawa praises Sugawa's work as perfect, explaining to the chief that since they are already temporary colleagues, it would be much better than Takamori working with a newcomer like him. Takamori looks up with wide, blushing eyes, deeply surprised by Arasawa's supportive words. Arasawa looks at his tablet, checking on other tasks, and asks if there is anything else he can help with. Takamori playfully asks Arasawa if there is anything he does not know how to do, and he smiles and credits her for being an excellent teacher. After Arasawa departs, the chief warns Takamori not to push herself too hard and instructs her to divide her remaining work with Sugawa. While Sugawa nervously questions if he is capable enough to handle the extra work, Takamori happily agrees to the arrangement. Takamori turns to him with a warm smile, admitting that she always feels relaxed when she is with him and asks him to take good care of her. With his heart pounding rapidly, a deeply moved Sugawa eagerly promises to do his best while Takamori turns to thank Nishi for her hard work. Nishi smiles teasingly and says the same to Sugawa. Sugawa flinches and sweats nervously as he recalls Nishi's previous offer to give him love advice. Nishi whispers that this is a great opportunity for him, causing a panicking Sugawa to loudly insist that he is strictly helping her with work. Nishi winks and cheers him on to do his best both in work and love, leaving a heavily blushing Sugawa completely speechless. As Takamori sits close to him and explains how to input the data, a highly distracted Sugawa struggles to take notes while trying to ignore her proximity. Takamori continues working on the computer while Sugawa politely leans in next to her. Sugawa accidentally drops his pen, letting out a startled cry as it rolls off the desk. Sugawa freezes in absolute embarrassment as he catches a glimpse of her thighs under the desk, just as Takamori kindly offers to pick up the dropped pen for him. Takamori crawls under the desk to reach for the pen, leaving a highly flustered Sugawa staring in complete shock at her proximity. Sugawa frantically panics to himself that the view is too much for his eyes, just as Takamori sits back up and holds out the pen to ask if it is the correct one. Takamori warmly smiles and hands the pen back to him. Sugawa takes back his pen, sweating as he apologizes and silently feels like he is just slowing her down. Takamori accidentally bumps her head against the desk as she sits back up, falling flat on her hands and knees, while a startled Sugawa frantically asks if she is okay. Takamori looks up sweatingly and apologizes, explaining that they have never worked closely together like this before. Clasping her hands with a blush, she shyly admits that she is actually a little nervous. Sugawa's face flushes as he realizes she feels the same nervous tension before he turns back to typing on his computer. They both turn to look at each other and call out each other's names at the exact same moment, both gasping in surprise. They stare closely at each other in surprise, both of their faces heavily blushing. Nishi watches them from a distance with a flat, half-lidded gaze. The surrounding co-workers cheer and praise their perfect synchronization while Arasawa smiles proudly and comments that it is exactly as he expected. Blushing deeply, they apologize to each other, resulting in them speaking far less than usual once they return home later that evening. On another day at the apartment, a cheerful Takamori points out the window and excitedly calls out to Sugawa, who gasps in surprise. She proudly shows off her balcony kitchen garden, announcing that her cherry tomatoes are finally bearing fruit. Sugawa is surprised and asks if it has already been 2 months since she bought the cultivation kit, to which Takamori happily replies that they still have to wait 1 more month for them to turn red. Sugawa notes that cultivating cherry tomatoes is her latest obsession, and he asks what a little bow on one of the tomatoes is, to which Takamori giggles and explains that she named them because they were so cute. Takamori enthusiastically points out each tomato, introducing them as mini Puckeye and Matt, leaving a sweating Sugawa to reflect on how she always manages to find joy in the little things. Sugawa smiles warmly to himself, reflecting that she has adorable moments like these too, and wonders what will happen when they turn red. Takamori blushes slightly and looks up at him, warmly stating that she would love to taste them. Sugawa's face flushes as she turns to look at him and adds that she wants him to taste them too. Sugawa excitedly agrees that they should eat them together, but quickly tries to calm her down as an overly eager Takamori cheers that she cannot wait for them to ripen. While vacuuming the floor, Sugawa clutches his chest and notes that his heart has been beating remarkably fast lately. 1 month later, Sugawa suddenly halts his vacuuming when he catches sight of the cherry tomatoes on the balcony. Sugawa leans in close with a warm smile, noting that the tomatoes are almost ready to be harvested. Remembering how Takamori occasionally ran out of energy at night or was too groggy in the morning to water them properly, Sugawa decides to lift the planter himself. Believing it would be terrible if the planter fell, Sugawa carefully crouches down to move the tomatoes to a safer spot inside. Suddenly, the balcony door slides open as Takamori groggily wishes him a good morning, completely startling Sugawa and causing him to lose his grip on the planter, which crashes loudly onto the floor. Takamori stands frozen in complete shock as she looks at her ruined garden on the floor, while a panicked Sugawa frantically apologizes and explains that he was only trying to move it, though she gently replies that he does not need to apologize because it was her fault for being careless. Sugawa looks at her sadly, knowing that she had been looking forward to this harvest just as much as he had. Takamori looks down with a deeply somber expression, quietly blaming herself for ruining the harvest. Sugawa gently reassures her that everything is fine as he crouches down to start carefully gathering the fallen tomatoes. Holding one of the slightly damaged tomatoes, Sugawa offers a warm smile and gently tells her that this accident does not ruin all the effort she put into growing them. Takamori looks at him with wide, emotional eyes as Sugawa confidently pumps his fist and tells her to leave the smashed tomatoes to him. Sugawa cooks a delicious dish of roasted tomatoes seasoned with basil, grated cheese, and olive oil. Wearing an apron, Sugawa proudly presents the freshly prepared tomato dishes on the table for Takamori. Sugawa insists that she should eat first since she is the farmer, and he watches anxiously with a pounding heart as she takes her first bite. Takamori's eyes instantly light up with joy, and she happily declares that Sugawa is an absolute genius. Takamori excitedly sways on the couch and cheers that the dish tastes even better than store-bought ones, while Sugawa modestly replies that it is entirely due to her hard work in cultivating them. Takamori suddenly leans her shoulder affectionately against his, leaving a heavily blushing Sugawa startled as she softly notes that he is always cheering her up. Holding up a cherry tomato, Takamori gazes at him with a deeply affectionate smile and tells him that she truly likes that about him. Sugawa blushes heavily and panics to himself, thinking that his heart might be completely smashed if he stays with Takamori, even though it was just about a tomato. Later that night, Sugawa stands outside the apartment building looking up at the night sky. Sugawa lets out a sigh of relief, happy that Takamori returned home safely again today. Recognizing that they return home at different times since Takamori leaves on time with no energy left, while he stays late to learn, Sugawa stops by the mailboxes to check for mail. Opening the mailbox, Sugawa flinches in surprise as he spots an important-looking package inside. Sugawa pulls out the envelope and stares at his name, wondering what it could be. Back in the apartment, Takamori's eyes sparkle with excitement as she realizes he won theater tickets, while Sugawa shyly explains that he only applied on a whim and didn't expect to win. Sugawa pulls the tickets out of the envelope to show her. Takamori gasps in delight upon seeing that there are 2 tickets leaning in so close that a heavily blushing Sugawa swallows hard in nervousness. While Sugawa tries to calm his excitement, Takamori happily notes that the prize was for 2 people and shyly asks if he would like to go with her. On the day of the show, they arrive outside the theater just as it is about to open. Sugawa blushes deeply and thinks she looks incredibly cute in her dress, and when Takamori mentions she has no pockets to hold her belongings, he eagerly offers to hold her keys. As Takamori enthusiastically calls out for them to go inside, she suddenly reaches back and tightly grasps Sugawa's hand. Sugawa's heart races, and he nervously apologizes, stammering that his hands are a bit sweaty. Turning back to him with a warm smile, Takamori admits that she is simply too excited since they are sitting right in front of the actors. Sugawa's heart flutters with affection as they sit together in their seats watching the stage play unfold. During the performance, Sugawa turns to her in the dim light and quietly asks if she is doing all right. Takamori turns to him with a bright, cheerful smile and reassures him that she is perfectly fine, leaving Sugawa feeling thoroughly relieved. An announcement specifies a 10-minute intermission, prompting Takamori to praise the first half and head out to get some water first, while Sugawa realizes her wallet is still on the locker. Sugawa heads back to look for her and finds Takamori slumped over in a corner shouting her name in deep concern. Confirming his fears that she was pushing herself too hard, Sugawa rushes to her side to ask if she is okay, while a weak Takamori apologizes for not wanting to cause any trouble. Takamori weakly admits that she was simply so happy that he had invited her out. As an announcement warns that the show is about to resume, Sugawa gently tells her to go ahead while he waits for her. Sitting beside her on the bench, Sugawa warmly adds that he truly wants her to have a good time too. To cheer her up, Sugawa points and asks if she would like some ice cream since it caught his eye earlier. Takamori smiles brightly and happily agrees. The scene transitions to the city skyline outside the theater at night. As they walk home, Takamori suggests they watch the rest of the play on DVD when it is released, before noting that the night air has become rather chilly. She suddenly grabs his arm and snuggles closely against his side, leaving a heavily blushing Sugawa completely frozen in shock. With his heart pounding rapidly, Sugawa listens as Takamori softly asks if she can stay holding his arm like this until she warms up. Sugawa frantically stammers his consent, completely unsure of what to do as his heart races. Walking closely together, Sugawa silently reflects on how incredibly happy he feels today. In their kitchen, Sugawa finishes cooking Salisbury steaks and calls out to Takamori that dinner is ready, but turns to find her completely passed out face down at the table. Sugawa suddenly looks up at the ceiling light in the room. Sugawa asks if the lights are okay and says he will take care of it, reaching out his hand to tap the wall switch. The lights suddenly go completely dark, leaving Sugawa to frantically click the switch in confusion and wonder if it broke, while Takamori continues to sleep soundly. The next morning, Sugawa and Takamori discuss their apartment's lighting. Looking up at the ceiling, Takamori suddenly realizes that she has not changed the lights once since moving into the apartment. When Sugawa brings out the replacement fixtures and suggests starting with the corridor, Takamori frantically insists on doing the task herself. She explains that since he made dinner yesterday and bought the replacement bulbs, he has already done everything himself. Sugawa cheerfully tells her not to worry about it, but Takamori stubbornly refuses to let him do it alone. Looking at him with pleading eyes, she clasps her hands and begs him to let her help since this is their home. Deeply moved by her words, Sugawa blushes and offers to hold the chair for her instead, and she happily climbs up as the chair creaks. Bracing her chair from behind, Sugawa looks up as Takamori reaches her arms high up to change the ceiling light. Sugawa freezes in extreme embarrassment as her behind is positioned directly in front of his face. Takamori happily announces that she is finished, leaving a completely flustered Sugawa staring in shock. Highly distracted by the highly revealing angle, Sugawa nervously suggests that they move on to the living room next. In the living room, Sugawa holds the chair and warns her to be careful as she struggles to lift the heavy light cover off the ceiling. Suddenly, Takamori loses her balance on the chair, letting out a startled cry as she complains about the weight of the fixture. Standing below her, Sugawa blushes heavily as she looks down and asks him to hand her the new bulb. Takamori blushes in embarrassment and quickly steps down to apologize for her clumsiness. Sugawa cheerfully tells her that it is perfectly okay, assuring her that he knows she is doing her absolute best. Takamori gazes at him warmly, deeply touched by his words of encouragement. Soon after, they successfully finish replacing the lights. Takamori excitedly cheers that they did a good job, and Sugawa warmly thanks her and raises his hands for a high five. They happily high-five each other to celebrate their successful teamwork. Suddenly, Takamori wraps her arms around Sugawa and hugs him tightly, leaving him completely startled. A blushing Sugawa stammers her name in panic, as a completely exhausted Takamori slumps against his shoulder and tiredly murmurs that she is exhausted. Understanding her fatigue, Sugawa quickly guides her to the couch and tells her to take a rest. Looking up at the newly lit ceiling, Sugawa happily praises the immense brightness and warmly tells her that it is all thanks to her hard work. Takamori covers her face in deep embarrassment, blushing intensely from the bright light. When Sugawa calls out her name in confusion, Takamori groans and complains that the new light is simply too bright. Sugawa sweatily apologizes, silently reflecting to himself that he still does not know how to handle her delicate sensitivities. Back at the office, Nishi looks thoughtful at her desk as Takamori prepares some documents. Takamori stands in front of her colleagues with a warm smile, praising everyone for their hard work and asking if she can have a moment of their time. Nishi and her co-workers look up eagerly, with Nishi excitedly asking Takamori what she has to say. As the male co-workers swoon about how Takamori's presence relieves their fatigue, Takamori walks over to Sugawa's desk with a gentle smile and warmly tells him good job. Sugawa smiles nervously as he watches his colleagues glow with sheer happiness from her greeting. A co-worker stands up to announce the good news that they have secured a new project, adding that it is all thanks to the hard work of Takamori and the rest of the team. A colleague approaches Igarashi and praises her, mentioning that she heard about how hard Igarashi worked on the project. Takamori winks and flashes a playful peace sign behind her, causing a blushing Igarashi to look back. While Igarashi modestly laughs and claims her contribution was not a big deal, Sugawa watches with a warm smile, noting that she and Takamori seem to get along very well now. Sugawa silently reflects on how wonderful it is, noting to himself that many things have indeed happened between them. Suddenly, Arasawa leans close to Sugawa's desk with a friendly smile, causing a sweating Sugawa to flinch. Arasawa notes that his meeting ran longer than expected and asks if he can wait there, to which a startled Sugawa agrees silently, noting how incredibly quiet Arasawa is. Later that night, they all gather at a restaurant to raise their glasses for a toast, with Nishi happily cheering that it has been a long time. Sugawa turns to Takamori, who is smiling slightly, and she admits that she found herself arriving at the party without even realizing it. Sugawa quietly tells Takamori to let him know immediately if she starts to feel unwell. Takamori whispers her gratitude to him, causing Sugawa's heart to skip a beat. Sugawa drinks from his glass, silently admitting that he got a bit excited for some reason. Nishi-chan suspiciously asks if they are planning to sneak away together, causing both Takamori and Sugawa to choke on their drinks in shock. Someone quickly hands a glass of water to a coughing Sugawa. Sugawa greedily drinks the water as Arasawa watches him quietly. Takamori thanks Arasawa for passing the water, leaving a confused Sugawa to watch them. Nishi-chan apologizes for her raspy voice, prompting Arasawa to sheepishly admit that he does not take very good care of himself, despite being the director. Takamori gently tells Arasawa that it is perfectly fine to have off days, and notes that he always works far too hard. Takamori softly urges Arasawa to take care of himself as well, earning a warm smile of gratitude from him. As they walk home after the gathering, Sugawa admires her actions and tells her that she was incredibly cool back, then causing a blushing Takamori to look down. Looking up at him with a soft smile, Takamori reveals that those were the exact same words he had previously said to her. Sugawa's heart flutters as his face turns bright red. Takamori fondly explains that those words were spoken the first time she visited his home, admitting how incredibly relieved she felt at that moment. Takamori raises her pinky finger in the air. Smiling affectionately, Takamori holds up her pinky and softly tells him that this is their special secret. With his heart pounding rapidly, Sugawa stares at her with a heavily blushing face, silently wondering if it is truly okay for them to keep this secret. As they lock their pinky fingers together, Sugawa silently reflects on his lingering feelings towards Takamori. Early the next morning, Takamori bids him goodbye and heads out, first leaving a blushing Sugawa waving behind her as he thinks to himself that they look exactly like a married couple. Later, Sugawa arrives at the bustling train station, navigating through the dense rush hour crowd. Spotting Takamori back in the crowd, Sugawa calls out her name, causing her to turn around in surprise while holding her phone. Takamori tells Sugawa that they are going to be a bit late and explains she has already informed their boss, leaving him surprised. Takamori softly brushes her hair back with a warm smile, admitting that meeting him here is a huge relief, which completely flusters Sugawa. Sugawa's face turns bright red as his heart beats wildly. As the train arrives, Takamori excitedly calls out for them to board, while Sugawa struggles to calm his racing heart from her sweet words. They board the train and find themselves squeezed tightly into the packed crowd. Squeezed by the crowd, Sugawa is pressed directly against Takamori, both of them blushing as they stand incredibly close. Sugawa sweatily stammers an apology for the close contact, but Takamori calmly tells him not to worry about it. Sugawa tries to calm himself down, telling himself that the situation cannot be helped. Standing directly in front of her, Sugawa looks down as her chest is pressed tightly against the bag she is holding. The pressure of the crowd pushes her chest even tighter against her bag. Squeezed in the tight space, Sugawa panics intensely, realizing how incredibly compromising their position is. Bracing his hand against the wall, Sugawa tries to shield Takamori from the crowd as she is pressed against the train door. Sugawa gasps in surprise as another sudden jolt of the train pushes them even closer together. Takamori looks up at him with wide, blushing eyes as he keeps his hand firmly braced on the wall beside her. Sugawa tightly squeezes his eyes shut, sweating in extreme nervousness under Takamori's close gaze. Takamori gently tells him not to try too hard and reassures him that he can lean on her. Takamori softly tells him that it is perfectly okay because it is him, leaving a completely flustered Sugawa staring in shock. Upon arriving at their destination, they quickly exit the station, only for a panicked Sugawa to check his phone and realize they only have 10 minutes left before work starts. Takamori suddenly turns to Sugawa as he stands holding his phone. Takamori eagerly declares that she will run to make it on time, and a flustered Sugawa quickly agrees. They burst into the office together, loudly apologizing for being late. A colleague remarks that they must have taken the packed Kamaku line, noting that they barely made it in time. They both let out a relieved laugh and celebrate making it on time. Back at home later, an exhausted Takamori collapses onto the couch, casually unzipping her shirt to cool down. Seeing her fast asleep, Sugawa blushes furiously and decides to go grab a blanket for her, silently reflecting that the morning rush hour with her was far too stimulating. During his midday break at the office, a weary Sugawa holds a can of coffee and rubs his tired eyes. He sweatily reflects on how he ended up staying awake until late last night, reading just one more chapter on his phone. While Sugawa stands rubbing his tired eyes, Takamori walks up behind him and suddenly pokes his cheek, startling him. Takamori slips a small item into his front pocket, and a surprised Sugawa pulls it out to find a pack of gum. Takamori looks at him with a warm smile, encouraging him to use the gum to stay awake and keep his energy up until the afternoon. Sugawa's heart flutters as his face flushes red from her thoughtful gesture. Watching her walk away, Sugawa holds his hand to his chest and warmly reflects on how incredibly nice Takamori truly is. Sugawa sweatily wishes Nishi-chan a good job as she walks past him. Nishi-chan turns to him and bluntly declares that he needs to make himself more appealing. She advises him that he needs to smile more and cannot make progress if he just waits around. When Sugawa sweatily asks why she is getting so excited, Nishi-chan proudly replies that she is trying to help him. Nishi-chan eagerly whispers that women love a reliable man who helps them with their work as Takamori continues to type on her computer. Taking Nishi-chan's advice, Sugawa nervously stammers a greeting to Takamori, who turns around to look at him in surprise. Sugawa thanks Takamori for the gum earlier and asks if there is anything he can do to repay her, but she happily replies that she is fine. Takamori suddenly mentions that a client company has replied, causing Sugawa to gasp in surprise, while Nishi-chan pinches her forehead in frustration. Meeting Nishi-chan at a diner, Sugawa apologizes for calling her out, but she strictly demands that he answer her questions with complete honesty. Nishi-chan directly asks Sugawa what his honest thoughts are regarding his current life living together with Takamori. Sugawa's face flushes red as he stammers in embarrassment. Nishi-chan seriously points out that a girl would never ask a male colleague to move in with her unless there was some deeper feeling involved. Sugawa recalls Takamori once looking at him and asking if she was of no help to him. Sugawa quietly admits that he would be incredibly happy if she was only doing all this because it is him, while Nishi-chan listens in silence. Holding her glass, Nishi-chan explains that people date each other for many different personal reasons. She adds that some people do it simply to be near someone while others want to have more physical contact. Nishi-chan advises him that to become someone's special one, he needs to take the first step himself, just as Sugawa's phone buzzes with a notification. While looking at a photo of Takamori holding her tomatoes, Nishi-chan gently assures him that she is certain Takamori is already happy with him exactly the way he is now. Nishi-chan apologizes, admitting she might be getting a bit too carried away on his behalf as she walks away. She turns and adds that she would certainly be happy if things went further if she were in his situation. Walking back to the apartment, Sugawa anxiously wonders if Takamori could actually be thinking the same thing. Takamori welcomes him back with a warm smile at the door, instantly flustering him. Sugawa replies that he is home while silently recalling Nishi-chan's words about becoming someone's special one. On a blistering hot afternoon, Sugawa walks down the street complaining that the 36-degree heat feels just like body temperature. Takamori cheerfully announces she is ready in her summer dress, which Sugawa is thankful for, though she quickly begins to flag under the intense heat. Rushing back inside the apartment, Sugawa tiredly announces his return. Sugawa gasps in shock to find Takamori collapsed face down on the floor while she dizzily groans about how hot the apartment is. Sugawa gasps in horror upon checking the remote and realizing she accidentally turned on the heater instead of the air conditioner. Sugawa quickly switches the air conditioner to cool the room as Takamori weakly explains she wanted to cool it down before he returned. While eating, Takamori, looking dejected, admits that she still ended up causing trouble for him despite even changing her clothes. Sugawa warmly reassures her, pointing out that everyone has their own unique strengths and weaknesses. Sugawa softly calls out her name. With a sincere smile, Sugawa tells her that the mere thought of her wanting to do something nice for him is incredibly lovely. Takamori stares at him in wide-eyed awe as Sugawa hands her a plate of pickled plums to help her cool off from the heat. Takamori takes a bite and winces at the sour taste as Sugawa chuckles and explains it is a pickled plum. A hand clicks on a laptop screen using a mouse. Sugawa suggests playing a video of a river on his laptop to make them feel cooler while he turns off the air conditioner to save on electricity. As Takamori quietly sits on the couch watching the video, Sugawa walks away to fetch something with a towel in his hand. Sugawa returns and holds out a cold, wet towel, inviting her to take it. Sugawa explains that they should wrap the cold towels around their necks, and he presses play on his laptop to start the video. They both sit comfortably on the couch with their cold towels, enjoying the relaxing sound of flowing water and chirping birds from the video. Takamori rests her head back, happily murmuring how refreshing it is, while Sugawa drapes a wet towel over his own eyes and notes that his old money-saving tricks are coming in handy. Sugawa lies there silently with a gentle blush on his face. Takamori sits beside him, sleeping peacefully with a serene smile. She rests quietly with a soft blush on her cheeks. Her collarbone and neck are exposed as she rests her head back. Sugawa removes the towel from his eyes and flushes bright red in surprise at her close proximity. Takamori slowly blinks her eyes open and groggily realizes she fell asleep, while a panicking Sugawa clutches his chest and tells himself that she completely startled him. The scene transitions to the city skyline as dusk begins to fall. They step out onto the balcony, with Sugawa noting that the night air is still a bit chilly as they split a pair of frozen popsicles. Holding her popsicle, Takamori suddenly points out toward the distance and excitedly tells him to look. Beautiful fireworks explode in the night sky over the city buildings. Sugawa gasps in awe, commenting on how clearly they can see the fireworks despite being so far away. Gazing at him with a soft smile, Takamori quietly expresses her wish to go see them up close someday. Sugawa stammers in agreement, silently reflecting to himself that even in the hot summer, Takamori still manages to make his heart race. A colleague comments on how Takamori always projects a clean impression, while Sugawa adds that he is sure she handles all housework effortlessly too. Blushing slightly, Sugawa silently notes that she certainly takes great care of her appearance every morning at her vanity mirror. Back at home, an exhausted Takamori lies completely flat and limp on the couch. Sugawa watches her silently reflecting on how much she loves sleeping face down on the couch like that. Sugawa asks her if she can do the laundry after she is done changing, and she happily agrees before suddenly calling out to him. Takamori peeks her head out from the doorway while wearing only her bra to ask where the detergent is, causing a completely panicked and blushing Sugawa to loudly shout that it is on top of the shelf. Takamori thanks him and says she will fold the laundry tomorrow morning, while Sugawa stands there with a racing heart, hoping he remembered to put the machine on drying mode. Later on, yawning, Sugawa walks down the hall to check if the laundry is finished and opens the washing machine. Sugawa looks inside the machine and gasps in utter confusion. Sugawa pulls out a completely wet shirt and sweatily groans as he realizes he must have forgotten to set the dryer correctly. Feeling completely defeated, Sugawa decides he has to run the machine again, remembering how she mentioned she was thirsty this morning. Sugawa nervously apologizes for having to run the machine again, but Takamori simply asks him if he still has his pajamas. She stands there wearing only a long, oversized white button-down shirt. Takamori calmly drinks water while explaining that she accidentally slept in her new work shirt, leaving a completely red-faced Sugawa screaming in absolute shock. Sugawa flushes bright red as he suddenly wonders if she had actually slept right beside him in that highly revealing state last night. Lying flat on the floor, Sugawa groans in frustration at how incredibly defenseless she is as she sleeps peacefully right next to him. Takamori slowly opens her eyes. Takamori blushes and notes that her shirt is completely wrinkled, causing Sugawa to avert his eyes and frantically offer to iron it for her before sunrise. Sugawa collapses onto his hands and knees on the floor to mentally pull himself together, while silently panicking that the washing machine won't stop running even though he keeps pressing the button. Sugawa walks into the room carrying a laundry basket and asks Takamori if he can help her. Sugawa nervously asks if she can help hang up the laundry, to which she warmly replies that she would be glad to do it since it belongs to both of them. Sugawa's heart flutters as her words echo in his mind and he begins to thank her. Standing in front of him, Takamori stretches her arms high, completely exposed in her shirt and underwear from behind. Sugawa's eyes lock directly onto her black lace underwear. Sugawa panics in extreme embarrassment at the sight of her underwear just as she turns around to face him. Completely exhausted, Takamori collapses face down on the couch while a flustered Sugawa sits on the floor. As they sit together, Takamori softly admits that when she lived alone, she could never relax like this. Looking up at him with a warm smile, she admits that now that she lives with him, she finds herself strangely wanting to do her absolute best. Sugawa's heart melts with affection, and he silently admits to himself that even though it is quite demanding, he truly loves living together with her. While washing dishes in the sink, Sugawa notices that Takamori is still fast asleep. He sweatily recalls how she collapsed exhausted onto the floor almost immediately after returning home yesterday. Sugawa approaches the bedroom door and prepares to knock to wake her up. Sugawa peeks inside and blushes at the sight of Takamori sleeping soundly in her unzipped shirt. Blushing furiously, Sugawa nervously peeks into the room and softly wishes her a good morning. A close-up shows her placing her fingers to her lips as she attempts to whistle. Sugawa stands at the door looking completely bewildered as he asks her what she is doing while she sits on the bed trying to whistle. Takamori looks up at him with a blushing, sheepish expression. Takamori hides her face behind a towel, shyly admitting that she cannot whistle, but tries to practice from time to time. Sugawa silently realizes what she was actually trying to do just as Takamori curiously asks if he knows how to whistle. Sugawa modestly answers that he is not very good at it, but demonstrates by whistling a few clear notes. Sugawa offers a warm smile while Takamori continues to stare at him in utter amazement. Delighted, Takamori excitedly cheers that his whistling was amazing and leans closer to ask if she could learn to do the same. Takamori looks at him with intense focus, and Sugawa sweatily assures her that it is quite easy once she learns the trick. Noting her immense eagerness to learn, Sugawa begins to instruct her to breathe in first while Takamori attentively puffs her cheeks. Takamori positions her hands and asks if she is doing it right, then questions what she should do with her tongue. Sugawa looks up thoughtfully and suggests that she probably needs to place her tongue right under her front teeth. Takamori parts her lips slightly to show him her tongue and asks if she is doing it correctly, causing Sugawa's face to flush bright red. Sugawa quickly tells her not to stick out her lips and advises her to keep them slightly closed. Takamori purses her lips together tightly and looks up to ask if this is the correct shape. Sugawa panics to himself about how incredibly defenseless she is just as Takamori tries to blow some air and gasps in surprise. Takamori excitedly declares that she just managed to make a sound, but when Sugawa replies that he didn't hear anything, she eagerly says she will get closer to him. She leans her body extremely close to his face, leaving a highly flustered Sugawa completely frozen in place. As she positions her face right beside his ear, Sugawa stammers in surprise. Takamori presses her lips incredibly close to his ear, making Sugawa's face flush bright red. Instead of a whistle, Takamori softly blows her warm breath directly into his ear, sending a jolt of panic through him. Takamori pulls back slightly and looks at him with a soft smile, asking if he was able to hear it. With his face completely flushed, Sugawa stares back at her in absolute speechless panic. Sugawa stammers that he did indeed hear the sound, but immediately collapses to the floor from sensory overload while a happy Takamori cheers. While Sugawa lies face down on the floor trying to recover, his phone suddenly buzzes with a notification. He looks at the message from Kentaro Arisawa inviting everyone to a beach barbecue during the next holiday and offering to drive. Sugawa looks at his phone, hesitantly questioning if they can manage a long trip to the beach, especially since Takamori gets fatigued so easily. Takamori looks up at him with a warm smile and gently suggests that they should definitely go. Sugawa blushes and gasps in surprise at her eager agreement. The scene transitions to the sunny, crowded beach where the group gathers for the barbecue. Arisawa holds up his grilling tongs with a cheerful grin, expressing his excitement that everyone managed to make it. Sugawa's colleagues enthusiastically declare a beach outing to be a summer essential, while a nervous Sugawa begins to undress. The men sweat on the burning sand from the intense heat, just as Takamori loudly apologizes for keeping them waiting. Nishi, Igarashi, and their colleague cheerfully arrive in their swimsuits carrying bags of cold drinks. The men blush deeply as they watch the female co-workers approach. Takamori steps out in a stunning strapless bikini and sun hat, leaving a completely red-faced Sugawa gasping in absolute shock. As Nishi-chan complains about the scorching sun, his co-worker advises a dazed Sugawa to put on some sunscreen. Takamori stands stretching her arms, fully exposing her back and bikini on the beach. Sugawa's face flushes bright red as his heart beats wildly at the sight. Grinning happily, Arisawa declares the beach to be the best and pulls a huge watermelon out of his bag for the occasion. Sugawa asks if they are doing watermelon splitting, and Arisawa agrees it is a classic, while another colleague suggests they play a team game where the losers have to prepare the barbecue. Takamori giggles and softly admits that she is having a lot of fun, leaving a blushing Sugawa to watch her warmly. Looking at him affectionately, Takamori softly suggests that they make a lot of beautiful memories together right before Nishi-chan swings the stick and completely misses the watermelon on her turn. The co-workers all loudly shout different directions and mock her bad aim, teasing her for stepping backward instead of forward. A frustrated Nishi-chan yells at them to stop talking while Sugawa turns to Takamori and loudly cheers for her success as she prepares for her turn. Takamori turns back to him with a confident wink and a peace sign, telling him to leave it all to her. Sugawa's face flushes bright red as his heart skips a beat. After Takamori ties the blindfold tightly around her eyes, her co-workers call out for her to go straight ahead. Sugawa collapses to the sand in extreme embarrassment, completely flustered by the highly revealing angle of her walk, while Nishi-chan loudly yells at everyone to keep giving her directions. The rival team tries to trick her by shouting for her to go left, prompting her team to quickly warn her not to get tricked by the enemy. Sugawa loudly screams that the watermelon is right in front of her right foot, and Takamori swiftly slides her stance and swings the stick down. Takamori loses her balance and tumbles onto the sand, causing a concerned Sugawa to run over and ask if she is okay. Sitting on the sand, Takamori happily holds up the cleanly split halves of the watermelon to show him she succeeded. Their team secures the first point, and Sugawa happily eats a slice of watermelon with her mentioning that he always had complete faith in her. Takamori blushes deeply and softly replies that she was only able to do it because she had complete faith in his guidance. Sugawa's heart flutters intensely at her sweet words just as Nishi-chan raises a volleyball in the air and loudly calls for a rematch in beach volleyball. Later at sunset, Sugawa and Takamori stand together by the shoreline looking out at the vast ocean, and Takamori softly murmurs that it has been many years since she last visited the beach. Turning to look at him with a soft blush, she quietly mentions that she thinks she will go for a swim. Takamori lets out a happy exclamation as she steps her bare feet into the cool, refreshing ocean water. Takamori exclaims that the water is cold while Sugawa stands nearby. Nishi and the others head off, mentioning they have some free time while the beach volleyball court is set up, while Sugawa glances over nervously. Takamori runs ahead into the water and cheerfully invites Sugawa to join her, though he finds himself unable to stay calm. Takamori stands in her bikini with her shirt fluttering in the sea breeze. Sugawa's eyes are drawn directly to her chest. Sugawa's face flushes bright red as his heart beats wildly. Takamori turns her head and looks back at him with a soft blush. Sugawa nervously remarks that there is a nice breeze here while silently struggling to find his words. Takamori quietly admits that she is also aware of the atmosphere, just as Nishi-chan calls out from the distance that everything is ready. As Takamori runs back to join the others, a highly flustered Sugawa follows close behind, desperately trying to calm his pounding heart. As the beach volleyball game begins, Sugawa stands on the court looking highly distracted, silently admitting that he is incredibly aware of her. Sugawa blushes intensely as his male co-workers whisper that they must remain gentlemen and say nothing as they watch. The men stare with intense concentration, telling themselves to just look openly if they are going to do it. Takamori stands in a ready stance on the court as the volleyball is served. When the ball comes her way, Takamori dives forward to reach it, but her team ends up losing the point. Takamori trips and splashes directly into the shallow water, quickly apologizing to Sugawa as he retrieves the ball and flinches in surprise. Takamori sits in the shallow water, explaining that her foot got stuck in the sand while her completely soaked and see-through shirt leaves Sugawa speechless. Sugawa anxiously asks if she is hurt, but Takamori warmly smiles and thanks him for picking up the ball, causing him to blush furiously. Takamori stands up and walks out of the water, her wet clothing clinging tightly to her body from behind. Water drips down her neck as she adjusts her wet clothing. Sugawa flushes bright red and nervously tells Takamori that her swimsuit is showing through her wet clothes. Takamori looks back with a slight blush and asks him if he can tie her top up for her. Sugawa intensely blushes and freezes as he carefully reaches out to tie the string of her bikini top behind her back. Takamori smiles softly and warmly thanks him for his help. Nishi calls out to them upon their return, mentioning that they took a long time after, saying they would be fine while the others are distracted by a crab on the sand. Takamori cheerfully runs up with her completely soaked see-through shirt on full display, leaving Arasawa staring in shock, while Sugawa stands awkwardly behind her holding the ball. Nishi frantically rushes forward to cover Takamori, shouting Sugawa's name in a panic and telling Takamori they need to dry her off immediately. Nishi scolds a confused Takamori, explaining that she must speak up if her clothes become transparent because the boys might harass her, while Sugawa sweatily reflects to himself that swimming with Takamori at the beach can be quite dangerous. As they prepare the barbecue, a colleague notes how beautiful the sunset is, and Nishi calls out Sugawa's name as he starts working on the food. Takamori approaches Sugawa wearing her bikini with a towel draped over her head, asking if she can help him prepare the skewers. She smiles warmly and assures him that she can be helpful, which makes Sugawa's heart suddenly race. Sugawa nervously stammers his agreement while Takamori eagerly asks how they should order the veggies, suggesting they need to color coordinate them. Sugawa watches her intensely ponder over the vegetables with her arms crossed under her chest, silently noting to himself that she is overthinking it, just like that time they solved a puzzle together. He quickly averts his eyes and turns his attention back to preparing the food, blushing slightly as he tries to focus. Takamori steps even closer to him as she looks at the ingredients, leaving a highly flustered Sugawa to silently panic and wonder if she is standing too close. Sugawa sweatily wonders if she is completely unaware of her proximity because she is too focused on the task, while Takamori asks his opinion on trying to make the skewers the same color. Sugawa suddenly spots a yellow pepper and points it out to her to use for their color coordination. Takamori smiles brightly and excitedly grasps his fingers holding the pepper, exclaiming that it is a great idea. Takamori blushes heavily and starts to say something, but suddenly squeezes the pepper in Sugawa's hand, tightly causing him to yelp in surprise. Takamori accidentally bumps into the table and knocks over a bowl of cherry tomatoes while Sugawa quickly stammers an apology. Crouching down on the sand, Takamori lets out a dismayed sigh as she looks at the scattered tomatoes. Sugawa crouches down beside her and cheerfully suggests they pick them up together, causing her to look at him in surprise. Takamori looks down sadly and apologizes for making a mess, admitting she wasn't aware of her surroundings, and stating she is no good after all, while a sweating Sugawa listens. Sugawa quickly waves his hands to reassure her, telling her it is perfectly okay because they can simply wash the tomatoes. Flashing a bright smile, Sugawa tells her that her passion is great, and it is incredibly cool that she wants everybody to have fun. Takamori looks at him in awe as Sugawa warmly offers to help her as well. Smiling happily, Takamori hands him a finished skewer and thanks him, suggesting they move on to the next one. Watching them, Arasawa remarks that he didn't know Sugawa was into cooking, while Nishi watches with an amused expression. Nishi giggles and comments that they are perfectly in sync, noting that it seems as if the two of them always cook together, causing both Sugawa and Takamori to flinch in panic. Trying to act natural, a sweating Sugawa nervously asks Takamori if she was always such a great cook, and a flustered Takamori replies that he seems pretty used to it too. A coworker suddenly yells out that the rice is spilling, drawing Nishi's attention away, while Sugawa and Takamori stand rigidly. Sugawa quietly apologizes to Takamori, and they both let out a deep sigh of relief at dodging the suspicion. Pulling her towel tighter around her head, a blushing Takamori softly murmurs to herself that she got closer to him than usual. Sugawa stares at her with a flushed face, silently realizing that having Takamori next to him isn't anything special anymore, as it has simply become a habit. A sudden loud shout startles Nishi and causes Takamori to flinch in surprise. Arasawa looks utterly devastated as he confesses that he forgot the sauce, noting that a barbecue without sauce is ruined, while a confused Nishi asks what is wrong. Takamori adjusts her towel and volunteers to go buy some from a nearby convenience store, while Nishi quickly offers to go with her. Takamori gently tells Nishi that it is fine if only one person goes, since Arasawa prepared everything himself, as Sugawa tells her to take care. Takamori smiles warmly and expresses her desire for everyone to have fun at the barbecue. As the sky begins to dim, a coworker suggests making fried noodles, while Nishi points out that Takamori is taking a lot of time. A colleague wonders if the store was far away or if she got lost, but another coworker assures them she wouldn't get lost, and Nishi laughs while noting that there isn't anyone as strong as her. Sugawa looks down at the towel left on the table and softly murmurs Takamori's name in concern. Grabbing the towel, Sugawa quickly announces to Nishi and Arasawa that he will go look for her. Standing by the coastal road at sunset, Sugawa holds his phone to his ear as it rings repeatedly. Sugawa looks at his phone in dismay, noting that she is not answering his calls and wondering if she forgot to bring her phone with her. As he hurries down the road, Sugawa recalls Takamori's eager wish to have a fun barbecue and anxiously wonders if he might have already passed her. Sugawa soon arrives and stops in front of the local convenience store. Sugawa enters the store and approaches the clerk, asking if a woman with a ponytail and a hoodie happened to pass by. The clerk smiles brightly and confirms that she did, causing Sugawa to let out a relieved sigh. The clerk then informs him that the woman already left a while ago, leaving Sugawa standing in stunned silence. Sugawa urgently sprints down the coastal road, panting heavily as he searches for her. As he runs, Sugawa frantically deduces that he must have missed her, because she was on the other side of the road, telling himself that everything is fine as long as she is safe. Sugawa clutches his head in panic, scolding himself for only imagining bad scenarios where she collapses from exhaustion or gets approached by a strange man. Gasping for air, Sugawa suddenly wonders if she might have fallen somewhere and rushes up to check over a concrete seawall. Leaning heavily on the concrete barrier, a completely exhausted Sugawa loudly shouts Takamori's name. Sitting quietly just on the other side of the barrier, Takamori peeks around the wall and calmly answers his call. Sugawa runs up to Takamori in surprise, exclaiming her name as he finds her sitting by the sea. She tells him that he surprised her since she didn't expect to see him there. Sugawa lets out a deep sigh of relief and tells her how incredibly glad he is to find her, while Takamori calmly explains that she was just looking at the sunset. Takamori explains that she twisted her ankle while walking by the sea and decided to take a break. Sugawa quickly offers to take a look at it. As Sugawa kneels to check her ankle, Takamori asks why he is there and notes that everyone was wondering where he went. Sugawa explains that he came looking because she is known to be so reliable. Smiling warmly with a flushed face, Sugawa admits that he was worried about her too, causing Takamori to softly call out his name in surprise. Looking down at him as he tends to her ankle, Takamori asks why he always helps her when she is so helpless. Looking up at the sky, she grips her leg and blames herself, expressing guilt for making him miss out on the party with the others. Takamori sadly declares that she is truly hopeless, while Sugawa watches her with a concerned expression. With tears forming in her eyes, Takamori forces a smile and insists that she has to improve and try to be more reliable. Sugawa looks at her gently and tells her that it is perfectly okay. Flashing a soft smile, Sugawa reassures her that she can just be herself because he is there with her. Takamori stares at him in wide-eyed awe as her tears well up. Takamori wipes away her tears as they begin walking back together. Sugawa holds the plastic bag and tells her they should go at her own pace, causing her to blush deeply. As Takamori fondly gazes at his back, Sugawa looks out at the horizon and notes that the sunset is very beautiful. They arrive back at the barbecue where a frantic Arasawa immediately yells for Sugawa to hand over the sauce. The girls cheerfully welcome them back. Arasawa throws his arm around Sugawa's shoulder and they both laugh happily together. Sugawa waves his hands in a flustered panic while Takamori takes a seat under the umbrella nearby to rest as everyone continues eating. Blushing slightly, Sugawa turns his head back with a warm smile and tells everyone he is glad they had a great barbecue while Takamori quietly watches him. On the ride back, an exhausted Sugawa falls fast asleep on Arasawa's shoulder. Takamori looks at him with a deeply affectionate and warm smile on her flushed face. Takamori looks down with a blushing smile reflecting on Sugawa's previous words that she can be herself and quietly admits that this is the best she can do for now. Sitting next to the sleeping Sugawa on a beach chair, Takamori softly confesses that she likes him. Gazing at the peacefully sleeping Sugawa, Takamori quietly repeats her confession that she likes him. Sugawa slowly wakes up and rubs his tired eyes, softly murmuring Takamori's name as he spots her sitting right beside him. When Sugawa points out that her face is completely red, a flustered Takamori quickly dismisses it as nothing, just as Nishi excitedly announces that they brought fireworks for the beach. The group happily gathers in a circle on the sand as night falls, lighting up their sparklers together. Takamori holds out her sparkler towards Sugawa, to the flame happily exclaiming when his sparkler successfully lights up. Watching the glowing sparks with a soft blush on her cheeks, Takamori murmurs that it is incredibly beautiful. Sugawa stares at her intensely with a racing heart and softly agrees with her. The sun rises over the apartment building as their summer full of memories finally comes to an end. Back at the apartment, an exhausted Sugawa collapses face down onto his bed. Sugawa groans into his pillow that his muscles ache from having too much fun yesterday, prompting Takamori to peek into his room and ask if he is okay. Sugawa turns his head with a tired smile and assures her that he will recover with some rest, while Takamori watches him thoughtfully. Sugawa apologizes for making her worry when she must be tired too, warmly thanking her before closing his eyes to rest. Watching him sleep, Takamori stands in the doorway and clenches her fist with a look of determination. She quietly steps barefoot into the room and approaches his bed. Takamori suddenly straddles Sugawa's lower back, declaring that she will give him a massage. A completely startled and heavily blushing Sugawa glances back over his shoulder in utter confusion. Sugawa looks back in surprise as Takamori asks if he would like the massage right there, leading him to nervously realize what she is offering. Takamori vigorously shakes her head side to side, firmly clarifying that she is not the one receiving the massage. Blushing slightly, Takamori explains that a massage is a good way to relieve stress from his muscles and helps improve blood circulation. Sugawa stares in absolute shock, frantically wondering to himself if he is actually about to receive a massage from Takamori. As Takamori positions herself and tells him to let her know if it hurts, a heavily blushing Sugawa nervously replies that he will be in her care. Takamori gently presses her hands down onto his legs to begin the massage. Sugawa relaxes his face, silently marveling at the comforting warmth of her hands and how good it feels just before a sudden shock hits him. His eyes shoot wide open in absolute terror as a sharp jolt of pain strikes him. Takamori presses her thumbs deeply into his calves, calmly noting that they usually become stiff from office work, while Sugawa cries out in agony. Sugawa writhes in intense pain, silently screaming to himself that she is far stronger than he ever expected. Sugawa clenches his teeth and decides to endure it since she is trying her absolute best just as Takamori announces she will move up to his back. Takamori crawls forward and straddles his back, resting her weight right on top of him. Sugawa's eye widens in sheer panic as he realizes her compromising position. Sugawa internally screams in absolute shock as he registers that she is sitting directly on his back. Feeling her hands press into his lower back, Sugawa panics intensely, thinking that being straddled right on top of the bed like this is an incredibly bad situation. Blushing heavily, Takamori looks down and softly calls out his name. Takamori asks if he remembers what happened during the barbecue, prompting a highly flustered Sugawa to recall waking her up and eating lunch. Sugawa nervously looks back at her and asks why, wondering aloud if something specific happened next. Sugawa confusedly calls her name as she tightly shuts her eyes in deep embarrassment. Suddenly, Takamori's stomach growls incredibly loudly, causing her to smile sheepishly, while a completely bewildered Sugawa gasps in shock. Takamori suddenly loses her balance and completely collapses forward, slumping directly onto Sugawa's back while he turns his head in shock. Feeling her heavy weight against him, a sweating Sugawa realizes that she fell fast asleep because she was incredibly tired after all. Walking down the office hallway the next day, rubbing his sore shoulder, Sugawa groans and recalls that he was completely unable to wake her up the previous night. He silently notes that she seemed to arrive at work quite early today, just as a professionally dressed. Takamori turns to greet him good morning, taking him completely by surprise. Sugawa notes that she looks quite different today, and Takamori calmly explains that she was called to be present during the upcoming job interviews. When Sugawa gently points out that she looks rather nervous, a flustered Takamori admits that she actually couldn't sleep on the day of her last job interview. Clenching her fist with determination, Takamori states that since it is much more difficult for the candidates taking the interview, she has to hold on and do her best. Sugawa smiles warmly and reassures her that her earnest seriousness is more than enough, advising her to simply be herself as she always is. Gazing at him with a gentle blush, Takamori softly confesses that she calms down much easier whenever he is around. Takamori flashes him a bright smile and waves goodbye, leaving Sugawa standing frozen in the hallway with a heavily blushing face. Later on, Nishi asks Sugawa to check some documents with the management department, and he agrees as he steps into the elevator. The elevator arrives at the requested floor with a soft ding as the doors slide open. Sugawa excitedly calls out Takamori's name, noting what a great coincidence it is to run into her right as the elevator doors open. As she steps into the elevator and the doors close, Takamori lets out a soft sigh and quietly admits that she is still feeling a little nervous. She stands silently beside him in the small space with a tense expression. Suddenly, Takamori leans over and softly rests her head directly against Sugawa's shoulder, completely startling him. Sugawa freezes in sheer panic, his hand hovering hesitantly near the elevator buttons as he processes what just happened. Blushing profusely, Sugawa nervously asks if she is feeling tired, to which Takamori merely responds with a quiet, sleepy murmur against his arm. Sugawa panics internally about someone seeing them, but then softly admits that he is actually happy about it as she rubs her head affectionately against his shoulder. Takamori looks up at him with half-lidded eyes and a deep blush on her face. Sugawa stares back with a bright red face in absolute shock as he slowly reaches his hand out towards her. Flustered, Sugawa gently places his hand on Takamori's forehead and tells her there she goes. Takamori stares back in wide-eyed surprise at his sudden touch. Takamori steps back and touches her own forehead in realization just as the elevator chimes and arrives at their floor. Takamori quickly announces she is leaving first, and Sugawa encourages her to keep up the good work. Outside, she crouches down in the hallway, holding her flushed face in deep embarrassment while recalling his touch. Later that night, a tired Sugawa walks home with a heavy sigh, completely regretting his actions and wondering why he did that. He looks at the bag of sweets he bought on the way, recalling Takamori's bewildered expression from earlier. Noting that she did a great job at the interviews today, Sugawa nervously wonders if she will like the treats he bought to celebrate. He silently reflects that even though Takamori is always around him, he still has absolutely no clue what she truly thinks of him. He looks up at the night sky with a soft blush on his face. Sugawa arrives back at their dark apartment and announces his return, eagerly calling out to Takamori to tell her he brought some sweets. Sugawa freezes in shock with a bright red face as he spots Takamori sitting on the floor, pulling off her pantyhose, her skirt riding high enough to completely expose her underwear. His frantic apologies echo loudly throughout the entire apartment complex. Back at the office, Sugawa and Nishi cheerfully clap their hands and call out to Chief Sakuta. Nishi happily wishes Sakuta a happy birthday as he stands holding a large bouquet of flowers while the rest of the team applauds. Sakuta modestly remarks that they didn't have to make such a fuss, but Nishi insists that 50 years is an important milestone, just as Takamori asks the photographer to step forward for a picture. A woman with short hair and a camera steps forward to cheerfully congratulate her uncle, leaving Sugawa watching in absolute shock. As Nishi confusingly asks why Ibuki is here, a coworker explains that she is a photographer, and notes how rare it is to see a family member at the workplace, while Sugawa silently realizes that the woman is the chief's niece. Smiling gently, Takamori explains that she thought a photo would be a wonderful memory to celebrate the occasion, leaving the chief looking deeply moved. As the chief sheds tears of joy while holding his bouquet, Ibuki teasingly asks if he is crying while everyone happily applauds, and Sugawa silently praises Takamori for her thoughtful idea. Takamori leans close to a flustered Sugawa and playfully asks if he is surprised, prompting him to nervously ask when she even managed to contact Ibuki. Takamori winks playfully and declares that her surprise was a massive success. Sugawa stares at her in absolute awe, his heart fluttering wildly at her charming expression. Sugawa nervously scratches his head and asks Takamori when her birthday is, explaining he was just wondering, which catches her completely off guard. Sugawa smiles awkwardly, silently kicking himself for asking such an unnatural and sudden question. Takamori quietly murmurs the end of a word, prompting a confused Sugawa to apologize and ask her to repeat it. Takamori leans in close and softly whispers into his ear that her birthday is August 30. She looks at him with a soft blush and holds up a single finger to finish her sentence, indicating the 31st. Sugawa jumps back in absolute panic, loudly exclaiming that her birthday is in exactly 5 days. Watching Takamori happily chat with the chief, Sugawa suddenly realizes that he needs to put his thoughts on hold and focus on her rapidly approaching birthday. Nishi suddenly appears beside him with a highly determined look, startling Sugawa. Nishi excitedly points out that this is a massive opportunity for him, while Sugawa awkwardly tries to reply. Nishi enthusiastically declares that since it is his crush's birthday, it would be an absolute waste not to give her something special. As Nishi confidently reassures him that she completely understands his feelings, a heavily blushing Sugawa stammers in shock at her use of the word crush. Nishi quickly puts a finger to her lips and tells him they will talk about it later, just as Takamori walks up to apologize for making them wait. Later, a desk calendar sits prominently on the table to mark the date as night falls. Sugawa sits at his desk looking at a calendar, recalling Nishi's advice that it would be a waste not to give her a birthday present. Sugawa looks highly anxious as he realizes there are only 5 days remaining until the big day. Back at the apartment, Takamori calls out to him from behind that the bath is ready, snapping him out of his thoughts. Takamori stands before him in a low-cut tank top with a towel around her neck, looking at him curiously. Sugawa lets out a loud shout of thanks and quickly runs away in a flustered panic. Takamori smiles warmly and bids him good night, gently noting that he seems very tired. The next day, Sugawa sits at an outdoor cafe with a heavily blushing face. Sugawa and Nishi begin walking down the street to start their plans. Nishi enthusiastically declares that they are starting their pre-date inspection, while Sugawa resolutely vows to plan the best birthday date of Takamori's life. Sugawa imagines Takamori looking back at him with a gentle, expectant smile. Sugawa looks intensely determined to make her the happiest person in the world. Early the next morning, Nishi's phone alarm rings at 7 o'clock. Nishi lets out a wide yawn as she stretches in bed alongside her small dog. While making breakfast and eating toast, Nishi reflects on how she was unable to sleep due to all of yesterday's excitement. Standing in front of the mirror in her undergarments, Nishi ponders wearing a skirt to make her legs look longer and decides to try out a new hair accessory. Nishi happily pets her dog and praises it for being so good. Nishi proudly arrives at the office in a stylish new skirt and loudly greets her coworkers, leaving Takamori and Sugawa to greet her back in surprise. Takamori compliments Nishi on her cute hair clip. Nishi is overjoyed by the compliment, giggling to herself and feeling motivated to work much harder at her desk. A colleague suddenly approaches Nishi's desk to call out her name. The colleague dumps a massive stack of papers on Nishi's desk to check before quickly apologizing and running off, leaving Nishi screaming in frustration. Another colleague approaches to ask for her time, prompting a heavily sweating Nishi to internally curse Igarashi for the endless work. The colleague asks Nishi's opinion on company methodologies, prompting a completely blank-faced Nishi to tell him to ask someone else. Takamori sighs to herself about how human relationships are far more difficult than work when Sugawa suddenly approaches and offers to help her. Takamori smiles warmly and thanks Sugawa as they walk down the hallway together. Nishi stands holding her documents and quietly watches them leave. Watching them interact, Nishi warmly smiles and resolves to support the people who are giving their absolute best in love. Nishi recalls a dramatic romantic confession from a TV drama. Hugging her pillow in bed next to her dog, Nishi happily gushes to herself that watching dramas is the absolute best. Giggling happily, Nishi tells herself that thorough preparation is necessary to ensure a confession comes at the perfect moment. At a cafe, Takamori agrees that preparation leads to the best-case scenario, while another coworker agrees. Nishi enthusiastically declares that everyone needs to be fully prepared in case an opportunity like that happens, while Takamori sweatily nods. Takamori looks thoughtful as she ponders the topic of preparation. Takamori mentions to Nishi and their coworker that Chief Sekuta's flower bouquet gift has successfully arrived. Nishi happily cheers that it is great news as she looks at the beautiful bouquet of flowers. A voice suddenly asks Takamori when her birthday is. Nishi is shocked to realize that August 31st is only 5 days away as she watches Takamori and Sugawa interacting closely. Nishi realizes that Sugawa had no idea about the date until now, and she suddenly gets excited, thinking this is the perfect opportunity for them to go on a date. Nishi tells herself that this is Sugawa's big chance, while a nervous and sweating Sugawa looks back at her tense face. Nishi quietly watches Sugawa at the office party and realizes that he must be feeling completely troubled about what to do. Nishi stands quietly wondering if she should step in and help him since he has no one else to turn to for advice. Sugawa blushes nervously as Takamori gives him a gentle, reassuring smile. With a look of absolute determination, Nishi resolves to support Sugawa even if people call her a busybody. As night falls, Nishi calls out Sugawa's name as he walks down the street. The next day, Nishi enthusiastically promises to help him plan the best birthday date possible, while a blushing Sugawa quietly resolves to make Takamori happy. While sitting at an outdoor cafe, Nishi tells Sugawa to listen to her carefully. Nishi points out that their planning is not just about finding the best place to take Takamori, which leaves a confused Sugawa looking at his phone. Nishi advises him to closely think about Takamori, prompting a heavily blushing Sugawa to nervously wonder what kind of clothes Takamori usually wears. Takamori suddenly arrives looking very stylish in a sleeveless top, warmly apologizing for keeping them waiting while Sugawa stares in absolute awe. Takamori pulls her hair up and comments on how hot the weather is. Nishi watches in complete silence as Sugawa lets out a nervous, awkward laugh. While eating lunch, Nishi points out to Sugawa that Takamori cannot wear high heels because she struggles to walk long distances. Later, a concerned Sugawa calls out to Takamori as she leans heavily against a wall in exhaustion, and she weakly agrees with him. Sugawa resolves to plan everything perfectly, thinking to himself that he doesn't want Takamori to have a bad experience. As Nishi eats her meal at the cafe, she suggests that the place is great for resting and having lunch, mentioning that sharing a meal would also be a good idea. Thinking about sharing a meal, Sugawa begins to blush as he imagines Takamori happily asking him to eat together. He envisions a deeply blushing Takamori feeding him a bite of dessert. Sugawa completely loses himself in the daydream, sighing happily to himself about how blissful it would be. Nishi deadpans at him until Sugawa suddenly snaps out of his daze, laughing nervously and quickly suggesting they check out the next spot on their list. They arrive outside a Samoyed dog cafe. Nishi excitedly gushes over how soft and fluffy the dogs are. Inside the cafe, Nishi happily hugs one of the fluffy white dogs. While Nishi recalls that Takamori loves dogs, Sugawa ends up pinned to the floor as multiple energetic dogs pile on top of him. Later at a park, an exhausted Sugawa slumps on a bench while Nishi tells him that he should just say no if he cannot handle things. Sugawa checks his phone to see if there was a bench on the previous road, but Nishi admits that she cannot remember. Sugawa scrolls through a list of venues on his phone, carefully reviewing the details of a nearby cafe. Nishi watches him thoughtfully, looking at him with a gentle expression. Clenching his fist with renewed determination, Sugawa declares that they are going to do this. Sugawa looks up with a blush and eagerly suggests they keep going. Nishi smiles warmly and readily agrees to continue their inspection. They spend the rest of the day visiting various shops, looking out at a stunning city view at dusk and checking out local items. While sitting at her restaurant with a scenic view, Nishi squeals with excitement about it being the perfect night spot, leaving a sweating Sugawa to quietly eat his meal. As a fancy plate of food is served, Sugawa praises the delicious meal, while Nishi confidently declares that the elegant atmosphere will guarantee their success. Sugawa's fantasy continues as he imagines Takamori calling it the best date she has ever had and asking if she can surprise him too. In his vivid daydream, Sugawa envisions kissing Takamori, completely losing touch with reality. Nishi frantically whispers his name to wake him up just as a waiter politely approaches their table to offer more bread. Sugawa jumps in sudden panic, thinking they are being given the bill, while a sighing Nishi notes that his mind is completely somewhere else. After leaving the restaurant, Nishi and Sugawa pat their full stomachs and remark on how incredibly filling multi-course meals are. Nishi happily announces that they are heading to the final inspection spot of the day, catching Sugawa off guard. Nishi reminds him that night dates can actually be quite long. On a balcony overlooking the sparkling city lights, Nishi excitedly gushes about how romantic the night view is. Nishi turns to him and curiously asks if he has already pictured his perfect date with Takamori. Sugawa blushes and admits he has only played it out in his head, prompting Nishi to tease him for his lack of confidence. Sugawa softly confesses he just wants Takamori to be happy with the plans, leaving Nishi deeply touched by his sincerity after spending the whole day planning. While digging through her backpack, Nishi casually comments that Takamori would surely love the date, provided she already has feelings for him, which leaves Sugawa completely speechless. Nishi holds out her hand to offer Sugawa a small wrapped candy. Nishi cheers him on, explaining that the treat is currently trending as a good luck charm for love. Nishi suddenly grabs Sugawa's collar in a panic and aggressively yells at him to call Takamori and set up the date right away. Nishi demands that he do it immediately, prompting a flustered Sugawa to dial Takamori's number as his phone begins to ring. Back at her apartment, Takamori happily hums to herself with a towel over her head as her phone suddenly lights up with his call. Sugawa nervously asks Takamori if it is a good time as she answers the call, while Nishi listens closely beside him. Lying on her bed with a towel draped over her shoulders, Takamori casually asks him what is on his mind. Nishi urgently whispers for Sugawa to state his plans, causing him to nervously stammer. Sugawa starts to say that he knows it is a bit sudden while imagining Takamori feeding him a treat. Nishi suddenly leans in and yells into the phone, asking Takamori if she would like to go on a birthday date with him, leaving Sugawa completely shocked. Takamori's eyes widen in sheer surprise at the sudden question. Nishi quickly covers her mouth in panic and admits to a frozen Sugawa that she was a bit too straightforward. Nishi panics in the background while a pale Sugawa asks himself what he just did right before Takamori replies with a simple yes over the phone. Sugawa lets out a confused sound, tears forming in his eyes from absolute shock. Blushing deeply, Takamori firmly agrees to go on the date, leaving Sugawa and Nishi stunned with joy. Takamori holds her phone to her chest and whispers that it is a relief, while Nishi and Sugawa celebrate wildly on the observation deck. Gazing at her phone with a heavy blush, Takamori softly murmurs to herself that he actually asked her out. On the day of the date, Sugawa packs his bag, checking off his tissues, handkerchief, and bus card before carefully adding the sweet charm Nishi gave him. With heavy dark circles under his tired eyes, Sugawa tries to convince himself that everything will be fine. Sitting anxiously by his front door, Sugawa runs through his checklist for the 5th time, once again reassuring himself that he will be fine. Takamori arrives at their meeting spot wearing a stylish skirt and apologizes for the wait, leaving Sugawa staring in shock. Sugawa clenches his fist and struggles to contain his excitement, completely overwhelmed by how cute she looks. Takamori points to the counter and reminds him not to forget his phone, prompting Sugawa to snap out of his daze and enthusiastically declare that he is counting on her today. Sugawa jumps back in surprise and quickly thanks her, then clutches his flushed face, mentally scolding himself that he almost blew it right from the start. With a highly determined look, Sugawa tells himself that the date must be perfect all day long while Takamori watches him curiously. Sugawa confidently suggests they go have breakfast at a place he knows, feeling great about it, and Takamori excitedly agrees to go. However, they arrive to find a sign stating the cafe is temporarily closed for the end of August, prompting a shocked Sugawa to quickly suggest they go somewhere else. As they sit at a different cafe with drinks, Sugawa silently notes that she realized he is feeling down, just as Takamori cheerfully reassures him that they can go to the other place another time. Bouncing back, Sugawa excitedly suggests they head to the next location and asks Takamori if she wants to go see the viewing platform. Riding the elevator up, Takamori marvels at the height and expresses her excitement about being so close to each other, while a blushing Sugawa suggests taking a commemorative photo. The elevator doors open to reveal an incredibly massive, tightly packed crowd, leaving Sugawa and Takamori standing completely frozen inside. 1 hour later, a frantic Sugawa loudly calls out Takamori's name as he searches for her in the sea of people. Having finally regrouped, a completely worn-out Takamori weakly comments that it was pretty crowded, while Sugawa stands utterly exhausted beside her. Sugawa suggests they rest on a bench and briefly feels relieved that he researched resting spots, but then slumps forward, mentally agonizing that everything is going horribly wrong today. Sugawa suddenly gasps in realization and asks Takamori to follow him. Takamori stares in absolute awe with sparkling eyes as they arrive at Chikama's pop-up shop. Takamori asks how he knew she was curious about the cute characters, and Sugawa explains that she seemed quite fond of them when they watched a video together the other day. Takamori's eyes widen in surprise as she recalls calling the characters cute on her phone. Smiling warmly with a soft blush, Takamori tells him she is delighted that he remembered that, leaving Sugawa highly flustered. Sugawa stares at her in wide-eyed shock as his heart suddenly thumps loudly. Sugawa spots the last magical Chikama plushie on the shelf and grabs it, proudly announcing to Takamori that he found it, causing her to happily wrap her arms around him in a tight hug. Suddenly, a small boy walks up and intensely stares at the magical plushie in Sugawa's hand. Sweating nervously, Sugawa holds out the plushie and asks the boy if he wants it, and the boy eagerly nods his head in response. Sugawa looks down at the boy with a sweating face while Takamori watches their interaction with a gentle smile. Kneeling down, Sugawa tells the boy that he can take the plushie and gently hands it over to the delighted child. Sugawa stands back up and awkwardly apologizes to Takamori for not being able to give her a present. Takamori gently shakes her head and tells him no. She tells him that she is relieved because he is always so kind. Placing her hands back on his shoulders, Takamori warmly thanks him for doing his absolute best to make this the greatest date ever. Blushing softly, she admits that she also really likes the usual Sugawa. Sugawa's heart thumps as he listens to her. He recalls her saying something similar before about liking those things about him, realizing he might have been pushing himself too hard. He then tells her that he made a restaurant reservation for later. Flashing a sweet smile, Takamori reassures him that it does not have to be a perfect date. Standing before her, Sugawa confidently resolves to make Takamori happy just the way he is. As they walk together at night, Sugawa notes that the kid from earlier reminded him of Asura. Takamori asks if that is his little brother, and Sugawa confirms, explaining that he gave up on many toys because of him. Takamori grins warmly and tells him that he is a very cool big brother. Sugawa suddenly points ahead and excitedly calls out to Takamori to look, his heart pounding in his chest. They stand together looking out at a beautifully illuminated tower shining against the night sky. Takamori stares at the view in awe and lets out an amazed gasp, leaving Sugawa to gaze at her softly. Looking up at the illuminated sky, Takamori sincerely thanks him for asking her out on a date today. She turns her head to look back at him with a deeply flushed smile and tells him that she had a great time with him. Sugawa clenches his hands nervously as they stand together in silence overlooking the city, before he stammers that he feels the exact same way. Sugawa looks highly flustered and sweaty, mentally panicking about how awkward it is and not knowing how to behave, before nervously calling out Takamori's name. A blushing Sugawa tells Takamori that he wanted to give her something. Sugawa tells her it is nothing to make a big deal about and asks for her hand, causing her heart to pound as she watches him. Sugawa gently takes both of Takamori's hands in his as they stand facing each other. Sugawa drops a small wrapped candy into the palm of Takamori's hand. Takamori asks if it is a candy, and Sugawa confirms, immediately apologizing for it being so cheap. Takamori suddenly bursts into laughter. With tears of joy in her eyes, Takamori laughs and thanks him, stating she couldn't hold it in, while a relieved Sugawa mentally thanks Nishi and notes that he has no idea what is happening but is glad she is happy. The small boy from earlier suddenly runs up and happily calls out to Sugawa. Sugawa recognizes the boy in surprise as the child holds up the plushie. The boy's parents approach and enthusiastically thank Sugawa for giving their son the toy, explaining that they are in Tokyo for work and sightseeing, and that their son was incredibly excited for the local item. The parents eagerly insist on repaying him, causing a flustered Sugawa to wave his hands and say they don't have to worry about it, which only makes the parents praise him for being so modest. The father happily hands Takamori a small ticket and tells them to come together next time. The family cheerfully bids them farewell, leaving Sugawa and Takamori standing completely dazed. Takamori mentions she is glad the kid loved the toy. Sugawa agrees and asks her what the parents gave her. Takamori closely examines the small paper ticket in her hands. Blushing deeply, Takamori explains that it is an invitation ticket. Looking up at him with a flushed face, she quietly reveals that the ticket is for couples. Sugawa's eyes widen in utter shock as his heart loudly thumps. A panicking Sugawa immediately declares that he will return it, reaching out to stop her as she quickly turns away. Clenching the ticket to her chest with a red face, Takamori tells him to think about which date they are free to go when they get home. Sugawa stands frozen in his apartment with a heavily sweating face, his heart pounding wildly as he nervously wonders to himself what she might be thinking. Holding the ticket close to her chest with a deep blush, Takamori asks him if he is excited to go, leaving a completely stunned Sugawa standing rigidly behind her. Sugawa clutches his head in sheer panic, internally screaming that he won't be able to hold his feelings back. He rationalizes that if she is fine with it, then he is all in, but he anxiously realizes that they would be completely alone together. Roughly a month after receiving the ticket from the family, Sugawa arrives back at the apartment with groceries and announces his return. Takamori cheerfully welcomes him back home and excitedly announces that their new suitcase has just arrived. Looking at the large silver suitcase on the floor, Takamori excitedly notes that they can rest their drinks on top of it, while Sugawa watches her with a racing heart and remarks that she seems incredibly excited about their upcoming trip. Sugawa looks at the single piece of luggage and confusedly asks her if she ordered only one suitcase. Blushing softly, Takamori explains that since they are going on the trip together, she figured one suitcase would be enough for both of them. Sugawa blushes deeply and mentally scolds himself for overthinking things again before enthusiastically suggesting they start packing. He praises her idea, noting that sharing a bag means they won't have to worry about carrying too much stuff. Sugawa organizes his side of the suitcase, laying out his power bank, charging blocks and cables. Sugawa looks down thoughtfully as they continue to pack. Holding up a large plastic freezer bag, Takamori asks if she can use the suitcase's pockets. When a confused Sugawa asks about the bag, she explains that it is very useful for storing and compressing wet clothes. Takamori leans forward slightly as she focuses on packing, inadvertently putting her cleavage on full display. Sugawa stares intently at the lace of her underwear peeking out from her shirt, gulping nervously with a bright red sweating face. Takamori suddenly looks up and cheerfully announces that her half is done and the suitcase is all his now. She asks if she kept him waiting and tells him to hold on a second while Sugawa stands awkwardly beside her. Sugawa nervously stammers his thanks as he steps up to the open suitcase. Sugawa looks down into the suitcase and freezes as he spots a compression bag filled entirely with Takamori's lacy underwear. Sugawa's face flushes bright red in absolute shock, instantly recalling the time he accidentally saw her in her bra, and realizing he hasn't seen those since then. Takamori glances back and notices his shocked expression, immediately realizing what he is looking at. She frantically lunges forward to cover the bag of underwear with her body, while loudly apologizing, causing a highly flustered Sugawa to jump back with a startled yell. Takamori quickly zips up her side of the suitcase while hiding her heavily blushing face. A sweating Sugawa stammers that he still has to pack some things and gently tells her to take her time. While packing his toiletries, Sugawa suddenly realizes something and looks back in surprise. Sugawa watches Takamori closely, silently noting to himself that she is putting in a lot of effort just for this trip. Exhausted, Sugawa and Takamori collapse onto the floor next to the packed suitcase. Takamori cheerfully announces they are done, and Sugawa happily praises her for a good job. Sugawa thinks to himself that he was initially shocked, but is now very excited for their trip. Takamori smiles warmly at him with a soft blush and says she hopes they have a great time. The next morning, a panicking Sugawa yells for Takamori, frantically announcing that the taxi has already arrived. He realizes his alarm went off over an hour ago and deeply regrets falling asleep right there on the floor. Sugawa frantically grabs the inn ticket from Takamori's hand, thanking her and exclaiming that they almost forgot it. Standing in her tank top, heavily blushing, Takamori suddenly lets out a soft gasp, catching a hurried Sugawa's attention. Sugawa confusedly asks her what the matter is as Takamori clutches her chest and stammers nervously. Looking incredibly embarrassed, Takamori confesses that she forgot to take out her underwear for today. Sugawa's phone buzzes in his hand as he connects the dots, internally panicking as he realizes that she is currently wearing absolutely nothing underneath her clothes. Moving at blazing speed, Sugawa grabs his suitcase and sprints past her, rushing out of the room in an absolute blur. As he sprints away, Sugawa yells back for her to quickly change her clothes and that he will wait in the taxi, mentally scolding her for being so defenseless. A stunned Takamori simply watches him fly away, and they ultimately manage to catch their train on time. They arrive at the beautiful traditional Japanese inn for their trip. Sugawa checks his ticket and notes that this should be the place, while Takamori looks around in total awe. The parents from the pop-up shop cheerfully welcome them in and apologize for the wait. The parents tell them to take their time as they enter their room. Takamori marvels at the beautiful space, calling it incredibly nice. As Takamori sits by the large window overlooking the scenic view, Sugawa silently reflects that a year ago, he never would have imagined going on a trip like this. Thinking about how this must seem like a dream for someone who tires easily like Takamori, an energized Sugawa pumps his fists and enthusiastically declares that they should have a blast today. Takamori warmly agrees to make a lot of memories and announces she will put her yukata on, adding that there is one for him as well. Standing by the door, Takamori playfully tells a flustered Sugawa that he cannot say things like that with such an expression on his face. Takamori steps out wearing her yukata and thanks Sugawa for waiting. Sugawa stares in absolute awe and loudly compliments her, exclaiming that she looks incredibly pretty in those clothes. As Takamori blushes silently, Sugawa quickly shifts the topic and asks if she wants to go to the amusement hall. Walking down the hallway, an excited Takamori remarks that it feels just like a festival. She accidentally bumps into Sugawa and quickly apologizes, but he cheerfully reassures her that it is fine since they are there to have fun. They spot a table tennis setup, and an eager Takamori suggests they give it a try. They begin playing table tennis, casually hitting the ball back and forth across the table. Sugawa misses a shot and quickly apologizes, but he quietly thinks to himself about how nice the moment is. Suddenly, Sugawa grips his paddle with a highly determined expression. Takamori happily cheers that she hasn't played in ages, prompting a confused Sugawa to let out a questioning sound. Takamori fiercely slams the ball back with intense speed, catching Sugawa completely off guard as he wonders to himself if she is actually. Takamori ties her hair back with a serious look, while Sugawa mentally finishes his sentence, realizing in panic that she is extremely good at table tennis. Takamori smiles and reminds him that they are just there to have fun, but Sugawa fiercely declares that he wants to try hard too. They engage in a lightning-fast, highly competitive rally, catching the attention of two bystanders who watch them play. In the middle of their intense match, Sugawa suddenly yells out in panic about her yukata. Takamori realizes her yukata has completely slipped down her arm, putting her bra and cleavage on full display. Sugawa lets out a loud scream of sheer panic with a deeply flushed face. Sugawa quickly rushes forward and throws his own jacket over her shoulders while the two bystanders watch them in surprise. Covering her up and anxious, Sugawa asks if she is okay, leaving Takamori looking back at him in surprise. Blushing and sweating profusely, Takamori nervously stammers her thanks and apologizes for always making a mess, admitting that she simply wasn't paying attention. Sugawa smiles gently with a soft blush and tells her that it is wonderful she is having so much fun that she completely immerses herself in the game. Sugawa cheerfully announces that he needs to fix his own yukata too, while Takamori quietly notes that they are both sweating so much. Looking up at him with a gentle blush, Takamori asks if he wants to take a bath in the hot springs after they finish playing. Sugawa freezes with a heavily flushed face, frantically wondering to himself if she means they should take a bath together. Noting that they ended up sweating so much, Takamori asks if he wants to take a bath in the hot springs. She gazes at him and casually finishes her sentence, suggesting they go after they finish playing. Sugawa stares back in sheer panic, internally screaming as he wonders if she means they should bathe together. Hours later, the calm surface of the hot spring gently ripples in the serene environment. Sitting side by side with their feet soaking in a warm foot bath, Takamori cheerfully declares that she cannot believe she is having this much fun, attributing it all to Sugawa's kindness. Sugawa lets out a massive, tired sigh of absolute relief. He silently notes to himself that they will head to the main hot springs after this, anxiously sweating over the possibility that it might be a mixed bath. In his wild imagination, Sugawa pictures a blushing Takamori wrapped only in a towel, shyly admitting that she is embarrassed about a mixed bath, but is willing to go if it is with him. Takamori leans over and worriedly asks if he is tired, snapping a heavily blushing Sugawa out of his daze as he quickly apologizes for spacing out. Resting her chin on her hands, Takamori smiles warmly at him and curiously asks what is on his mind. Sugawa frantically waves his hands and stammers a nervous excuse, claiming that he was just thinking about how he smells a bit after sweating so much. Takamori suddenly leans in extremely close and gently sniffs his yukata, leaving him completely frozen. Takamori rests her chin on her hands and looks at Sugawa with a warm, gentle smile as they sit together by the foot bath. Takamori happily notes that they have played a lot of table tennis together, while a heavily sweating Sugawa notices that the sun is setting and realizes it is time for their next plan. Sugawa enters the hot spring bath, immediately stressing over the concept of a mixed bath as he looks around the empty pool. Sugawa sighs in relief and accepts that a mixed bath would never happen nowadays, feeling a bit foolish for overthinking things. Suddenly, Takamori's voice calls out from behind the partition, asking if he is there, causing a startled Sugawa to loudly confirm his presence. On her side of the divider, Takamori sinks into the warm water and comments on how wonderful the hot spring feels. Hearing her nearby, a heavily blushing Sugawa nervously yells back over the partition that the surrounding scenery is very beautiful. Silence suddenly falls over the hot spring as neither of them says another word. As they soak in the warm water, both Sugawa and Takamori silently wonder what the other is doing on their respective side of the partition. One of them gently scoops up some water in their hand, letting it slowly splash back into the pool. They both sit quietly in the steam on opposite sides of the wooden divider, listening to the gentle ripples of the water. Takamori picks up a floating maple leaf and holds it up softly, expressing her hope that they will continue to have plenty of fun together this year. Sugawa looks up at the leaves and recalls their past dates, wishing they could build their home aquarium together once more. Takamori quietly reflects on how much joy she always experiences whenever Sugawa is by her side. Staring down at the leaf, Takamori quietly wonders aloud if their relationship will remain just as wonderful going forward. Hearing her words, Sugawa's heart beats rapidly against his chest as he looks toward the divider in nervous anticipation. Sugawa clenches his fists in the water and realizes that this is the moment where he needs to speak up and say something meaningful to her. He firmly resolves that he must finally tell her exactly how he feels. Despite his determination, a wave of stage fright washes over Sugawa, leaving him completely paralyzed and unable to force the words out of his mouth. Sugawa looks down in frustration and closes his mouth, utterly defeated by his inability to speak up when it matters most. Sugawa quietly agrees with her over the divider. Takamori continues to stare down at the maple leaf, looking deeply flustered and thoughtful. She holds the leaf tightly between her fingers, quiet in her thoughts. After leaving the bath, Sugawa sits on a nearby bench and lets out a heavy sigh, deeply regretting his inability to say anything. Sugawa jumps up in surprise as Takamori walks out from the bath area, cheerfully apologizing for keeping him waiting and praising the wonderful water. Takamori expresses her interest in visiting the indoor open-air bath if they have more time, but then happily giggles and confesses that she is actually quite hungry right now. Smiling in relief, Sugawa readily agrees and suggests they head over to have dinner right away. They sit down to a massive, beautifully prepared multi-course meal, leaving Takamori amazed by the sheer amount of food while Sugawa calls it delicious. Takamori accidentally touches a hot bowl and burns her hand, prompting a panicking Sugawa to immediately grab her wrist and check if she is hurt. They stand holding hands in a brief, quiet moment, looking at each other with heavily blushing faces. Realizing what he is doing, Sugawa quickly lets go of her hand. Takamori blushes and softly thanks him for being so kind, leaving a flustered Sugawa to silently panic. The married couple who owns the inn cheerfully approaches to ask how the food is, mentioning that they also have an excellent collection of local sake for them to enjoy. Sugawa and Takamori bow their heads in perfect sync to thank them, catching the female owner's attention. The female owner happily notes how incredibly alike they are, leaving Sugawa and Takamori looking back at her in surprise. Trying to break the ice, Sugawa politely asks the couple if they have always managed this traditional inn. The husband confirms that the inn has been passed down through his family for generations, while his wife proudly says that she actually used to be a regular employee there. The wife recalls that she once made a massive mistake at work, remembering how she sat crying in the rain until her husband came to find her. The female owner explains that there was no grand or special reason behind them being together. The husband notes that she simply became precious to him over time, while his wife adds that she always feels completely safe by his side. She holds up her hand to show her ring, concluding that they have been deeply happy ever since. Walking down the hallway later, Takamori worries if Sugawa is okay, prompting him to lean on the wall and reassure her that he is fine, while admiring what a lovely couple the owners are. Takamori softly agrees and quietly admits that she is actually quite jealous of them. Takamori thanks him for the wonderful memories they made today, while Sugawa resolves to step forward and confess his desire to be with her from now on, as he slowly reaches out for her hand. Takamori turns to him with a gentle smile and tells him that she is counting on him from now on. Recalling her words about them being together from now on, Sugawa suddenly wakes up in bed with a loud gasp. Sugawa sits up and realizes he fell asleep, noticing that it is already 15 minutes past midnight when he hears a splashing sound from outside. Looking out, Sugawa is shocked to see the door to the private open-air bath slightly open. Peeking out, he spots Takamori's silhouette as she peacefully soaks in the bath under the starry night sky. Takamori notices someone approaching and turns around to find a completely stunned Sugawa standing at the doorway. Takamori calls out his name in surprise, while a heavily sweating Sugawa stands frozen on the spot. Takamori smiles warmly and notes that he successfully found her. Takamori looks up at the sky and says that she did not feel tired at all today because she had so much fun, while Sugawa silently notes how she usually gets exhausted easily outdoors and struggles even at home. Takamori notes that all of her usual fatigue has completely vanished now. Overcome by his feelings, Sugawa suddenly raises his voice and calls out her name. Standing tall with absolute determination, Sugawa loudly declares that he still has something important to tell her. Takamori's eyes widen in sheer surprise at his sudden declaration. Standing before the bath, a highly flustered Sugawa calls out Takamori's name. Clenching his fists with a deeply flushed face, Sugawa loudly repeats that he still has something important to tell her. As he gazes at her silhouette in the water, Sugawa silently reflects on how sick he is of himself at times. He admits to himself that his inability to say anything to the person he likes is pathetic, resolving to finally change that. Recalling the time Takamori asked him to live with her, Sugawa remembers how much she helped him and how he wanted to be there for her whenever she needed it. Standing at a distance from the bath, a sweating Sugawa nervously raises his voice to begin his confession. Sugawa confesses that while her sudden invitation to live together initially confused him, it made him incredibly happy, and he has had so much fun with her every single day. He silently admits that because of those happy days, he has been completely terrified. Sugawa explains that he has been too scared to take a step forward because he is terrified of their current relationship falling apart, but he cannot stay silent any longer. Shouting over the water, Sugawa firmly declares that he likes her and that his feelings are not just a recent development. Looking directly at a deeply shocked Takamori, Sugawa asks if she would be willing to stay by his side from now on as his lover. Silence falls over the pool as both of their hearts thump loudly in anticipation. Takamori softly points out that he chose a very awkward moment to confess while she is taking a bath, causing a panicking Sugawa to bow repeatedly and apologize for the inconvenience. Takamori quietly scoops up some of the warm bath water in her hands. Takamori softly confesses that he has been on her mind a lot lately, catching a blushing Sugawa completely off guard. She recalls worrying about whether he would enjoy their movie dates or if he would like the meals she prepared for him. She looks back at him, her face completely flushed as she gathers her thoughts. She remembers how Sugawa once told her that everything they look at together always seems beautiful. Takamori begins to softly reveal her own feelings. Takamori softly confesses that she likes Sugawa a lot. She tells him with a sweet smile that she truly wants to be with him. Overwhelmed with joy and confusion, Sugawa frantically wonders what to do next, as he realizes he wants to be right there with her immediately. Takamori opens her arms and warmly invites him to come into the bath with her. Without hesitation, Sugawa steps forward toward the water. He rushes straight into the pool, completely forgetting to take off his yukata. Sugawa dives into the hot spring and pulls Takamori into a tight, emotional hug, splashing water all around them. Holding her close, Sugawa notes that her warm embrace tells him everything he needs to know about her feelings. They hold each other in the steaming water, feeling incredibly warm and relieved to finally be together. The water gently ripples around them as they begin to settle down after the sudden embrace. They remain wrapped in each other's arms in the serene hot spring, completely lost in the romantic moment. Coming back to reality, a blushing Takamori gently suggests to Sugawa that it might be best if she gets dressed now. As they pull apart, Sugawa accidentally brushes against her chest, causing them both to blush furiously. As a panicking, Sugawa quickly backs away and apologizes. Dripping wet in his yukata, Sugawa frantically gets out of the bath and offers her his towel, yelling that he will bring her another one in a moment before rushing inside. Sugawa drops the towel by the door and shouts that he is leaving it there, and a smiling Takamori calls out her thanks as she relaxes in the water. Rushing back into the room and exhausted but incredibly happy, Sugawa collapses onto the floor, feeling immensely relieved. Sugawa looks down at his bare feet and frantically wonders where he left his slippers, trying to piece together where he took them off. Meanwhile, outside in the bath, a blushing Takamori slowly wraps the yukata over her bare shoulders. Standing inside, Sugawa looks over at Takamori in her yukata, his face turning bright red as his heart beats wildly. Sugawa sits on the bed, his heart thumping, as he thinks about how beautiful Takamori's back is before he quickly apologizes and announces that he finally found his slippers. He clutches his chest, silently admitting that he is still incredibly nervous and that this is the most anxious he has ever been in his entire life. Sugawa stretches his arms and clenches his fist, trying his best to pump himself up and calm his nerves. He suddenly clutches his head in sheer panic, desperately trying to confirm whether he actually just confessed to her. Sugawa mentally screams in agony, realizing he was so out of his mind that he cannot remember what they talked about and agonizing over why he threw himself at her while she was bare. He squeezes his eyes shut, wishing he could bury himself in embarrassment. After Takamori enters the room, they sit back to back on the bed in complete awkward silence. Sugawa slowly looks over his shoulder at her, his face turning red as he searches for a way to break the silence. He looks down with a soft smile, admitting that he had planned a much better confession in his mind. He trails off, but Takamori softly chimes in. Turning to him with a beautiful warm smile, Takamori confesses that his confession made her incredibly happy. Sugawa's eyes widen in sheer joy, his heart skipping a beat at her sweet words. Takamori gently lies down on her side and bids him goodnight, leaving a deeply blushing Sugawa to watch her in absolute awe. She pulls the blanket over herself and quickly falls into a peaceful sleep. Sugawa gazes down at her sleeping face with a soft, deeply affectionate smile. He quietly lies down beside her, pulling the blanket over them as he whispers a final goodnight. They sleep peacefully side by side as the quiet night passes. The next morning, the sun rises over the beautiful traditional Japanese inn. As they prepare to leave, the inn owners happily invite them to return whenever they want, prompting a delighted Sugawa and Takamori to warmly agree. As they travel back, Sugawa and Takamori steal nervous glances at each other, their faces completely flushed as they think about what happened. Standing together in a flurry of sparkles, they both giggle awkwardly, unable to hide their intense embarrassment. The inn owners and their young daughter look on in gentle surprise at the couple's highly adorable behavior. Takamori shyly asks if they can hold hands, and as they walk together with their suitcase, Sugawa nervously comments that it still feels a bit weird because they skipped so many steps by starting to live together first. Takamori warmly reminds him that they are no longer just roommates and that they are officially a couple now, causing his heart to flutter. Clasping their hands tightly together, they both realize that even if today is just an ordinary day for everyone else, it is an incredibly special day for them. And so their official romantic relationship finally begins. Sometime after returning home, Takamori lies comfortably on the sofa looking relaxed and happy. Sugawa notices how exhausted Takamori is after their big trip, remembering how incredibly energetic she was during their travels before collapsing onto the sofa. As Takamori sleeps peacefully on her side, her loose top reveals a glimpse of her cleavage. Sugawa turns his head away with a bright red, sweating face, desperately trying to control his racing thoughts. Gulping nervously, Sugawa steals a glance at her, while thinking to himself that although he is overjoyed, they are finally a couple, he still has absolutely no idea what being a boyfriend is supposed to mean. He looks at his sleeping girlfriend, who lets out a soft, contented smile in her sleep. Seeing her smile, Sugawa cannot help but break into a massive, dorky grin himself. Giggling happily to himself, Sugawa admits that he cannot stop smiling and realizes that their success is entirely thanks to the small candy Nishi gave him. Suddenly, curious Sugawa wonders what happened to that candy and turns to ask a resting Takamori if she ever ate her birthday treat. Takamori blinks in surprise, looking back at him with a blank expression. She suddenly stands up from the sofa and begins rummaging through her handbag, leaving a sweating Sugawa to watch her in curiosity. Takamori presents the lucky candy, leaving Sugawa shocked that she still has it, and they notice there is something written on the wrapper. Takamori asks if she can open the wrapper, leaving Sugawa surprised but deeply touched by how carefully she preserved it. The opened wrapper reveals a fortune predicting that her luck in love is over the moon and that it is time for a bold, passionate kiss. Both of them stare at the text in absolute shock and embarrassment. Sugawa realizes this must have been Nishi's aggressive plan to speed up their relationship. Takamori pops the candy into her mouth. She tastes the candy, letting out a soft sound as she enjoys the flavor. Sugawa stares at her with a bright red, sweating face. Takamori suddenly closes her eyes and leans in close to him, leaving a flustered Sugawa completely frozen. As their lips get incredibly close, a highly panicked Sugawa frantically wonders if he should close his eyes or keep them open. Both of them pucker their lips in expectation, but they freeze just before making contact. Failing to complete the kiss, a deeply embarrassed Takamori turns her head away while keeping her mouth puckered, leaving Sugawa utterly confused. Takamori opens her eyes and looks up at him with a sly, blushing grin. She cheerfully walks away and mentions that the candy was peach-flavored, leaving Sugawa standing completely speechless. Sugawa's eyes swirl in absolute dizzying embarrassment as his heart beats wildly. Sugawa clutches his chest and loudly complains that she is going to make his heart explode, while Takamori quietly slides the empty wrapper back into her bag. Clutching her small pouch with a bright red face, Takamori admits to herself that she got too embarrassed to go through with the kiss. Standing back to back, they both anxiously wonder if they made weird faces during the attempt, realizing they still have a long way to go before their first actual kiss. At the office, a crying coworker loudly complains about missing the holidays before being scolded by a colleague, while Sugawa watches in mild confusion. Takamori smiles as she presents a box of souvenirs she brought for everyone in the office. She begins handing the treats out to her colleagues while Sugawa watches her approach with a nervous expression. Takamori walks past Sugawa, momentarily freezing as she looks at him with a blushing face. Keeping the box held close to her chest, she walks past him without offering him a treat. When Sugawa looks confused by her skipping him, he suddenly recalls Takamori previously telling him not to worry about her because they already have some treats at home. Takamori hands a souvenir to Nishi, who looks up in surprise. Watching Takamori walk away, a highly panicked Nishi wonders why she skipped Sugawa, immediately jumping to the conclusion that they must have had a massive fight. Nishi decides to hold back and wait a little bit before asking them about it, while Sugawa focuses back on his work. As the day goes on, Sugawa and Takamori work silently at their desks on opposite sides of the office. Takamori occasionally steals a quiet, blushing glance at Sugawa while he works diligently. The sudden ringing of his desk phone startles a highly tense Sugawa, causing his heart to race. He picks up the receiver to greet the caller but freezes in complete shock upon hearing the voice on the other end. Without thinking, Sugawa loudly blurts out her name into the phone, causing his surrounding colleagues and boss to turn and stare at him in deadpan shock. Blushing heavily, Sugawa quickly transfers the call to her line while their colleagues chuckle at how incredibly loud he was. Later in the hallway, Tokimari and Sugawa cross paths while walking with their respective colleagues, politely greeting each other. They a brief, highly formal bow as Tokimari quietly wishes him good work. As she walks away, a highly flustered Sugawa anxiously wonders how they used to act around each other before he sits back down to focus on finishing his documents for the day. As evening falls, Chief Sakuda warmly comments on how rare it is to see Tokimari working this late, teasingly noting that even she can struggle sometimes. Sugawa looks over in surprise as he realizes that she is staying to do overtime as well, leaving just the two of them working late in the office. At 15 minutes past 9, Sugawa happily declares that he has finally finished his work. Standing up, Sugawa notes that it is quite late and turns around to look back at the room. Sugawa is surprised to find Tokimari sitting quietly at her desk with her bag packed, prompting him to ask if she has finished her work as well. Tokimari blushes softly and begins to explain her reason for waiting. Looking up at him shyly, Tokimari confesses that she simply wanted to go back home together with him. Overjoyed by her sweet confession, a highly flustered Sugawa warmly suggests that they should head home immediately. Tokimari smiles brightly and readily agrees. They ride the train together as it rumbles along the tracks on their way home. Tokimari gently rests her head on Sugawa's shoulder, leaving a heavily blushing Sugawa sitting completely rigid. Watching her sleep peacefully beside him, a deeply touched Sugawa happily thinks to himself that this is pure bliss. On his day off, Sugawa cheerfully cleans the apartment table, reflecting on how wonderful it is to have a day off. He feels incredibly excited because having a day off means he gets to spend the entire day together with Tokimari. While Tokimari walks nearby, Sugawa giggles happily to himself, hoping he can set a wonderful romantic mood today. Suddenly, Tokimari leans over behind him and speaks his name, startling Sugawa into a panic before she apologizes for taking him by surprise. She holds up a measuring tape and stretches it across her chest. Looking up at him with a blushing face, Tokimari asks Sugawa to take her measurements for her. A completely stunned Sugawa yells in absolute surprise at her sudden request. Tokimari shows him a photo of a beautiful dress on her phone, explaining that she wants to buy it, but because it is only listed in overseas sizes, she needs her exact measurements. Sugawa stares at the screen in pure shock, his face turning bright red as the realization hits him that he will have to measure her entire body. Sugawa abruptly snaps back to reality when Tokimari speaks up, apologetically acknowledging that she is interrupting their day off with her request. Sugawa quickly smiles and tells her not to worry, warmly reassuring her that he is glad she asked, and that she should feel free to ask him for help with anything she ever needs. Tokimari blushes softly and looks at him with a gentle smile, expressing her gratitude for his kind response. Tokimari happily announces that she will go get ready, leaving a puzzled Sugawa to wonder what getting ready actually entails for the measurements. Sugawa frantically tells Tokimari that he can take her measurements with her clothes on. Hearing this, a confused Tokimari pauses while pulling her shirt up, revealing her bra, and asking if that is how it is normally done. Sugawa nervously jots down the initial measurements in his notepad. For the next step, Tokimari raises her arms to let him measure her upper body. Sugawa blushes intensely as he holds the measuring tape, trying to mentally prepare himself for the close contact. A sweating and nervous Sugawa leans in close to wrap the measuring tape around Tokimari's chest while she keeps her arms raised. Sugawa carefully pulls the tape measure tight around her bust to get the exact measurement. Sugawa wraps the measuring tape around Tokimari's hips to get her lower body measurement. A sweating Sugawa reads the tape at 85 centimeters and quietly whispers the number aloud. Sugawa quickly covers his mouth in extreme embarrassment, completely flustered by how close he is. Tokimari looks back with a blushing face and softly tells him not to say the number out loud. Sugawa clenches his fists and covers his face, silently squealing to himself about how incredibly cute she is. They finalize the purchase online, and the screen confirms that the order is completed. An excited Tokimari happily cheers and promises Sugawa that he will be the first one to see her wear the dress when it arrives, prompting him to warmly reply that he is looking forward to it. A couple of days later, The package containing the new dress finally arrives at the apartment. Takamori tries on the dress and steps out looking incredibly self-conscious as she stands in the tight outfit. Sugawa's jaw drops in absolute shock as he stares at her, immediately noticing how tightly the dress stretches across her chest. The fabric of the dress is visibly strained and completely squeezed around her bust. Takamori slouchingly hugs herself and sheepishly admits that the dress is a bit too tight, prompting a highly apologetic Sugawa to frantically bow and apologize before she decides to return it for a larger size. Sometime later, Takamori tries on the new size and happily announces that this one fits her perfectly, while a blushing Sugawa tells her that it looks wonderful on her as she eagerly expresses her desire to wear it out. Sugawa asks Takamori if she is planning to wear the new dress to have lunch with Nishi. Takamori looks at him with a deep blush and softly confesses that she was actually thinking about wearing it for him instead. Hearing her words, an overjoyed Sugawa enthusiastically drops to his knees and declares that he would absolutely love to go out with her, prompting a happy Takamori to suggest they go on a date soon. Takamori smiles warmly and says she is looking forward to their next date before heading off to change her clothes, leaving a blushing Sugawa behind. Sugawa stands frozen in place as his heart pounds wildly against his chest, completely overwhelmed by the exciting prospect of their upcoming date. Takamori waves back as she heads into the other room to change, leaving a blushing Sugawa alone with his thoughts. Takamori steps out of her clothes, letting them pool on the floor around her feet. Standing in front of the mirror, Takamori looks at her unclothed reflection with a blush covering her face in embarrassment before looking down thoughtfully. Takamori's hands type rapidly on her laptop keyboard. Takamori types on her laptop, but when Sugawa walks past, she suddenly flinches and turns around in a panic. Sugawa asks if she was looking something up, but a highly defensive Takamori quickly stammers that she is only watching Medoob. Shortly after, Takamori falls fast asleep on the couch, prompting Sugawa to gently cover her with a blanket. Sugawa looks at her open laptop screen and is stunned to find a document listing her bust, waist, and hip measurements alongside mysterious product codes. Takamori suddenly wakes up and slams the laptop shut, leaving Sugawa standing there awkwardly. A couple of days later, Sugawa arrives home and notices shopping bags from an unfamiliar brand called Ravi, wondering what it is. Takamori peeks out from the doorway, blushing and giggling nervously as she hides her new purchase behind her back. Sugawa stands in the living room as Takamori walks away, suddenly noticing a paper label dropped on the floor. Takamori crouches down on the floor, looking up at Sugawa with a heavily flushed face. She flashes him a bright, cheerful smile, which only makes a sweating Sugawa more nervous. Later, Takamori washes dishes at the sink while Sugawa stands nearby, sensing her unusual behavior. Sugawa watches her closely and anxiously wonders what secret she is hiding from him. Takamori quietly reflects to herself that just because they are lovers now, it doesn't mean they have to absolutely everything. Sugawa announces he is going to buy groceries and asks if she wants anything, but Takamori tells him she is fine, letting him head out to the elevator. Realizing he forgot his wallet, Sugawa immediately turns back and opens the front door. Sugawa is left completely frozen in absolute shock as he finds Takamori standing in the hallway wearing a highly revealing lace nightgown. Takamori stands in the hallway wearing the highly revealing lace nightgown she just bought. An incredibly shocked Takamori lets out a soft gasp as her face turns bright red in sheer embarrassment. Sugawa immediately slams the door shut in absolute panic, loudly apologizing for barging in. Sugawa stands shivering out in the hallway, his heart thumping wildly against his chest in complete shock. He quickly realizes that this new lingerie was exactly what Takamori had been so desperately trying to hide from him. As he slides down the door and sits on the floor in a daze, Sugawa admits to himself that she looked incredibly lovely while realizing she accidentally showed him her very first sexy underwear. At the office, a coworker waves to Sugawa and calls out to ask if he is free at the moment. Arasawa displays his hand, which prominently features a shiny ring. Coworkers quickly gather around his desk as Sugawa notices Arasawa's hand, prompting someone to ask if the ring is what they think it is. Arasawa proudly beams and announces that it is indeed a couple's ring, leaving their colleagues utterly shocked that he actually has a girlfriend. The entire office immediately crowds Arasawa, bombarding him with loud questions about her appearance and playfully calling him a traitor while Sugawa and Takamori watch the commotion from a distance. Arasawa happily boasts that his girlfriend is young, reliable, and takes wonderful care of him, leaving his colleagues looking completely exhausted as Sugawa and Takamori watch silently. On his way home at night, Sugawa checks his phone messages from Takamori, nervously reflecting on the day's events, and noting that he still has not told Nishi about their own relationship. Sugawa sweatedly imagines Nishi screaming in utter disbelief if she ever found out about them, realizing that a massive office scandal would almost certainly be the result. Sugawa unlocks the apartment door and announces that he is home, immediately hearing the sound of running footsteps from inside. Takamori suddenly rushes forward and wraps her arms around Sugawa in a tight hug from behind, catching him completely off guard. A silent Takamori buries her deeply blushing face into his back, leaving an incredibly startled Sugawa standing frozen in sheer panic. As Takamori welcomes Sugawa home and asks if she surprised him, Sugawa sniffs the air and realizes she is cooking, prompting her to happily announce that she learned a simple recipe. Sugawa blushes and warmly thanks her as she cheerfully asks him for his coat. Sugawa notices that Takamori is acting completely different from her usual self today as she looks at him with a serious, blushing expression. Takamori reaches out and gently takes hold of Sugawa's tie. Standing close to him, Takamori unfastens his tie and tells him to take it off as well. Takamori suddenly rests her head against his chest, leaving a highly startled and panicked Sugawa to wonder what is happening. As she hugs him, a sleepy Takamori murmurs that she has exhausted her energy, completely depleted. Takamori rubs her eyes and softly confesses that since she is his girlfriend, she really wanted to push herself and surprise him. Sugawa sweatily recalls Arasawa's boasts about having a reliable partner who takes great care of him, wondering if that conversation was the reason Takamori tried so hard. Takamori leans in close and whispers that she loves doing these kinds of things for him too. Sugawa smiles warmly and assures her that she is his pride and joy just the way she is. Takamori looks up at him with wide, emotional eyes, while Sugawa immediately gets flustered, realizing he spoke those romantic words completely aloud. They lean in and a gentle, affectionate kiss. Takamori smiles sweetly with a soft blush and tells him that she had forgotten her welcoming kiss. As Takamori falls asleep peacefully in bed, Sugawa lies beside her, his face completely flushed as his embarrassment slowly begins to fade. Back at the office, Arasawa prepares to reveal his girlfriend's identity to his coworkers. Arasawa proudly displays a photo on his phone of himself holding a very young toddler, calling her his cute little girlfriend, leaving his colleagues absolutely horrified. A highly panicked Arasawa quickly waves his hands and screams that it was just a joke, and that she is actually his niece who gave him a toy ring, while Sakuta announces that their break is over. Arasawa is mentally pictured behind prison bars while still happily waving his hand. At the office, a coworker asks Takamori if she does her own nails. Takamori's female coworker enthusiastically praises her nails, calling her a perfect human being with a refined lifestyle, while a blushing Sugawa quietly agrees that she puts a lot of effort into such details. Later that night, Takamori sits at home and carefully applies polish to her fingernails. Takamori focuses intently, holding her fingers out as she meticulously works on her manicure. Sugawa watches her from across the room, noting to himself that she is completely absorbed in her nail care. As she leans forward over the table to work on her nails, her chest rests directly on top of the flat surface. A highly flustered Sugawa lets out a silent scream, completely distracted by the sight of her chest resting on the desk. One of the nail polish bottles accidentally rolls off the table, prompting Takamori to gasp as Sugawa quickly offers to pick it up for her. Sugawa picks up the small bottle and holds it in his hand while Takamori watches him closely. Takamori explains the process of applying nail polish, telling him that he is holding the base coat, which must be applied first before the polish and top coat. Sugawa is amazed by how many steps are involved in doing nails, while Takamori watches him with a warm smile. Takamori looks up at him with a playful smile and asks if he wants to try applying it himself, leaving Sugawa completely caught off guard. Takamori sits comfortably and guides him on the technique, instructing him to start from the center and spread the polish outward. Takamori gently blows on her painted fingernail to help it dry. Sugawa manages to finish the task and lets out a sigh of relief as Takamori cheerfully announces that her hands are now all done. Takamori lifts her legs to put her bare feet on display, casually asking him if he can do her toes next, which leaves a sweating Sugawa completely stunned. Sugawa's heart pounds wildly as he stares at her feet, completely overwhelmed by the request. Sugawa gently takes her foot into his hands, marveling at how incredibly soft it feels. Declaring that he will begin, nervous, Sugawa picks up the polish and carefully starts painting her toenails while a blushing Takamori watches him closely. Sugawa attempts to apply the polish to her toes, but his hand slips, and he accidentally makes a messy smudge. Sugawa realizes how incredibly difficult doing nail polish actually is, even though Takamori usually does it on her own without any trouble. Takamori silently hugs her knees, starting to regret asking him to try, but then she softly smiles as she looks down at her feet. Takamori warmly tells a flustered Sugawa that she is actually very happy that he ended up doing her nails for her. Sugawa is deeply relieved and glad that she liked his effort, feeling much happier about helping her out. At the office the next day, Sugawa prepares to use his name stamp on some paperwork. Sugawa successfully stamps his document in a nearly perfect straight line and happily announces that his work is finally done. Sugawa smiles softly to himself, feeling satisfied with how the day is going. He suddenly notices a tiny subtle sparkle on his own fingernail left over from the clear coat they used the night before. Sugawa reflects on how his daily life hasn't actually changed all that much since they officially started dating. As Takamori walks past him in the corridor with a warm smile, Sugawa thinks to himself that these subtle moments are what make him incredibly happy. Suddenly, Sugawa's heart beats wildly as his mind instantly flashes back to the memory of Takamori's bare feet. He quietly acknowledges his own appreciation for her feet with a knowing, cultured grin. Later that evening at the apartment, Sugawa wraps a towel around his neck and asks Takamori if he can borrow her hair dryer, to which she cheerfully agrees. Sugawa holds her sleek high-tech hair dryer in his hand. While blow-drying his hair, Sugawa marvels at how much better her hair looks day by day and wonders about her secret, just as Takamori presses a button to start the microwave in the kitchen. The apartment suddenly goes pitch black as the power trips, causing Takamori to let out a startled shriek and quickly apologize, explaining that she just turned on the microwave. Sugawa calmly reassures her and says he will go flip the circuit breaker back on, calling out to ask if she is okay as he heads down the dark hallway. Takamori accidentally spills her hot drink, leaving her shirt soaking wet and translucent. A frantic Sugawa grabs a cloth to clean up the mess and tells her that he will handle the cleanup, urging her to change her clothes immediately. Sugawa notices the mug containing her drink sitting inside the microwave. Sugawa decides to warm up the drink for her and presses a button on the microwave control panel. The microwave fails to turn on, leaving a puzzled Sugawa to wonder why it isn't working despite being plugged in. Takamori returns in a fresh change of clothes and asks what the matter is, to which a sweating Sugawa replies that the microwave seems to be broken. Takamori calmly accepts the news, noting that it makes sense because she obtained the microwave a long time ago. When Sugawa asks about it, Takamori explains that she received it from someone she used to live with, sending a shocked Sugawa into a sudden panic. Sugawa stammers to ask if she lived with someone before, and as Takamori confirms it, Sugawa quickly tries to reassure himself that her past ex-boyfriend is not important since he is her boyfriend now. Takamori sighs that they will have to buy a new microwave, prompting Sugawa to try and get a grip on his racing thoughts just before she asks if he wants to go shopping together. The next day, they arrive at a large electronics department store. Looking at the displays, Sugawa marvels at how advanced modern home appliances have become when Takamori suddenly calls out his name. Takamori excitedly points out a rice cooker that claims to make the rice grains dance inside, leaving a sweat-dropping Sugawa completely puzzled by the concept. Takamori reads the diagram for the dancing rice cooker, while Sugawa quickly tries to divert her attention by showing her a high-tech mattress that promises a better sleep. Takamori decides to try out the mattress and immediately falls into a deep, peaceful sleep right there on the display bed. Sugawa frantically leans over and whispers her name, trying to wake her up from her sudden slumber on the store floor. Takamori suddenly snaps awake, gasping about the microwave, before sitting up to blushingly declare that the mattress is far too good for them. They finally make their way over to the appliance section and locate a suitable new microwave. As they walk back after making their purchase, an excited Takamori says she cannot wait for the appliance to arrive, while Sugawa reminds her they can use the toaster for the time being. Sugawa sheepishly asks if she is truly okay with splitting the bill, and Takamori warmly replies that she wanted to contribute since he always takes such good care of her. As they walk together, they walk close to each other. Takamori looks at him warmly and confesses that she thinks it is wonderful to start owning more things that belong to both of them. Sugawa blushes happily as they tightly hold hands on their walk. Sugawa happily agrees as they return home, and he sets up the new microwave, pressing the start button to warm up her drink under the starry night sky. At breakfast, Takamori is surprised to see a slice of toast with 2 different toppings on it, asking him why there are 2 types on a single slice. Sugawa bashfully explains that spreading toppings half and half on toast is a tradition in his family, leaving Takamori looking at him with wide, sparkling eyes. Takamori smiles and starts spreading her toppings half and half just like him. Holding up her finished toast, a blushing Takamori happily tells him that she wanted to match his style. Eating his delicious toast, a highly flustered Sugawa warmly wonders about all the special D moments they will continue to build together. Later that night, while Sugawa is studying hard for his driving test, Takamori kindly brings him a mug of coffee and suggests he take a well-deserved break. Sugawa happily thanks her as she approaches, and Takamori asks if she can sit right next to him on the couch. Sitting closely beside him, Takamori encourages him to relax since his driving test is tomorrow. Sugawa stammers his agreement while taking a sip from his mug, trying to handle how closely she is looking at him with her warm smile. As Takamori quietly sips her drink beside him, a highly flustered Sugawa wonders if it is weird that he is still so overly self-conscious around her, even though they have been dating for a while. Desperately trying to focus on his studies, Sugawa furiously writes down notes in his textbook to distract himself. Sugawa keeps writing furiously, but he cannot help but worry about her proximity. Takamori suddenly leans in extremely close to read his notes, leaving a completely frozen Sugawa to panic over how close she is. Sugawa's heart races as their faces end up inches apart, with Takamori gazing right at him. Takamori apologizes for distracting him, but asks why a specific question in his driving manual is marked as wrong when she thought it was correct. Sugawa explains to her that the answer is indeed correct in being marked as wrong. He details that drivers must always slow down when approaching a crosswalk, just in case, even if no pedestrians are visible. Sugawa points out that having her ask him questions actually makes it much easier for him to verify whether he truly understands the material. Sugawa warmly invites her to study together with him. Takamori readily agrees, promising to do her best to support him since he is working so hard. They happily continue their joint study session late into the evening. The next day, Sugawa returns home wearing a cap and looking downcast, prompting an anxious Takamori to welcome him back and eagerly ask how his test went. Sugawa suddenly looks up with a massive grin, revealing his successful results and leaving a delighted Takamori to gasp in joy. Takamori ecstatically cheers and congratulates him, holding his hands as she celebrates his hard work paying off. Sugawa excitedly pumps his fist, daydreaming about taking Takamori on a stylish driving date in a cool convertible sports car. In his imagination, he pictures a beautiful sun-kissed Takamori smiling happily beside him as they drive along a tropical beach at sunset. Takamori snaps him out of his daydream by asking if he received his license card immediately after passing the test, which a blushing Sugawa nervously confirms. Takamori excitedly asks to see the new license, but a panicked Sugawa sweat drops as he realizes he has no idea where he left it. A deeply worried Takamori calls it a huge problem and urgently asks if he at least has his wallet on him. Sugawa winces in immense embarrassment, wishing he could disappear. Sugawa sheepishly opens his wallet and admits that he does actually have the license with him, but stammers that there is a catch. He reluctantly shows her the card, revealing a hilariously awkward and dorky photo. Sugawa buries his face in his hands, deeply regretting his terrible photo and lamenting that he has to live with it until his license renewal. Sugawa rubs the back of his neck and sheepishly laughs it off, admitting that he was simply too excited when the photo was taken. Takamori looks at the license card and kindly tells him that she thinks he looks very cool in the photo. Takamori holds his hands and offers her sincere congratulations on earning his license. Feeling deeply touched, Sugawa resolves to work even harder to become someone he can truly be proud of. On the train ride home, Sugawa checks his phone and smiles at a cute text message from Takamori inviting him to eat dinner together. While Sugawa is smiling at her cute chat messages, he notices a highly suspicious-looking passenger wearing sunglasses, a face mask, and a bucket hat sitting nearby breathing heavily. As the train arrives at Ganma Station, Sugawa gets off and walks through the ticket gates. The disguised passenger stands frozen in front of the ticket barriers, frantically looking around and wondering where to put her ticket. A station worker points out that the gate only accepts IC cards, while a passing Sugawa realizes something about his phone. The disguised passenger crouches on a station bench, staring at her phone in despair and wondering why bad luck always finds her, while Sugawa watches from behind. When Sugawa approaches to ask if she is okay, the startled woman insists she is fine and quickly walks away, only to immediately realize she has no idea where the station actually is. Sugawa catches up and politely asks if she would like some help, causing the sweating woman to freeze. Sugawa asks if she is simply confused about the station's north and south exits, and she quietly admits that she is. As they walk, the incredibly cautious woman maintains a bizarrely distant and awkward gap between them, leaving Sugawa to watch her in bewilderment. Sugawa suddenly grabs her arm to stop her from stepping into the road, warning her to watch out for the red traffic light, which surprises her since her hometown has very few traffic lights. Realizing she must be from a rural region outside of the city, Sugawa sweat drops at her defenseless behavior. Concluding that it is far too dangerous to leave her wandering alone in the city, Sugawa calls out to lead her in the right direction. They finally arrive at the correct entrance of Ganma Station, bringing a massive sense of relief to both of them. Just as the woman softly thanks him in relief, her stomach lets out a loud, rumbling growl, catching both of them completely off guard. Shaken by her stomach growling, the disguised woman nervously rejects Sugawa's offer to his bread, questioning why he would go out of his way to help a complete stranger. Sugawa smiles warmly and explains that when a person is in trouble, it is always better to have someone by their side. Sugawa cheerfully offers the bread since he has some free time, causing the disguised woman's eyes to sparkle with deep gratitude under her glasses. They sit together on a park bench and peacefully eat their bread. Sugawa happily comments on how delicious the bread is while she happily eats beside him. Leaning over, she softly tells him that she only managed to make it this far thanks to his kindness. She lowers her mask slightly and offers a shy, genuine thank you, catching Sugawa completely off guard. Sugawa playfully gives her a thumbs up, asking if that is how people say "you're welcome" in the city, which leaves her looking highly confused. Suddenly, the real Takamori walks up and calls out Sugawa's name in surprise, explaining that she is there to meet someone but her messages are not going through. Sugawa freezes in complete bewilderment as he looks back and forth. Just as Sugawa experiences a strange sense of déjà vu, the disguised woman suddenly sprints toward them while loudly calling out to Takamori. Takamori turns around in surprise as the disguised woman happily pulls down her sunglasses to announce that she finally found her. With her sunglasses removed, she reveals a face that is identical to Takamori's. Sugawa's jaw drops in absolute shock and confusion as he panics over the sight of two identical Takamori's. Sugawa stands frozen in disbelief as the sister runs forward. The running girl happily approaches while Takamori calls out her nickname as a heavily sweating. Sugawa continues to reel from the shocking realization that there are indeed two of them. The two girls hold hands tightly, both admitting how worried they were about finding each other, while a completely bewildered Sugawa frantically asks who she is. Takamori warmly introduces the girl, as Heizuki happily explaining to Sugawa that they are actually twin sisters. Sugawa is completely stunned to learn they are twins, realizing that this explanation perfectly clarifies the strange déjà vu he was feeling. Heizuki points at Sugawa and asks who he is, while an internally panicking Sugawa frantically wonders if he is already facing family scrutiny. Takamori blushes deeply and bashfully introduces Sugawa as her boyfriend. Heizuki is utterly dumbfounded as Sugawa realizes that the lost stranger he just helped was actually Takamori's twin sister. Heizuki stands in shock as she realizes the kind stranger who guided her was her sister's boyfriend. Heizuki grumbles that Takamori should have told her sooner, while Takamori sheepishly explains they have only been dating for a month, and she hasn't told the rest of their family yet. Heizuki bows deeply to thank Sugawa for helping her earlier and for taking care of her sister, then insists on repaying him despite his polite refusal. Heizuki dumps a handful of loose coins into his palm. Sugawa stares in confusion at the pile of coins while an embarrassed Takamori quickly apologizes for her sister's behavior. Takamori explains that Heizuki always tries her best to do the right thing even if she is still completely unfamiliar with the city. Takamori softly adds that she is actually very glad this happened. Takamori reveals with a gentle blush that Sugawa is the first boyfriend she has ever introduced to her family. Sugawa's heart skips a beat at her confession, and he silently hopes he will get to learn much more about her from now on. Later, they bring Heizuki back to their apartment where she curiously peeks inside. Heizuki notices Sugawa's shoes neatly placed in the entryway. Takamori casually mentions that they live together, leaving a blushing Heizuki completely stunned as she imagines their place having a married couple vibe. Takamori tells Heizuki to sit on the couch while she prepares some tea showcasing their cozy and normal lifestyle. While Heizuki accidentally spills a bit of her drink, and a helpful Sugawa offers to wipe it up, he notices that he still needs to update their desk calendar. Takamori mentions to Heizuki that she finally replaced the old microwave she had been gifted, prompting a highly relieved Sugawa to realize that the person Takamori used to live with was just her twin sister. With all the misunderstandings cleared up, the three of them comfortably settle down to enjoy their tea together. Heizuki stands up and points at her sister, declaring that their comfortable chemistry does not feel like a couple who has only been dating for a single month. Takamori calmly takes a sip of her tea and casually explains that they have already been living together as roommates for about 2 years. Heizuki completely panics at the news of their long-term cohabitation, leaving a sweating Sugawa to frantically try and calm her down. Takamori details how she originally took in Sugawa because he was homeless, while a highly skeptical Heizuki begins to worry if Sugawa might actually be a dishonest liar trying to take advantage of her sister. Heizuki sternly advises her sister to have a better sense of danger and take more care of herself, while a blushing Takamori quickly defends Sugawa by insisting he is not that kind of person. As the sisters end up in a childish staring contest, a heavily sweating Sugawa frantically wonders how to resolve the tension. Takamori suddenly pulls out her phone to book tickets, cheerfully proposing that Heizuki spend the day with them so she can see for herself what a wonderful person Sugawa is. Later that afternoon, they make their way to a very crowded location in the city. Heizuki gets completely overwhelmed and terrified by the massive size of the crowd surrounding them. As a cheerful Takamori pulls both of them forward, both Sugawa and Heizuki are left completely bewildered as to why she chose a crowded theme park for their outing. Takamori excitedly declares that Heizuki will quickly learn what an amazing person Sugawa is by joining them, which deeply touches a blushing Sugawa, even though he remains incredibly nervous. Standing in front of the grand gates, Takamori happily shows Heizuki how to use a barcode on her phone to enter the theme park. Heizuki watches the digital entry process in total awe, noting that they haven't visited a place like this in a very long time. Takamori turns to her sister and warmly encourages her to have as much fun as possible today. Watching Takamori's gentle care for her sister, Sugawa quietly reflects on what an incredibly kind and loving sister she is. Heizuki silently narrows her eyes and gazes closely at her sister. Heizuki smugly calls her sister out, asking if she actually just wanted an excuse to go on a date with Sugawa, which leaves a startled Sugawa completely shocked. Takamori's face instantly flushes bright red in extreme embarrassment, completely exposing her true intentions to a heavily blushing Sugawa. Takamori shyly admits that she wanted both to have a date and for them to spend time together. Sugawa's face flushes even redder at her adorable confession, while Heizuki looks on with a deadpan stare. Sugawa's heart thumps wildly as he accepts that this is indeed a proper date, while a deadpan Heizuki trails behind them. While Takamori excitedly points out a stall selling cute headbands, Heizuki quietly apologizes for interrupting their date, adding that Takamori never seems to worry about those things either. Sugawa turns to Heizuki and reassures her, saying he doesn't think Takamori had anything like that in mind. Sugawa explains that Takamori simply wanted to have fun together with her since she was visiting, just as Takamori happily calls out her sister's nickname. Takamori cheerfully runs back and hands a headband to Heizuki, catching her sister completely by surprise. Wearing a cute headband herself, Takamori hands Heizuki another one, but Heizuki politely declines. As they make their way deeper into the park, Heizuki struggles to navigate the thick crowd. Sugawa guides them toward a less crowded path, while Takamori tightly holds Heizuki's hand to pull her safely through the crowd. They reach the queue for a ride only to find out that it is restricted to two-person seating. Heizuki immediately tells Sugawa that she will take the back seat, letting her sister sit in front. Takamori and Heizuki happily ride together in the front car, while Sugawa sits in the one behind them, leaving a blushing Heizuki to quietly enjoy the experience. Takamori eagerly points out a massive looping roller coaster nearby, calling it a city ride, which leaves both Sugawa and Heizuki completely stunned by its scale. Takamori excitedly squeals that she has always wanted to visit this park and urges them to go ride the roller coaster. Their excitement quickly deflates as they face a massive queue, with a disappointed Takamori noting that there is a 1-hour wait. A disappointed Takamori sadly suggests they look for another ride instead, which makes Sugawa worry about her. Sugawa kindly encourages her to wait in the line anyway, suggesting they can talk to make the time fly by. Heizuki agrees with his idea, noting that they are already there anyway. Clutching her drink with a soft blush, Heizuki quietly admits to herself that waiting together actually does look like fun. While they wait in the massive queue, Heizuki tells Takamori that she is going to head to the restroom. Takamori worries if they have enough time, but Sugawa reassures her that they still have half an hour left and says he will wait there, while Heizuki promises she won't be long. Heizuki tells them to just wait together by the side while she goes. Heizuki hurries over to the restroom. After leaving the restroom, Heizuki steps out and is immediately greeted by a bustling, crowded plaza. She panics as she realizes she has completely lost track of where the queue was. A worried Heizuki desperately tries to call her sister, hoping to find her way back. She begins walking back into the crowd, determined not to ruin their fun day out by getting lost. Back in the queue, Takamori checks her phone and notes that Heizuki is taking quite a while. Takamori holds the park map while trying to figure out where her sister could be. As the wait continues, Takamori grows increasingly anxious that her sister has not returned. Takamori decides to call her sister directly and pulls out her smartphone. Heizuki eagerly answers the phone call while Takamori asks where she has gone. Heizuki sheepishly confesses over the phone that she is completely lost. Spotting a nearby park directory, Heizuki reassures her sister that she has found a map and will make her way back soon so they can continue having fun. Takamori promises that they will wait for her, while a determined Heizuki resolves to hurry back and tries to read the park map. While trying to read the map, Heizuki is suddenly approached by two suspicious men who mockingly ask if she is looking for something, leaving her absolutely terrified. Panicking, Heizuki loudly declines their help and bolts away into the crowd, blindly running in the direction she hopes is correct without even getting a proper look at the map. Heizuki wanders aimlessly through a brick archway in the park, still completely lost. She stops suddenly and lets out a tiny gasp as she looks up. Staring up at the massive looping roller coaster, Heizuki realizes she has somehow ended up right back near the park entrance. Defeated, Heizuki sits on the edge of a planter under a large mascot statue and concludes she definitely will not make it back in time. As she watches a young child cry nearby, she recalls that this kind of thing has happened before. In a memory from their childhood, a younger Sugawa comforts a crying little Heizuki, assuring her it is okay and that her sister is a good girl who is surely still waiting for her. Young Sugawa is left completely shocked when he finds a tiny Takamori sitting on the floor, absolutely covered in dirt and mud. Toddler Takamori cheerfully explains she was searching nearby for Heizuki. Back in the present, Heizuki reflects on how much trouble she caused back, then wondering if her sister will find her if she just stays where she is. Suddenly, Takamori and Sugawa rush over. Takamori calls out her sister's name with a bright smile, completely relieved to have finally found her. A surprised Heizuki looks up at her sister and asks if they ended up missing the ride. Takamori tells Heizuki that she was deeply worried about her and asks if going on the ride wasn't what she really wanted. Heizuki looks away guiltily and apologizes for being a troublemaker, muttering that she never should have come with them. Takamori stares back firmly and tells Heizuki that she is not a nuisance at all. Sugawa smiles warmly and reminds her that the three of them made a promise to have fun together. Heizuki's eyes widen as she takes in their kind words. Tearing up with a deep blush, Heizuki softly calls out her sister's nickname as Takamori holds her hands, reassuring her that they still have time to have fun and that they face any trouble together. Heizuki smiles through her tears and finally relents, telling her sister that she will take her up on the offer to wear a headband. The three of them walk happily together with both Heizuki and Sugawa now wearing the matching park headbands. Takamori beams at her sister while a heavily blushing Sugawa admits that wearing the headband is a bit embarrassing. Heizuki leans in close and whispers to her sister that Sugawa is a great guy and has her full approval while Sugawa casually suggests they buy more souvenirs from time to time. Heizuki looks at her sister fondly and adds that since they are twins, she completely understands how she feels. Heizuki playfully asks her sister if she should start calling Sugawa her brother-in-law or her younger brother-in-law. Takamori's face instantly turns bright red as she processes her sister's teasing remark about marriage. As Heizuki bluntly tells her to think more seriously about the future, a flustered Takamori frantically asks what she is talking about, while Sugawa stands in the background happily noting to himself that the twin sisters get along very well. 1 week after their theme park date, Takamori lies comfortably on the couch and giggles at her phone while Sugawa tidies up his clothes nearby. Takamori announces that Heizuki just sent her a photo revealing a picture of an older man wearing the matching theme park headband and making a cheerful peace sign. Sugawa stares at the screen in nervous shock and mutters the word father, realizing it is her dad in the photo, while Takamori happily notes that he seems to really like the headband. Sugawa gently drapes a blanket over Takamori's legs, asking if she is getting sleepy and warmly telling her she can rest without any worries. Sugawa gazes down at her with a soft blush, silently admiring her peaceful expression. Takamori looks back up at him with a sweet smile and suggests that they make a lot more memories together next time, leaving Sugawa completely frozen and flustered by her adorable charm. The following night at the office, the workspace is quiet and mostly empty. Sugawa and his co-workers sit slumped at their desks in complete exhaustion, with one colleague groaning that the busy season is horrible and that he has no desire to wake up the next day. Nishi suddenly enters the office with a bright, cheerful smile, holding up several bags and announcing that she brought cake for everyone since they look so tired. The exhausted co-workers immediately spring back to life and praise her loudly, while Nishi happily declares that she brought plenty too. The boxes are opened to reveal beautifully decorated festive Christmas cakes. As Nishi hands a cute snowman pastry to an excited Takamori, Sugawa watches from a distance, noting that it is already that time of year before suddenly realizing what the holiday entails. Sugawa immediately imagines Takamori wearing a highly revealing festive Santa dress, warmly wishing him a Merry Christmas while holding a bottle of wine. Sugawa's face flushes bright red as he panics over how incredibly cute she would look before his imagination takes things even further. He then envisions her wearing nothing but a giant festive ribbon wrapped around her bare body, offering herself as his special present, which leaves his mind completely overwhelmed as he mentally screams in absolute shock. Snapping out of his wild fantasy, a blushing Sugawa quietly eats the strawberry off his cake. Nishi and a male co-worker stare at him in complete surprise as he eats. Nishi remarks that Sugawa has changed, while the co-worker notes that people usually save the strawberry for last, prompting Nishi to add that she has never actually seen anyone eat it first. Later that night, as Sugawa walks home alongside Takamori, he mentally panics over Nishi's comment and wonders if he really has changed a lot. Takamori smiles gently and softly reassures him that everyone is different. Sugawa looks up at her, his face deeply flushed. Takamori gazes at him with a warm blush and sweetly confesses that she likes him a lot exactly the way he is. Sugawa's face instantly turns bright red as he becomes completely flustered by her adorable words. Later, they stand together in a dark park and Takamori wonders aloud when the holiday lights will be turned on. Sugawa touches the thick cabled scarf around his neck as Takamori sheepishly explains that it was her first time knitting, so it might not be very good. Sugawa clutches the warm scarf and deeply reflects on how he is always receiving so many wonderful things from her. Takamori looks up at him in sudden surprise. Sugawa stares back at her with a highly determined, blushing expression. Takamori smiles brightly and cheerfully agrees to his unspoken request. On Christmas Day, Takamori marvels at a massive decorated Christmas tree and excitedly points it out to Sugawa. As Takamori happily admires the sights, a heavily sweating Sugawa stands behind her frantically, trying to stay focused on his goal, despite being completely overwhelmed by how cute she looks. Sugawa nervously stammers her name and slips his hand into his coat pocket, silently resolving to himself that today he will finally do it. Before he can pull anything out, Takamori excitedly interrupts him to point out a man dressed as Santa Claus standing nearby. Takamori stares in amazement with sparkling eyes, excitedly noting that it is her first time seeing a real Santa, while a deflated Sugawa awkwardly agrees that he looks very real. When Takamori turns back to ask what he wanted to say, Sugawa quickly dismisses it and says it can wait for later. Takamori then notices the holiday lights have been turned on and suggests they come back to see them at night after returning home. Sugawa gazes at her closely and remarks that she seems different today, causing Takamori's heart to skip a beat as she nervously asks if she really does. Later, as they walk away from a nice dinner date, Takamori happily remarks that the food was great, while a heavily sweating Sugawa laments to himself that he was interrupted yet again before he could make his move. Takamori suddenly gasps in pure awe at the sight before them, while Sugawa stands quietly beside her. The bare winter trees are completely covered in hundreds of bright, glowing holiday lights that beautifully illuminate the dark night sky. Takamori softly murmurs that the lights are incredibly pretty, but Sugawa finds himself completely mesmerized by her instead. Takamori turns back to face him with a gentle blush, warmly thanking him for giving her such a lovely Christmas date. Sugawa stares at her with deep emotion, his resolve hardening as he reminds himself that he constantly receives so much happiness from her. He recalls visiting a jewelry store earlier where the saleswoman assured him his girlfriend would love the gift, completely determined that today must be the day he gives something back. Taking a deep breath to steady his racing heart, Sugawa gathers all of his courage. He nervously calls out her name, prompting Takamori to turn around under the falling snow. With a deeply flushed face, Sugawa finally pulls the small wrapped box from his coat pocket and holds it out toward her. He stammers that he has a present for her and sincerely hopes she likes it, leaving Takamori staring back with wide, sparkling eyes. Takamori gently takes the box into her hands and asks if she can open it right now. She opens the case to reveal a beautiful, sparkling silver pendant necklace resting inside. As Takamori silently stares down at the necklace, a heavily sweating Sugawa begins to panic frantically, worrying aloud that his gift was too weird. Takamori lifts her hair and softly confesses that she likes it a lot, asking what he thinks as he steps behind her to gently fasten the necklace around her neck. Sugawa stares in absolute awe, his face completely flushed as he realizes how incredibly beautiful she looks wearing his gift. Takamori smiles radiantly with the new necklace sparkling on her chest, softly declaring that whenever she is with him, her world is always sparkling. A blushing Sugawa admits that he actually wanted to give her a present too. He frantically apologizes for getting ahead of himself, confessing that he accidentally left the gift at home. Looking down in embarrassment, Sugawa notes that he tends to rush things a lot, just like he did with the strawberries earlier. Takamori silently steps closer to him. Sugawa lets out a startled gasp as Takamori suddenly leans her face incredibly close to his. As they stand closely together under the dark sky, Takamori softly points out that the light show seems to be over. A completely flustered Sugawa silently beats himself up, wondering why he always manages to mess things up like this. Takamori leans in and gently kisses him. They pull apart slightly, both of their faces flushed with deep blushes. Sugawa closes his eyes and leans in to kiss her back. Holding her tightly under the winter sky, Sugawa reflects that he is already a very happy person, but today is truly the best Christmas of his entire life. At a shrine on New Year's Day, Takamori blows on her hands to warm them up, noting that the mornings are quite cold, while Sugawa reflects on welcoming another new year by her side. A heavily blushing Sugawa stares at her in her winter coat and silently thinks about how incredibly cute she looks. Sugawa offers her some sweet sake from a nearby stall, warning her to be careful since the drink is hot, as she happily takes a sip. Takamori apologizes for making him cold, explaining that she was the one who insisted on coming to the shrine. Sugawa smiles warmly and tells her not to worry, assuring her that he completely feels the same way. Gazing at her softly, Sugawa resolves to himself that he wants to fulfill as many of her wishes as he possibly can. Takamori looks up with wide, blushing eyes, deeply moved by his words. A shrine worker suddenly calls out, asking everyone participating in the New Year's mochi pounding to line up. Takamori excitedly grabs the large wooden mallet and tells Sugawa that they are about to begin. She explains that she will hand it over when it is his turn and asks him to strike when he hears the signal. Sugawa and Takamori stand by and watch eagerly as a young child takes a turn pounding the mochi with the help of an adult. The staff members announce that it is finally their turn and ask if the two of them are going to hold the mallet together. Takamori happily grips the handle of the heavy mallet and exclaims that it is her very first time doing this, while Sugawa steps up closely behind her. Sugawa reaches around from behind and tightly wraps his arms around her to grip the mallet together, causing Takamori to blush in sudden surprise. As the signal to start is given, Sugawa leans his face in extremely close to hers, leaving them both heavily blushing as they prepare to strike. Following the rhythmic shouts, Sugawa and Takamori bring the heavy mallet down together, working in perfect unison to pound the machi. The shrine staff cheerfully applaud their effort, telling them they did a great job, while a flustered Sugawa shyly scratches the back of his head. As they walk away with their fresh bag of machi, Takamori casually asks Sugawa if it was hard to hold the mallet, catching him slightly off guard. A heavily blushing Takamori quietly explains that she originally thought they were going to hold the mallet side by side rather than from behind. Sugawa and Takamori fall into a complete stunned silence as the realization of his bold move finally sets in. Sugawa mentally panics as he realizes that holding it side by side was actually the correct form, leaving him completely horrified by his own forward actions. Takamori apologizes for getting so nervous, sweetly confessing with a warm blush that when he hugged her from behind, her heart completely skipped a beat. Later at home, a determined Sugawa works diligently in the kitchen to prepare the fresh machi, declaring to himself that it is time for his redemption. Takamori sits down nearby and pulls her heavy winter coat open slightly to cool down, fanning her chest as she comments that she is sweating a lot. Sugawa immediately flushes bright red at the revealing sight, frantically yelling to himself that he cannot start the new year getting so easily distracted. Sugawa finishes preparing the meal, and Takamori cheerfully admires the various types of freshly shaped machi, noting how incredibly soft they are after being pounded. As they sit at the table, Takamori gently leans over and wipes a spot on Sugawa's face, softly pointing out that he had something stuck there, while leaving him completely frozen and blushing. Takamori happily eats the machi and declares that it is great, while a heavily blushing Sugawa mentally screams that he almost fainted from the sudden closeness. As Takamori takes another bite, the incredibly sticky machi stretches out from her mouth and hangs loosely in the air, dangling dangerously close to her chest. The piece of sticky machi suddenly snaps and drops directly onto her exposed cleavage, leaving a completely panicked Sugawa to scream internally in sheer shock. Takamori looks down at the mess with a piece of machi still stuck to her nose, completely unfazed, while Sugawa stares back in utter horror. Sugawa frantically asks if she is okay, and as she gives a muffled confirmation, he realizes his heart is going to keep racing all year long because of how constantly defenseless she is around him. Later that night, Sugawa silently watches from a distance as Takamori lies comfortably on the couch, scrolling through her smartphone. Peeking from behind the doorway, Sugawa nervously observes a deeply blushing Takamori as he wonders what couples all over the world typically do. Hiding behind the wall with a bright red face, Sugawa desperately asks himself what someone is supposed to do when they suddenly want to kiss their partner. Clenching his fists, Sugawa admits to himself that he has not been able to stop thinking about their magical kiss under the winter sky ever since that day. Gently touching his own mouth, a heavily blushing Sugawa vividly recalls how incredibly soft her lips felt against his. Takamori suddenly calls out his name, causing a highly startled Sugawa to let out a loud yelp as she giggles at his jumpy reaction. Takamori walks over and announces that she is going to sleep, gently closing her eyes and tilting her head up, which leaves a wildly blushing Sugawa to panic over whether this is a direct signal for a goodnight kiss. The next night, Takamori bids him a cheerful good night and heads to her room, leaving a sweating Sugawa standing completely frozen and frustrated with his own hesitation. The following day at the office, Sugawa secretly watches as Nishi complains about her dry lips, and Takamori agrees that moisturizing is extremely important. Sugawa watches intently with a heavy blush as Takamori carefully applies a fresh coat of lip balm to her soft lips. Takamori lowers the lip balm and flashes a sweet, subtle smile with a gentle blush. Completely overwhelmed by his own swirling thoughts, a flushed Sugawa slumps face first onto his office desk, internally screaming that he really cannot handle this anymore. Clutching his chest tightly, a deeply flustered Sugawa frantically wonders what he should do about his overwhelming urge to kiss her. Sugawa sets up his laptop on the living room table, hyping himself up, and mentally declaring that this is his big moment as Takamori walks into the room. Takamori approaches him while finishing her lip balm and casually asks if he is about to watch a movie. A heavily sweating Sugawa nervously invites her to watch it together, claiming he has been wanting to see it for ages, which she cheerfully accepts. Sugawa clicks his mouse to start the film, resolving to set a romantic mood since he specifically chose a movie filled with kissing scenes. An hour later, Takamori is completely fast asleep, with her head resting comfortably on Sugawa's lap, leaving him to internally complain that missing the on-screen romance was not his plan at all. Takamori eventually wakes up and asks if his legs have gone numb, but a flustered Sugawa quickly assures her that he is perfectly fine. As she sits up closely on his lap, Sugawa leans in and bluntly asks when it would be okay for him to kiss her. Takamori's eyes widen in surprise as a deep blush immediately spreads across her cheeks. Sugawa instantly panics and pulls back, frantically apologizing for saying something so weird out of nowhere. Takamori silently reaches out and gently intertwines her fingers with his. They sit side by side on the couch, holding hands tightly while both of them blush heavily. Feeling the warmth of her hand, Sugawa notes that his heart is pounding just as fast as it did when they first kissed. Takamori gazes at him with a soft, affectionate blush, confessing that she has constantly been wanting to get closer to him. Sugawa closes the distance and leans in to gently kiss her on the couch. They a deep, tender kiss. Breaking away for just a moment, they immediately lean back in to several more sweet, continuous kisses. Takamori finally pulls back with a bright red face and playfully pouts that her lips are going to fall off from all the kissing. A completely mesmerized Sugawa apologizes out loud while mentally accepting that his kissing addiction is definitely going to continue for a while longer. Takamori tightly ties her apron strings, ready to prepare something special as the calendar marks the arrival of Valentine's Day. Takamori declares that she is ready, striking a confident pose in a floral apron that leaves Sugawa internally screaming over how incredibly good it looks on her. Sugawa recalls Takamori cheerfully promising the night before that she would make him chocolate this year, leaving him to nervously wonder how her cooking attempt will actually turn out. Takamori pours a large bag of whole raw cacao beans directly onto a cutting board. A thoroughly confused Sugawa calls out her name and trails off, questioning what exactly she is doing with raw beans. Takamori happily holds up a box and explains that it is a special kit that allows her to make chocolate completely from scratch, starting from raw cacao beans, adding that she thought she would give it a try. Noting her incredible meticulousness, Sugawa is deeply shocked when Takamori cheerfully tells him the process takes about 3 hours, and urges him to just relax, realizing her gift will be far more special than he originally thought. As Takamori carefully washes, roasts, and peels the beans following the kit's recipe, she happily points out that it finally smells like chocolate, which an amazed Sugawa readily confirms. 20 minutes later, Takamori begins the next step, explaining that she simply has to grind the roasted beans down into a paste. Takamori grips the pestle tightly and begins forcefully grinding the tough beans inside a large bowl. Pausing to wipe the sweat from her forehead, a tired Takamori admits the grinding is much tougher than she anticipated and tries to catch her breath, prompting a worried Sugawa to ask if she needs his help. Pushing through her exhaustion, a heavily sweating and panting Takamori moves on to vigorously stirring the thick mixture in a pot over the stove. Completely overheated from the intense labor, a deeply flushed Takamori groans about the heat and begins to unfasten her apron strings to cool down. As Takamori pants heavily and checks the recipe for the next step, a highly flustered Sugawa internally screams that she looks incredibly sexy in her disheveled state. Takamori reads aloud that she needs to add sugar and continue mixing the paste over the hot water bath, leaving an astounded Sugawa to marvel that she still has more mixing to do. Unable to just sit back and watch her struggle, Sugawa approaches the counter and gently urges her to take a break so he can help with the heavy mixing. Takamori suddenly loses her balance and falls backward, prompting Sugawa to quickly catch her in his arms as her chest presses firmly against him. With his face completely flushed, Sugawa panics internally over the feeling of her soft chest and hot body pressed tightly against him, stammering aloud that she is sweating too much and should go change her clothes. Takamori looks down with a sad, guilty expression, softly confessing that she really wanted to make all of the chocolate completely by herself for him. Sugawa smiles warmly and reassures her that seeing her work so incredibly hard for his sake makes him far happier than receiving the actual chocolate itself. Sugawa gently holds her by the waist and suggests that since they are going to eat the chocolate together, she should let him help her finish making it. Tucking a strand of hair behind her ear with a soft blush, Takamori happily agrees to his suggestion. 30 minutes later, Takamori cheerfully presents a tray of perfectly formed heart-shaped chocolates and proudly announces that they are finally finished. Sugawa leans in and marvels that they actually look like real chocolate, prompting a beaming Takamori to encourage him to take one. Sugawa stares back with a flushed face and hesitates, starting to protest. Ignoring his hesitation, Takamori gently picks up one of the heart-shaped chocolates with her fingers. Holding the small chocolate up with a playful smile and a deep blush, Takamori opens her mouth and says ah, offering to feed it directly to him. Sugawa leans forward and eats the chocolate right from her fingers, after which a delighted Takamori eagerly asks him how it tastes. Chewing with a bright red face, Sugawa tells her that it is absolutely delicious, silently admitting to himself that the taste was greatly intensified simply because she fed it to him. Later that night, Sugawa stares out the window at the quiet apartment complex under the crescent moon. The next morning, Takamori lies in bed fast asleep and tightly hugging her pillow. Sugawa peeks his head through the bedroom doorway, noting that she usually wakes up by this time and wondering if she is extremely tired. He gently calls out to ask if she is going to get up soon. With a sleepy smile and her eyes still closed, Takamori mumbles that she needs just a little bit more rest and promises to come out later. Sugawa decides to let her sleep and begins running the vacuum cleaner across the apartment floor. While vacuuming the living room, Sugawa notes that the weather might turn bad the next day and considers whether he should wash the bedding next. Peeking back into the bedroom to see Takamori still deeply asleep and curled up with her pillow, Sugawa wonders if he should wash her pillowcase too. Realizing she is heavily asleep, Sugawa sighs that it cannot be helped and decides to carefully pull the blanket out from under her. Quietly excusing himself, Sugawa gently tugs at the bedding, trying to carefully slide it away without disturbing her peaceful slumber. Sugawa notes that his plan to pull the bedding away is working as he successfully slides it out while Takamori remains asleep. As he continues to pull the blanket, Takamori's shirt begins to slide up her body. The shirt slides up completely, exposing her chest and her bra while she continues to sleep peacefully. Sugawa stares in absolute panic and embarrassment as he realizes her shirt has ridden up. Sugawa frantically wonders what he should do, deciding that he needs to fix her clothes immediately so she does not catch a cold. Sugawa reaches out and grips the edge of her shirt, attempting to pull it back down over her chest. Sugawa realizes he needs to use both hands to fix her clothing, but he finds the situation far too stimulating and ends up blushing furiously as he hesitates. Sugawa leans closer over the bed to get a better angle to adjust her clothes. Suddenly, Takamori reaches her hands up towards Sugawa as he hovers over her. Takamori pulls Sugawa down into a sudden tight hug, burying his face directly into her chest and leaving him completely startled. Sugawa's face flushes bright red in sheer panic as he remains locked in her tight embrace. Takamori holds him even closer, squeezing him tightly against her soft body while murmuring sleepily. Later in the kitchen, Sugawa works on making lunch but finds himself completely unable to resist thinking about how soft she felt, mentally apologizing to Takamori for his distracting thoughts. Sugawa decides it is time to eat and walks to the bedroom to wake her up, asking Takamori if she is ready for lunch as she stretches sleepily in bed. Sugawa is highly flustered when Takamori holds her arms out to be carried, prompting him to carefully lift her up to bring her to the kitchen. As he carries her, Takamori suddenly opens her eyes wide and stares directly into Sugawa's face. Sugawa panics as he realizes she is fully awake, and when he asks her if she was awake the whole time, she calmly confirms that she was. Sugawa's mind races as he remembers everything that happened earlier, desperately wondering how much she was aware of. Deeply embarrassed, Sugawa nervously asks her exactly when she woke up. Takamori looks away with a soft, guilty blush, silently confirming that she had been awake the entire time. Takamori casually tells him it is a secret and walks away, leaving a flustered Sugawa to panic and grumble to himself that she is always messing with his head. Sugawa notes that they are visiting somewhere completely different today, even though it is the time they would normally head to the office. Staring at the massive warehouse in front of them, Sugawa is utterly amazed and asks what kind of event exhibition is being held inside. Standing outside the entrance, Nishi asks Sugawa and their co-worker if this is their very first time attending such an event. The coworker points out the massive scale of the self-publishing convention, explaining that over 10,000 participants gather to distribute books and goods they created themselves. While Nishi gasps in shock at the scale of the self-published book sales, their coworker clarifies that the creators aim to sell their handmade works to as many attendees as possible. As Sugawa tries to navigate through the building, he is suddenly bumped hard from behind in the crowded hall. Takamori quickly turns around and apologizes, sheepishly explaining to a blushing Sugawa that she accidentally bumped into him with her backside. Takamori apologizes again as they hold a folding chair, but their senior coworker quickly interrupts and calls them over to help with setup. A company representative asks Sugawa and Takamori to do plenty of advertising, explaining that it has only been a short while since they started their consumer printing services. The venue loudspeakers announce that the event is finally about to open to the public, accompanied by enthusiastic applause. Takamori firmly clutches her event lanyard and eagerly encourages Sugawa, telling him that they should do their best today as well. Takamori introduces their printing company to the attendees, while a surprised Nishi notices that a neighboring booth creator is dressed in elaborate cosplay. The cosplayer explains to Nishi and their coworker that dressing up in costume helps attract more customers and make more sales. Sugawa looks on in surprise as Takamori approaches another table and eagerly asks the creator if they made the products all on their own. Takamori excitedly turns back to Sugawa and happily tells him to look at the wonderful handmade goods. She holds up a tiny, incredibly detailed toy ring designed to look like a strawberry and chocolate cupcake with whipped cream. While an astounded Sugawa gapes at the incredible detail of the handmade accessory, Takamori happily asks the creator if she can buy one. Nishi waves her arm excitedly and calls out to Takamori to come over to their spot. Nishi admires the cute toy ring that Takamori bought, while Sugawa notices their coworker Murakami retrieving something from his bag and asks him what it is. Murakami points toward the crowd and explains that there is also an official anime booth featuring a mascot from a popular series. Takamori stares with glittering eyes at the Chiai-kama mascot, while Nishi quietly observes that Takamori must really love this character. Nishi eagerly suggests they head over to the mascot booth, since they are already there, gently nudging Takamori forward. After taking a photo posing next to the mascot, a thrilled Takamori runs back to Sugawa and happily holds up her phone to show him the picture. Murakami points out that the event has food stalls as well, while a blushing Sugawa quietly watches Takamori happily eat a sandwich and reflects on how cute she is. Takamori takes a big bite of her food and happily declares that it tastes incredibly delicious. Sugawa smiles and tells Takamori that she seems to be having a wonderful time at the event. Takamori looks up with a slight blush and sheepishly admits that she almost forgot they are actually supposed to be working. Sugawa is instantly struck by her adorable expression, his heart skipping a beat in sheer affection. As the event continues, Nishi talks with Takamori while Sugawa watches them and notes that the convention has only just begun. Sugawa grips his chest as his heart pounds wildly, silently telling himself that there is bound to be even more excitement ahead today. After their lunch break, the crowd grows even thicker, prompting Sugawa to worry that they might end up getting lost in the massive hall. Holding up a printed layout map of the venue, Takamori calls out to Sugawa and happily tells him to come over to her. Takamori points to a section on the layout map and asks Sugawa if that is their current location inside the exhibition hall. Nishi happily praises Takamori for being so incredibly reliable with the map, while suddenly casting a sharp warning glare at Sugawa. Nishi leans in close to a nervous Sugawa and strictly warns him that he must not take his eyes off Takamori for even a second. Takamori quietly reflects that they have not had a chance to talk about their relationship yet, while nearby a woman on the phone frantically exclaims that her train has been delayed. Suddenly, a tall, fashionable woman with long hair and multiple ear piercings bumps directly into Takamori, sending her phone clattering to the floor. Both of them quickly kneel to pick up the dropped devices, with Takamori frantically apologizing while the woman reassures her and asks if her device broke. The woman softly murmurs in realization as she looks closely at Takamori, while a nearby Sugawa feels completely intimidated by her intense and powerful aura. The woman asks Takamori what building number they are currently in, admitting that she has been hopelessly wandering around looking for her designated booth space. Takamori kindly offers her venue layout map to the lost woman, noting that they are stationed right nearby anyway, so they do not need it. Overjoyed by the kind gesture, the woman declares that Takamori is a lifesaver, praising her as a beautiful and kind goddess. The woman suddenly reaches out and squeezes Takamori's chest, catching her completely off guard. The woman smirks with satisfaction and bluntly remarks that Takamori has an incredible body, leaving Takamori frozen in complete shock. Both Sugawa and Nishi scream in absolute disbelief and outrage, frantically wondering what on earth is wrong with that woman. Sometime later, Nishi and her co-workers return to their booth, announcing to the rest of the team that they have completed their break. Their senior colleague thanks them for their efforts and asks if they finished their lunch, prompting Nishi to suggest they swap shifts so she and Takamori can take over the booth. Takamori smoothly operates the booth, professionally explaining to an interested creator that mixing in fluorescent colors will greatly improve the overall color payoff of their prints. While Sugawa watches her with a warm smile from a distance, Takamori cheerfully invites the visitor to take a printed sample envelope with them. When Sugawa praises her for explaining the printing process so smoothly and wonderfully, a beaming Takamori happily reveals that she practiced diligently in the mornings and during her lunch breaks. With a soft blush, Takamori confesses that she wanted to create something of her own for today, hoping that working hard together would bring them even closer. Sugawa looks at her with a deeply flushed face, deeply moved by her constant dedication to always doing her absolute best. Standing together behind the booth, Sugawa softly tells her that her hardworking nature is truly wonderful, causing a blushing Takamori to shyly thank him and claim he is praising her too much. Takamori smiles radiantly under the soft lights of the venue and happily resolves to try even harder from now on. Sugawa smiles back warmly, his eyes filled with absolute affection as he watches her. The tall woman from earlier suddenly returns to their booth and approaches Takamori, immediately recognizing her. She tells Takamori that she was looking for her and asks if she can come with her. Sugawa nervously reaches out and tries to interject, but the tall woman simply walks away with Takamori. Standing alone at the booth, Sugawa checks his phone and notes that Takamori is taking a long time to return. Nishi suddenly rushes up to Sugawa, panting heavily as she frantically calls out that something is going on with Takamori. Sugawa stares back in complete shock at the sudden news. Nishi drags a bewildered Sugawa through the venue, excitedly asking if he saw how cute Takamori looked and noting their striking resemblance. Nishi continues to catch her breath while a confused Sugawa asks for clarification. Sugawa stops in front of a booth and asks if this is the place, noticing Takamori standing at the table with her back turned. Takamori turns around, revealing she is dressed in a cute uniform with twin tails, leaving Sugawa to call out her name in surprise. Sugawa hesitates for a moment before nervously asking her for confirmation. Takamori blushes heavily and nervously calls out his name in response. The tall woman steps out from behind the booth and confronts them, asking what is going on and if they want to have a chat with her. Sugawa immediately identifies her as the sexual harassment lady, prompting Nishi to quietly warn him about making such bold statements, while the woman explains that her friend was supposed to wear the outfit but got delayed by a stopped train. The woman holds up a book featuring a character with the exact same design, explaining that when she was in a bind she found the perfect fit right nearby and is now counting on Takamori. The woman asks if they know what a sales assistant is, explaining that while it usually refers to someone who helps sell books, a cosplayer also acts as a main attraction for the booth. The woman turns to Takamori and points out that attendees are always happy to see a character from a work they absolutely love right in front of them. The woman begs Takamori for a lifelong favor, emphasizing that it directly affects her sales as she hugs her tightly and pleads repeatedly. Sugawa begins to hesitate, but Takamori loudly interrupts him, firmly stating that she wanted to do it. Takamori steps forward in her new cosplay uniform and softly explains to Sugawa that she genuinely wants to be helpful. Smiling warmly with a gentle blush, Takamori adds that she wants to offer her help to someone who is trying their absolute best. Nishi leans in and casually informs Sugawa that the woman also agreed to let them hand out their own company flyers at the booth in exchange. Flexing her arm, Nishi decides that they have no other choice and volunteers to help out by managing the customer line. At the busy booth, Nishi efficiently handles a transaction telling a customer that 4 copies with the special bonus will cost 2,000 yen while Takamori assists beside her. Sugawa hands a fresh stack of books to Takamori, prompting her to look over in surprise. Takamori smiles and thanks him while a blushing Sugawa mentally panics, admitting to himself that even though he knows it is her completely different vibe in the outfit is making his heart race. The tall woman sits closely beside a flustered Sugawa and suddenly asks if Takamori is his girlfriend. Sugawa jumps in pure shock and frantically asks why she would bring that up out of nowhere, while the woman casually describes their dynamic as a mutual unrequited love between a flawless beauty and a devoted girl. The woman leans back dramatically and muses about the impatience of watching two people completely oblivious to each other's feelings, noting that Takamori's smiling face is clearly the expression of a person deeply in love. The woman intensely declares that she was right there observing them and that it was the absolute best, leaving a highly disturbed Sugawa to frantically wonder what is going on inside her head. The woman leans in close to Sugawa and smugly adds that she even saw the panicked expression on Takamori's face earlier, catching Takamori's attention in the background. The woman smiles knowingly and states that Takamori would never show that kind of vulnerable expression in front of her or anyone else besides him, leaving Sugawa completely speechless. Nishi loudly claps her hands to signal the end of the shift and demands Takamori's release, prompting the woman to direct Takamori to the changing room and offer her help with unpacking the gear. As Sugawa waits outside the changing room, he reflects on how he completely forgot they were supposed to be working, recalling his senior coworker taking charge of the booth before Takamori suddenly apologizes from behind the curtain for dragging him into the situation. Sugawa quickly assures her that he is totally fine and asks if the experience was good for her, to which Takamori hesitantly agrees before trailing off. Takamori peeks out from behind the partition with a deep blush, revealing herself in an incredibly tight, revealing cosplay outfit with a massive chest cutout, and shyly confesses that she was originally supposed to wear this one instead. Sugawa stares in absolute shock, his face instantly turning bright red as his eyes are drawn directly to her heavily exposed cleavage. A wildly blushing Sugawa stands frozen as Takamori nervously admits that the outfit was simply far too embarrassing to show to anyone else in the crowded venue. Sugawa blushes deeply and tells himself that creativity is truly wonderful, completely moved by the thought all on his own. The next morning, Sugawa sits at the table and cheerfully bids Takamori good morning as she walks into the room. Takamori starts to return his greeting but suddenly stops, noticing the device on the table and asking if it is a game console. Sugawa excitedly explains that they can play against each other and asks if she wants to give it a try. Before Sugawa can say anything else, Takamori abruptly turns around, prompting him to tell her to wait a second. Takamori quickly returns holding a bag of snacks and asks if she can bring them, clearly raring to go. Sugawa watches her enthusiastic reaction and notes to himself in surprise that even she gets hyped up over video games. Sugawa sits next to her and suggests they play a racing game. Takamori excitedly agrees that it is a great idea, while Sugawa explains that the controls are simple and should be easy for her to play. Sugawa instructs her to use the main button to accelerate, confident that she will probably catch on right away. As they play, Sugawa watches in shock as Takamori leans her entire body to the side while trying to turn a corner in the game. Despite her frantic movements, she manages to set a new record, leaving a sweating Sugawa to admit that her timing is actually great as they continue racing together. They sit side by side on the couch, munching on snacks as they quietly focus on playing their game. They both reach for the last piece of candy on the table at the exact same time, their fingers lightly brushing against each other. Takamori quickly pulls her hands back with a flush and insists that Sugawa should eat it. Sugawa holds up the candy with a confident smile and proposes that the winner of their next match should get to eat it. Takamori stares back with a highly determined expression and readily accepts his bet. Sugawa holds up 3 fingers and sets the rules, explaining it will be a best-of-3 match with 3 laps each, and the first to win twice takes the prize. The first race abruptly begins as the starting signal flashes across the screen. Takamori quickly crosses the finish line, leaving a surprised Sugawa to remark on how incredibly fast she is. Sugawa celebrates winning the second match thanks to some clutch items, noting that they are now tied 1-1 for the final race. Sugawa suddenly pauses the game and nervously asks her to hold on a second. Takamori sits beside him, having removed her hoodie, revealing a very low-cut top that heavily exposes her chest. A deeply flushed Sugawa tries to focus and quickly states that he is good to go. Takamori gently smiles and explains that she got too hot and took her hoodie off, while a panicked Sugawa frantically asks when she even managed to do it without him noticing. As Takamori leans forward, a highly flustered Sugawa internally screams that the visual stimulus is far too strong for him to handle. The intense final match between the two of them officially begins. Sugawa skillfully drifts his cart around a tight corner on the dirt track. Takamori lets out a sudden oops as she makes a mistake, catching Sugawa's attention. Seeing an opening, Sugawa determinedly tells himself that this is his chance to take the lead. Sugawa activates a speed boost to zoom right past her cart, but his eyes suddenly widen in pure shock. Takamori leans heavily into Sugawa as she tries to turn in the game, pressing her large exposed chest directly against his arm and leaving him completely frozen. Sugawa's screen displays a massive lose graphic as he mentally laments that he accidentally pushed his own cart away in the game due to the heavy distraction. An exhausted Takamori slumps over onto Sugawa's lap, admitting the game was fun while he nervously asks if she is okay, noting how incredibly into it she was. Takamori sleepily rubs her eye and confesses that the intense gaming session completely exhausted her. Looking down at her resting on his lap, a heavily blushing Sugawa internally panics over how completely defenseless she always is around him. Sugawa bursts through the front door, running inside while frantically apologizing for being late due to overtime and noting that the match is about to start. Takamori sits on the couch, nervously fidgeting with a pizza and drinks set up in front of the laptop. Sugawa stares in surprise, his face flushing as he realizes she has everything perfectly prepared for them. Takamori cheerfully welcomes him home and urges him to hurry up since the match is about to begin. As they watch the volleyball game together, Sugawa remarks that the world match is heating up, while Takamori excitedly points out that it has been 50 years since they last made the finals. Takamori throws her arms up and cheers enthusiastically that they won the first set following a successful spike. Sugawa explains the mechanics of a quick attack, while he internally notes how incredibly cute Takamori is when she happily celebrates. Takamori mimics a spike and wonders aloud if she could do it, if she practiced hard, prompting Sugawa to question her form. Takamori giggles and sheepishly admits that she would probably end up crashing into the net instead. Takamori imagines herself caught in a volleyball net, her large chest pressed heavily against the ropes. Sugawa vividly imagines the scenario, his face flushing bright red at the highly distracting thought. Takamori suddenly announces that the second set has started, catching a still flustered Sugawa slightly off guard. Both of them cheer loudly for the team, shouting their encouragement together. Sugawa nervously notes that the opponents are really tough as they lose the second set, but Takamori remains optimistic and points out they still have the next one. They sit side by side on the couch watching the game in tense silence. Sugawa points out that the score is now 1-2, stating they have to win the next set to stay in the game. Takamori suddenly reaches out and gently intertwines her fingers with Sugawa's hand, causing him to jump in surprise. Takamori looks up at him with a soft, affectionate expression, while Sugawa stares back with a deep blush. Takamori turns her attention back to the screen with a gentle smile and a faint blush. Takamori continues to watch the game intently, slightly opening her mouth in anticipation. Takamori stares intently at the screen with a slight blush, fully immersed in the match. The volleyball drops just barely short of the net, and the announcer declares the end of the match. The announcer states that Japan has been defeated, but adds that it was a magnificent match. Sugawa looks surprised and notes that the game was very close. Tears well up in Takamori's eyes and begin streaming down her flushed cheeks. A frantic Sugawa asks if she is okay, while Takamori wipes her face with a tissue and sniffles, agreeing, but admitting that she simply cannot stop crying. Takamori cries out that everyone worked so hard, prompting Sugawa to smile gently and assure her that the team will get their revenge in 4 years. Takamori sniffs and eats a slice of pizza, murmuring that it is delicious, while Sugawa eats alongside her and mentally reflects that he got to see many different sides of her today. A phone screen displays the time at 9:30 and shows only a 9% battery charge, prompting a curse of realization. Sitting on his bed, Sugawa checks his phone and notes that he has almost no battery left. Sugawa gently leans over a sleeping Takamori and bids her good morning, explaining that he needs to use his laptop for a moment and might be a bit noisy, to which she mumbles a sleepy response. Still half asleep, Takamori forms a small heart with her fingers and asks if that means it is okay, leaving a blushing Sugawa to awkwardly thank her. Sugawa initiates a video call on his laptop with his younger brother Akaru, asking him how he has been doing lately. Sugawa sits at his table reflecting that since he pays for his brother's tuition, they hold regular status update meetings. He tells Akaru that he needs to start thinking about his future career path soon. Akaru looks away and hesitantly brings up his academic credits, causing Sugawa to panic slightly. Akaru cheerfully announces that he took a ton of intensive lectures and seminars, meaning he will finish getting all his required graduation credits during the first semester, prompting Sugawa to scold him for phrasing it so misleadingly. Sugawa relaxes and tells his brother that working hard is good. Akaru looks back seriously and replies that it is all thanks to Sugawa and their mom that he was even able to attend college. Akaru adjusts his glasses and states that of course he is working hard. Sugawa smiles with a slight blush, silently noting that his brother is very self-aware, before Akaru suddenly notices something off-screen. Sugawa looks up in surprise as Takamori walks into the room wearing a loose, oversized t-shirt, catching him completely off guard. Takamori apologizes as she realizes Sugawa is in the middle of a call, while a panicked Sugawa lets out a loud shout of surprise. Akaru excitedly calls out to Takamori from the laptop screen, greeting her after a long time, while a smiling Takamori happily greets Sugawa's little brother in return. As Takamori leans down toward the laptop, her loose shirt dips low to reveal her cleavage, causing a highly flustered Akaru on the other end of the video call to gasp in shock. Sugawa frantically pushes his laptop screen away to hide the view, stammering that everything is fine, which prompts Takamori to decide to leave the two brothers to their conversation and walk away. Takamori tells Sugawa that she's going to take a shower to wake herself up as she walks out of the room. Sugawa silently reflects on how Takamori is far too defenseless, while Akaru observes him through the video call and remarks that Sugawa seems to be having the time of his life. Akaru asks him how his relationship with her is going, but a highly flustered Sugawa insists that he does not know anything about that, even as he secretly recalls his recent intimate moments with Takamori. Sugawa turns away and stubbornly tells his younger brother that he will only discuss his relationship once Akaru secures a stable job. Sugawa is suddenly startled when he senses someone unexpectedly approaching him from behind. Takamori stands directly in front of Sugawa, wrapped in nothing but a towel. Takamori confesses that she forgot her clothes, while Sugawa frantically notices her laundry basket sitting nearby. Takamori blushes heavily and announces that she will simply bend down to pick her clothes up. Takamori leans down toward the basket to reach her clothes, which causes her short towel to slide up significantly. The towel rides up even further as she reaches deeper into the basket. Sugawa panics internally over the view, while Akaru calls out from the laptop screen to check if he is still on the line, forcing a flustered Sugawa to stammer back. Takamori happily grabs her clothes and quickly runs back to the bathroom to get dressed, leaving Sugawa to sit at the table. Takamori hurries past the table to find a place to change, while a deeply relieved and blushing Sugawa tries to catch his breath. Both of them look back toward the laptop with heavily flushed faces as Sugawa tries to compose himself. Still highly flustered, Takamori and Sugawa quietly face each other in mutual embarrassment. Sugawa nervously calls out to Akaru, who apologizes from the other side of the screen. Akaru happily holds up a box and explains that he had stepped away from his phone for a moment because a package arrived. Akaru announces that he is going to hang up to open his package and asks to send his regards to Takamori, allowing the relieved couple to sigh in comfort over another D secret.